It is an all-format series. We've got a few weeks of jam-packed action for you. We begin with the 3 one-day internationals, and then we get to the shortest format. And of course, we end with a couple of tests in North Sound, that's Antigua. Plenty of look forward to, plenty for you to look forward to as we go through the West Indies home summer. The shortest format steps aside for cricket's full examination. We are back at the 50-over stage. There's 16 months to the Cricket World Cup, and for these two teams, every day matters so much. Plenty of stars on show for the West Indies, a full-strength team with some new faces returning. And you think about what this means for that World Cup qualification we've been speaking about. Well, it's all about the rankings. And right now, you probably need to be into the top 9 spots. We don't know exactly how much the West Indies will need, but currently, they sit outside because it's the top 8 plus South Africa and Zimbabwe. So some work for the West Indies to do as they go through the summer. Where every day matters and every toss matters as well. Let's head out to the middle with Samuel Badri and the captains.
International cricket returns to the Caribbean after a 10-month break, and Sri Lanka returned to Jamaica for the first time since 2013. So welcome back to them. We're all set for the all-important coin toss. Shea Hope is here, Kusal Mendes is here, and the ever-splendid Sir Richie Richardson is also here to oversee proceedings. Shea, you've got the coin?
Tail.
Tails the call, heads it is. So Shea, you've won the toss. What are you going to do first and why?
We're going to bowl first. Usually here in Jamaica, you get some extra movement in the morning session, so I'll try to utilize that.
Over the last couple of years, we've seen this team evolve, particularly at home, 4 consecutive series win. How close are you to playing that brand of cricket that you eventually want to play?
I honestly think we've been playing it pretty well. It's just about being as consistent as we can be as a unit. And yeah, the results would eventually show if we continue to play that cricket. We're not necessarily putting a finger on anything, but I just think as long as we play more consistent cricket, we're going to get the results that we're looking for.
Undoubtedly, you know the importance of every one-day international with direct World Cup qualification. What's integral for your team to record a series win against the Sri Lankans?
Like I say, consistency and execution is the name of the game here. Especially in these conditions, we've got to make sure we utilize them and understand them. Here in home conditions, we've been playing really well. It's just important for us to keep that momentum and keep those wins in the Caribbean.
Yeah, looking at the conditions, what sort of combination have you gone in with for the series opener?
We got 4 seam options, 2 spin, and then the usual top 6.
Thank you very much. All the very best.
Thank you.
Shea Hope, the captain of the West Indies, Kusal Mendes. If you can just join me here for a quick chat. New era begins for Sri Lanka cricket under a new coach. What has been some of the key messages from the highly pedigreed Gary Kirsten as you embark on this journey together?
Yeah, of course, we have a very new management and everyone. Then I think new captain also. I think they guys very good. Then they guys know our players' strength and everything. They guys we have more positive things going forward. I think very happy to these coaches.
As you strive for consistency in international cricket, what are some of the key areas that you want to see improvements on in this series?
Yeah, of course. I think this tournament is very big for us. Then I think everyone very happy to play the one-day matches in a long time ago. I think we prepared really well in the last couple of months, and we are coming to a little bit earlier to Jamaica. We practiced really well. Then I think I very happy to my team. We have a very good balanced team. Then going forwardly, I think we done really well in a couple of last month also. I think we done really well in the last couple of months.
And your combination for today's match?
Yeah, we played 2 spinners and 2 main fast bowlers and 1 fast bowling all-rounder. And same batting lineup with the last series also. Then I think we can do in the today match.
Looking forward to your excellent performances once again.
Thank you very much.
Well, there you have it, folks. The news from out in the middle. West Indies have won the toss, and unsurprisingly, they decided to bowl first.
New captaincy, new leadership at the top of that Sri Lankan group. We've got leadership alongside as well. It's Jimmy Adams, West Indian batter, and of course, son of the soil. Great to have you, Jimmy.
Thanks,
and Windward Islands women volcanoes all-rounder Stacey Ann Adams is also with us. Jimmy, I'll start with you. Hearing what the captains are saying there, what are you expecting from this series?
Well, it's an important series, first of all, for the West Indies. Desperately looking to qualify straight up for a World Cup and not have to go through a qualifying tournament. Sri Lanka, under new leadership, a new captain and a new coach, anxious, I think, to start establishing some sense of consistency across their one-day cricket.
Stacey, in terms of the decision from Shea Hope, chasing has been a strength for the West Indies. Were you surprised by that decision, or you think it's the right one?
Yes, certainly not. I think it's a justified decision, given that the records here show that chasing has been really easy for most of the teams playing here. So a really good decision, and their strength should really be in their batting as well. So I think a good decision by Shea Hope, batting, bowling first, that is.
Jimmy, you know this ground quite well. We're going to find out about conditions shortly. But in terms of what it takes to win at this venue, what would you say to a team?
Well, listen, the West Indies have chosen to bat second. They're backing the batting lineup to chase anything here. It's a small ground. It looks a good wicket. So I think whatever score they have to chase down, they have the ammunition to do it. It's a case of getting the job done on the day, Nikhil.
Right, now we've had the toss. Time to find out about the 22 yards. A bit earlier, Carlos Brathwaite and Samuel Badri. Fellas, what's the weather like?
Absolutely gorgeous conditions out here in the middle for the start of this one international series. It's sunlit Sabina, and interestingly, it's the only match of this three-match series that will have a 9:30 a.m. start. What does that mean for the conditions then? Well, Carlos Brathwaite, the very experienced former West Indies cricketer, is alongside me. Carlos, you look at the surface, and what does it say to you?
Well, I look at it from this end where we're at, and if you're batting here and you take a few steps down, which we'd consider a good length, it's quite barren if you look from afar. When you come down close, it's actually brown grass. Now, I've been learning, Badri, over my time doing pitch reports. I prefer brown grass. But if we start to pan to my right and up to the other end, it's a lot of green grass on that end, and that green grass is a heavier covering all the way to the stumps on a good length. So I think it could be a pitch of two different halves. When you're batting from this end, you cash in, and if you're batting from that end, you may have to give the bowlers a little bit more leeway.
Also something to consider, that open area and that easterly breeze. First match of the series, there might be some apprehension, but both teams looking to get off to a wonderful start.
You know, I think for us, it's always nice to look at the markers, and the markers say you're playing good cricket across those formats. But importantly for me, I think I'm really interested to see that we're shaping up like we need to with our resources and our skill sets, and that we can build some consistency in how we want to play the game. And I think if we can achieve that over the course of this series, I'll be happy.
You know, I think we've won the last 4 home series in the Caribbean, and it's something I was, and the coaching staff, we were quite adamant about, you know, making home our fortress. And so far in ODI cricket, we've been able to win those home series. So looking to continue. This objective is to win this series against Sri Lanka at home. I want my guys to go out and be motivated, you know, play to inspire not only the fans but the next generation.
I hope we can do the best in the start in the West Indies, hopefully. Then going forwardly, we can do everything, every countries. They look at we played against West Indies, they do well, then everyone knows Sri Lanka is coming the good track now.
The brand of cricket we're trying to play, that's more of a holistic thing. I just think the way how the guys have been playing cricket, we have that West Indian flair, as we like to call it. But yeah, we just want to make sure we're doing the necessary things to keep climbing those rankings, and that's the main goal. Every single game matters, and if you want to be one of the best teams in the world, you got to be winning as much games as you can. Especially here against Sri Lanka, we play on home base and home soil. And every time we play here, we play pretty good cricket, so we've got a better understanding of the conditions. And the way how we've been playing cricket, I must say, the last couple of years, we've been a lot more consistent. It's about building on that and finding ways to be as consistent as we possibly can.
Every day matters, the words from Shea Hope. He'll have to battle this team, Stacey and Adam. Sri Lanka getting the likes of a Chimera, Hasaranga back from injury, a strong side.
Yeah, very strong side. And you look at Patam Nissanka at the top 3 batters, Kusil Mendes, who is now captain of this team. He is also a very powerful hitter. But look out for Patam Nisanka at the top, who has transformed his game into a power hitter as well. And also, very important, Wanandu Hasaranga back, pairing up with Mahish Tikshana. I think that would be very important in the middle period for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, Sri Lanka, the former captain, still there, will play a role with his all-round ability. Jimmy Adams, the West Indies have a familiar trio. Joseph Seals back.
Important. We need wickets. Basically, we're going to get slow down run rates and slow down advances, and we need to pick up wickets at crucial times, especially with the new ball. And it's good to have that sort of pace up front, Nikhil.
Interesting to see Justin Graves at the top of the order. It's where he began his one-day international career 4 years ago, right here at Sabina Park. He could be opening the batting alongside Campbell today. Yeah, a lot of things to dissect there in terms of the two squads. If we look to the fast bowling though, Stacey, Alzarri Joseph playing his first international now since July 2025 when he picked up the lower back injury. What does he add to this bowling lineup?
Yeah, certainly. You have that pacey, fiery character at the top, someone to just come at the bowlers and bring that early intent. So that's something that they would have been missing. Yes, they have that with Jaden Seals as well, but he will add that extra bounce also, Alzarri Joseph. So I sure the West Indian contingent will be very happy that he's back.
Jimmy, no batter since the 2023 World Cup has scored more runs than Kusal Mendes. Now he's got the responsibility of leadership.
Yeah.
How will that look for him with added responsibility?
Well, I think we're going to find out. At the end of the day, he's also the wicketkeeper as well as the captain. So a lot of work for him to do. He's going to be engaged right throughout the game. It breaks some time, will tell Nikhil.
Yeah, and you can see Casey Carty there right behind him. He's had an exceptional 2 years, and Patum Nisanka there as well, along with Asalanka and Shea Hope. So these two teams dominating the run scoring in the last couple of years. Right, time to hear from two special people. They're former teammates, former World Cup winners. Carlos Brathwaite had a special guest.
Morning, I have the pleasure of chatting with Coach Darren Sammy, almost a captain for a minute. First ODI in 6 months. Talk us through what preparation has been like for the series.
Yeah, good morning, Carlos. Yes, we've been in Antigua. We had 2 weeks of camp in Antigua. Also, leading up to the camp, there was first-class cricket being played, so some form of cricket. Some guys were playing IPL as well. So, yeah, the preparation been good. We had Otis Gibson in Antigua working with the fast bowlers. So I'm happy with the preparation. All what we did, batting, bowling, and fielding, leading up to this tournament was good.
Good to hear. You're ranked 10th at the moment. We know 2027 World Cup rankings are going to be important. How important is an ODI win on home soil?
Yeah, that's something we've spoken about. What this ODI team has made since 2023 is made home their fortress. You know, we've won the last 4 home series. We've played at home. Jerome just told me that's something that was last done between 1980 and 1990. So yes, the rankings, we could control how we play. We can't control what the other teams above us do. But what we'll try to do is continue making home our fortress. You know, and this series creates another opportunity. Players who have helped us do that, you know, guys likes of Casey Carty, Rutherford, and Shea Hope in that middle period. We've taken some steps to, you know, reshuffle other parts of the batting lineup, but our bowling unit at home has been really good for us, well matched by the batting. So I'm looking forward to this contest, and again, drive the small success that we've had in making home our fortress.
Last question. One tactical thing we can expect to see from this series from the West Indies?
Yeah, obviously in the field, with the ball, to me, that's where the tactics really come into play. When 2 of our batsmen out there batting, they represent the team. So obviously the discussions we've had against the batters, all the bowlers, really good discussions yesterday or day before, and it's about implementing that, focusing and zoning out on the weak areas of the Sri Lankan batters, and in the bat just play good. We want to be a team that win more moments than rely on individual brilliance.
Thank you, Darren. Best of luck.
Thank you so much, Carlos.
Yeah, qualification, the major subject of a lot of the West Indian messaging. And Darren Sammy and his team hunting Jimmy Adams, a 5th consecutive home series win. It's not been done since 1990. Will they take away anything from that if they can pull it off?
Oh, massively. First of all, it keeps them in the hunt for a World Cup space. I mean, you can't get away with the importance of that. Also, Darren also has experience of what the qualifiers can be like. He doesn't want to return there, Nikhil.
Yeah, he was, of course, coaching in 2023 when they didn't get to that World Cup. Nice to see the ISSA kids. We'll talk a lot more about them coming to watch the cricket today. About 1,500 children from around Jamaica. Stacey, on the other side of things, Gary Kirsten taking over in Sri Lanka. Quickly, what will he bring with his experience?
Well, we know he's such an he's a World Cup winner, 2011
Yes.
World Cup winner with India. So we know he'll bring loads of experience. But one of the things that he's talking about from that he wants to see from this team is consistency. And I think that's a theme for both teams across this series. So we can expect to see probably a different brand of cricket from Sri Lanka as well.
Thank you to Stacey. Thank you to Jimmy. Right, we've got two teams with contrasting journeys. For one, new leadership means a new era. For the other, simple. The one thing on their mind will be qualification. We are ready for the first ball after the break here at Sabina Park.
The road to the 2027 ICC Cricket World Cup continues today, and we're beaming live from Sabina Park in Jamaica. It's the West Indies up against Sri Lanka in the first of the three-match one-day international series. Wonderful weather, nice refreshing wind across that open eastern side. It's a multi-format tour, Sri Lanka Tour of the West Indies 2026, the aforementioned 3-match ODI series to be followed by a 3-match T20 International Series and then a couple test matches to bookend this multi-format tour. The land of wood and water, Jamaica a little bit earlier. The toss went in the favor of the West Indies, and it's their preferred modus operandi to win the toss and to bowl first. They've had a lot of success doing that for the West Indies. Well, there will be a little bit of a change potentially at the top of the order. They have such a strong middle order. Casey Carty has been absolutely brilliant. Shea Hope, we know of his prowess, as well as Sherfin Rutherford. They have some options with the ball, quite a few of them. Look out for those fast bowlers, a battery of them alongside the spinners. For Sri Lanka, Carlos Brathwaite is alongside me. What do you make of their team?
I look at the top three, Samuel, Bottom the Santa, Camino Mendes and Kusha Mendes. We saw a graph a little bit earlier with the most runs since the 2023 World Cup. They have two of that top three in that most runs list. There will be a supporting cast in the middle. They've gone with a couple of spin bowling all-rounders, and we spoke about the West Indies battery of fast bowlers. Look at Chamira, look at Fernando, look at Ratnaka. Sri Lanka can match West Indies, but I think they have it all to play against them, having to bat first.
Yeah, two proud cricketing nations collide. Dignitaries in the house as well, so wonderful to see the support from the government of Jamaica and the Jamaican people. Two teams with their sights set on the future, and three crucial ODIs begin here at Sabina Park. The players walk out with their anthem bodies. A memorable moment not only for the players but also for these young boys and girls who get an opportunity to meet with some of their heroes, something that will be indelibly etched in their minds for the rest of their lives. Really wonderful to see this initiative being continued. Just about set for an important and pivotal moment in any contest. Whether you're from Colombo to Kingston, we will pause momentarily for a moment of national pride. It's time for the anthems.
us here to this region, but through it all, we have risen above. Through our flannel nights, flashing their willow and leather, these keepers of the flame must feel our undying love. This Caribbean nation is rising fast, a sunbeam cutting through a clouded past. A passion fills the world like a raging fire. As the sun shines, you know we can take it higher. Let every voice be raised. Everybody give praise. Rally, rally round the West Indies, now and forever. Rally, rally round the West Indies, now and
Brothers in arms, as they listen to the representative anthem of the West Indies, and with that task ahead of them, this West Indian team with direct qualification in mind and the implications for what this series has to offer. Nothing short of a 3-0 series win is what they'd have on their minds. For the Sri Lankans, though, they are well poised at position number 6 on the table, and they have a battery of wonderful players coming through. Pathum Nissanka returns to the West Indies, a place that holds special memory for him, having debuted here a couple of years ago in 2021. Kamindu Mendes and all of the others will be showcasing their obvious talents. West Indies, as a reminder, won the toss and they chose to bowl. This is their starting 11. John Campbell and Justin Graves in all likelihood will be at the top of the order, but it's the middle with Casey Carty, Shea Hope, Sherfin Rutherford. They have been scoring the bulk of the runs. Ruston Chase, the all-rounder, Matthew Ford has shown promise with both bat and ball, and of course the ever-reliable Gudakesh Moti. And look at those fast bowlers. Really excited to see all 3 of them in operation. Tremendous responsibility for these two. Carlos Brathwaite still alongside me. Carlos, you were out there, you had a look at the surface. 9:30 a.m. start. What's key for these two batters as they head out to face that new ball?
I think it's going to be one of the most challenging passages of play with what we expect to be a little bit of moisture. It did look quite dry, the pitch, but you have to find the best balance between seeing off the new ball as well as scoring through the power play. So it is a mindset where if I get anything slightly off line or length, I can pounce on it, I can capitalize, but I'm not going chasing. Neither of the two of these are your Verinder Sewai type who goes after it and goes hell for leather. They're classical stroke players, and the decision making has to be very, very good to start the series. They would need to ensure that after the power play period, maximum 1 wicket down. Sri Lanka will be very happy with that regardless of the score.
Yeah, this man knows how to construct an innings. Pathum Nissanka, he's grown in maturity and reliability. Alongside him, Kamindu Mendes, burgeoning ODI career, but he has shown that he's quite capable of performing at the highest level. Just about set, there might be something that disturbing the batters behind the bowler. But Jaden Seals, what the last couple of years he's had, he'll remember fondly. In the last series they played in the West Indies against Pakistan, and his remarkable exploits, and he'll be looking to replicate. West Indies, remember, searching for a 5th consecutive series win at home. All set then for ball 1 of the series. Dropped. First ball should have been taken. As easy as they come for Casey Carty. Perhaps too easy. A loose shot though from Nisanka, but he gets a reprieve.
Speechless, Samuel. Absolutely speechless. It was as if Darren Sammy himself was just hitting a nice lob catch to warm the eyes and hands for Casey Carty. But it was the first ball of the series. It was Patum Nisanka. And it's been dropped. First ball duck. That man couldn't have planned it and structured it and executed any better. The right-hand column is still bare.
Well, to be fair, it was a loose stroke from Patum Nisanka. Perhaps a little bit uncharacteristic. Nerves, maybe. That's the win factor that we'll be looking at closely throughout the course of the day. There's that open eastern side. It will favor Jaden Seals' away swing to the right-hander. What's going through his mind? It's easy to sit and say, forget about that and focus on the next one. But I've been there. Easier said than done. And now every run scored by Patum Nisanka will weigh heavily on his mind.
The best thing for Casey Carty, let's just isolate him and that chance for a moment, is for Patum Nisanka to make a duck and be removed as soon as possible. Every single run, Casey Carty, because he's not a bowler as well, he can't effect the dismissal like he had the chance to first ball, and it will weigh quite heavily on his mind. It could be a very long 50 overs for him if he doesn't find a way to put it in the back of his mind.
Yeah, this is the West Indies, what the West Indies has done well, and Jaden Seals in particular in the recent past at home, is that he hasn't given too many loose deliveries up front. This is what batters are searching for: free runs. Don't give anything to them, let them come searching for it. Now that famous wall will reflect on that at some point, no doubt. The beaten all ends up. This one coming back in through the bat and the pad, and somehow misses the stumps as well. Jaden Seals at his very best.
This has been a sensational start. It's been seam, it's been swing, it's been frankly unplayable. First one full, creating a chance, and ever since then he's settled back on a length, and that's the first one that's jagged back appreciably through bat and pad. And the only thing he hasn't done, Jaden Seals, is dismissed Patum Nisanka. He's been all over him.
An over of high skill, none for none. Can we have a look at that over in the next over, please? The construction of it. Ball swinging away initially, and then that one that jacked back in. Yeah, that's the baton to come. They'll be looking on quite intently. That's what's happening out in the middle. There's that expected early assistance for the fast bowler. Matthew Ford from the Courtney Walsh end. He too has the ability to move the ball around, nibble it away from the left-hander. 2 slips in weight. A good start from Jaden Seals.
Board's okay?
Can he back that up?
Right arm round.
Wrong the wicket to start. What does that chance then do for the batter? We spoke about the fielder. What does it do for Pathum Nissanka?
I think it gets him back in his box a little bit. Mentally, whether it's a little bit of nerves or he just saw opportunity to crash the first ball for 4. It is unlike him. So you think to himself, you've gotten through that first ball, that chance, you've gone through the first over. You know, how can we reset?
Yeah, Matthew Ford has been given the new ball ahead of the Joseph, Salzari and Shamar, and he will want to make sure that he utilizes this new ball, utilizes the opportunity, get it a lot closer to Kamindu, at least ask him to play. And that's what you have that new ball for, to try to get wickets. Nice to see him back in the maroon after a prolonged absence, Alzari Joseph. Huge appeal. Nothing from the umpire. They will consider the review, almost certainly based on the appeal. Does he convince Shea Hope? He's saying perhaps just outside the line. Yep, he isn't convinced, and so they won't take the review. Takes some convincing to convince a bowler that the batter is not out.
Yeah, definitely pad. I think everyone is in agreement with that. The question was it outside or off stump? And it seems to be from that angle. So it was a good decision by Les Zarifa, and even a better decision from Shea Hope not to review. You wait on the slow-mo.
Yeah, just making sure that the advertising hoarding is down behind the bowler. Yeah, but we have seen some high skill from these two bowlers. Away and then back in to the batters. That was the attempted away seam option. No run scored just yet after 10 deliveries, so good pressure from the West Indies. Good start from them with the new ball.
And it's not the highest scoring ground, so that would give Sri Lanka a little bit of heart that they can come back from what has been a slow start. We say slow, it hasn't really got started yet. Still on none for none.
Yeah, you and I were looking at the surface, and what was quite noticeable is that from one half of the pitch there was more grass as compared to the other half of the pitch. And this appears to be the bearer of the two halves, and as we go further there's a greater tinge opposite actually. Yeah, first runs off the bat. It will trickle away towards the boundary, gets there now. 4 without loss after 2.
A little bit of width. A little shorter in length as well. You see just a little bit of press from Kamindu Mendes and then rock back and transfer the weight. Very well played, and made sure he got on top of the bumps. It's not a high set of bumps by any stretch of the imagination, but it's with quality execution of the shot.
Yeah, first runs off the bat. Last ball of the previous over. Jaden Seals will continue. Now you mentioned earlier, Carlos, trying to find that balance between wicket preservation and run scoring. That is the greatest challenge for any batter, but when presented with opportunities like that, short and wide, you must pounce on it. If not, then what's the point? So well played to Kamindu. Nissanka still searching for his first run. too high. But that movement again, in and out from Jaden Seals.
Seeing bowling of the highest quality on show from the Michael Holding end. Aptly enough. A little bit of height. You can see Jaden Seals gesturing as well. He thinks it's a little high. It's been a good command of his skill, good use of the skill. We think back to that first ball, that chance, Casey Carty at cover. You can look to his left, Roston Chase, the man that just fielded the last delivery. And his fielding and catching his came on leaps and bounds over the last 2 to 3 years. He's someone you always thought was an okay catcher. You could trust him to catch, but not necessarily in the field. Roston Chase knows one of the best fielders in the world, dare I say, with some of the saves and catches that he has effected. Patum Nisanka away. It's taken him 10 balls, and judging by that delivery, it was worth the wait. On top of the bunks, and smashing it through the offside for 4.
Yeah, authoritative characteristic from Patum Nisanka. Diminutive in stature, and those types of players are usually very strong square of the wicket. On top of the bounce, high to low, and imperious. And to the left of Casey Carty as well. Every run scored. Remember, he was dropped off the very first ball. The last time a West Indian took a wicket off the first ball of an ODI, incidentally, it was a Jamaican, Sheldon Cottrell, back in 2019 in that World Cup. Well watched. Yeah, Sheldon Cottrell trapped Martin Guptill, LBW, first ball of the innings. History doesn't repeat itself today for Jaden Seals. We spoke about a few changes. It's the first time that Kamindo Mendes is opening an innings in ODIs. Opening innings in any international match, so it's a first for him. And down the leg side, a little bit wayward from Jaden Seals, and the runs flow in that over. 8 of them, 12 without loss. Yeah, post the 2023 World Cup, it's been their preferred modus operandi in the West Indies, chasing. Almost getting him to play, in fact. Under Shea Hope, they've won 7 out of 8 whilst chasing. So they like to see that score before them and construct the innings, the West Indies. I mentioned before, 4 consecutive home series win. Last ball of the previous over, down the leg side, tickled for 4. watchful. It's his first time at the top of the order. So he'll be looking to learn from the experience, yes, but also get his team off to a good start. New team management, they've spoken at length about how talented this bunch is, but also, more importantly, searching for consistency.
White ball.
First wide of the innings. Started too wide and went further away from Matthew Ford, still striving for that ideal line.
There's been three. Look at the men's ODI rankings. West Indies at number 10, Sri Lanka better placed, number 6, and nicely bunched between number 5 and number 7. So they can potentially move up. I think for West Indies to make any substantial headway upward, they need to win 3-0, although we don't have the accurate points that they'll get to.
Yeah, the top 8 teams, Carlos and viewers, qualify automatically. For all intents and purposes, it will be the top 9 teams because South Africa will qualify automatically as co-hosts. So you want to be in the top 9. Bangladesh in 9th position currently. West Indies, they just need to inch 1 spot up before that cutoff date, March 31st. In the air, just away from the fielder. More the length and the line that he's searching for, Matthew Ford. So yes, you want to be in top 9. Sri Lanka comfortably, relatively comfortably positioned, so not too much pressure on them. But for the men in maroon, every ODI counts.
Right arm over. 1 to come, platoon.
For the right-hander, 1 slip is removed, catching sort of square cover for Pathum Nissanka. Down the leg side, might have touched something on the way through. No wide signal.
Over.
14 without loss.
First ball to the right-hander, Matthew Ford. That prodigious in-swing he's known for. If you think it clipped something on the way, Matthew Ford just asking, was it pad pants or maybe, just maybe, was it back?
Sri Lanka returned to Jamaica and Sabina Park for the first time since 2013. It's been a long time away from this country for the Sri Lankans. They're looking to make this time a successful one. Played once here before and they went under to the West Indies and won the international. And for the first time, Jaden Seals will be bowling to Kamindu Mendes. Errant in line, so rotates the strike quite nicely. Understand that there's been a concerted effort by the Jamaica Cricket Association and Cricket West Indies to get young kids in at the stadium today. School boys and girls. I've seen some of them come in already, not by plane but by bus. Those are other fans from around the region coming in to look at the game. Yep, these are the anthem buddies, those who had the opportunity to go on the field with the players. What a day out for them. It's a school day. And they're here at the cricket. No better place to be. Keeps you grounded. And so the end from which Jaden Seals is bowling that Michael Holding end, that's the end where there's a little more assistance. And I say that quite guardedly because there isn't much assistance in terms of greenery on the surface. But there's a little more as compared to the other side. That name, that famous name, Michael Holding. On the other end, Courtney Walsh, two of the greats of West Indian cricket. Their names adorn this wonderful and historic facility.
Yep, the great man wants the world record holder for test match wickets taken. Captain of the West Indies as well, as a fast bowler. And I had the pleasure of spending the weekend with him not too long ago.
What a shot. Absolutely majestic from Kamindu Mendes. Picked up, heaved away over the Kingston Cricket Club. First 6 of the innings.
.91 meters, a pickup. It's been ball on top of bat until then. What a stroke, good balance, good hand swing. More importantly, shackles broken for Sri Lanka.
Well, the fourth umpire is on the field with his bag of replacement balls, but it's not needed as the original ball is returned. He's hitting with the wind as well, so that pickup just sailed away. What a stroke. And then the full face of the bat, 22 without loss. Captain Kusal Mendes in next, the highest run scorer in one-day internationals since the 2023 World Cup. Rich vein of form, he'll want to continue that. And it's the first assignment, first examination for the newly installed head coach Gary Kirsten. Mention his pedigree, taking India to the ODI World Cup in 2011 against Sri Lanka. In that final so memorable, India against Sri Lanka. Gary Kirsten was at the helm then. Now he's trying to take the then losing finalists to World Cup glory in 2027. We've spoken a lot about consistency, about creating good individuals firstly before good cricketers. He has a challenge on his hands. Also took South Africa to the #1 test team. So he has experience, he has trophies, he has pedigree. What sort of impact can he make on the island nation? Really exceptional from Ruston Chase. He's a tall man, but he has the ability to get down quickly and to his non-dominant side as well, saving his team a couple of runs.
Spoke earlier about being one of the best fielders in the world, Ruston Chase. splitting down low. And it's a different level of appreciation. It's not aggression, folks, I assure you. It's appreciation from the bowler. Runs saved.
Just past the outside edge, Patum Nissanka hasn't really seemed settled. 9 from 18 in this innings so far. The more established of the two opening batters, maybe a little bit more responsibility on his shoulders. Remember, he was dropped on North very first ball.
Yeah, a couple balls ago, a tremendous piece of fielding. And look at the technique, landing and then being able to push off from that left foot and get down. As a tall man, it's so difficult. Sometimes you can London bridge it, where your hand go up and over and the ball goes through. But he's technically very sound, and it's something he's worked on very hard as well. For a tall man to be as nimble as he is and developed into being, it's really helped position him as a real impactful person in the field at that point position. He's made that position his own, Roston Chase.
And if he doesn't stop it, he'll have to chase it. 22 without loss. So far unscathed, Sri Lanka. West Indies won the toss, sent them in, expecting early wickets. An opportunity was created, grasped. Now there is a little pause in play. It is extremely humid, extremely hot out in the middle. Matthew Ford seemed to be struggling just a little bit. He's in the shade, so that will provide some respite. Just trying to recover. He's gesticulating to the physio something about the midriff. A discussion between the pace spearheads. Taking out the monitor, maybe just to lighten the load.
Yeah, I think there's some kind of relief on the field, and that's what they're waiting to cover up and to protect. But we've had 6 overs so far. It's been at times a slow burn, but in between it's been excellent bowling and good batting, and it started with poor fielding, funny enough. Very first ball of the innings, of the series. And since then, it's been the stroke play of Patum Nissanka and Kamindu Mendes. And the highlight so far, a towering 91.6 from Kamindu Mendes.
Now you mentioned the average first inning score here being quite low, 224, 234 before that. So they too would be aware of that, Sri Lanka, and sort of pace their innings with that in their mind, but also with what they're confronted with. And if this surface requires a higher score, they'll know how to increase the tempo. At least they'll make an assessment. So far, so good in terms of that wickets column. Jaden Seals will continue from the Michael Holding end, round the wicket to the left-hander. We've gotten that little issue sorted. But the side screen hasn't changed. Right, it has now. So we're all set for a resumption. Yeah, Jaden Seals just moving his fine leg a little bit wide at the top of the mark, making sure that the batter sees and perhaps sending a signal. No! Those little strategies that players use, maybe sending some information to the batter to expect a short ball, and then bowl a length delivery. Every little bit of an edge is so crucial.
Yeah, I thought that as well, Samuel. Just for the simple fact that he waited until the sight screen issue got sorted. He waited until there was a little bit of a pause, and then he signaled it to the fielder. He wanted to ensure that Kamindo Mendes saw him do it. No. Will that short ball ever come? We don't know. Can the thought of the short ball, though, mess with his feet, Kamindo Mendes? And we know Jaden Seals has been full in allowing the ball to swing since that first over. He's dragged his length back slightly, but can he be looking for that hesitant prod forward, weight not coming forward and just taking the outside edge? Without having to bowl the short ball, has the change of the field kind of had the same effect that bowling the short ball would have had?
Yeah, there it is. That short delivery, too quick for Kamindo Mendes. There's that smile, a wry smile. Good height on that one. And so a little bit earlier, Alzari Joseph warming up as well. Maybe he'll take up the attack from the opposite end. And there's that one for the over from Jaden Seals.
For me, that is the skill right there. The ability to bowl the first couple balls on a good length, then sink your short ball in. It'd be threatening. You have a word, but then the ability of the fourth ball, the over, to come straight back onto your length, onto your line, get your movement. That is the quality and the sign of a world-class fast bowler. And it's not just this over, it's not just this game. It's been this way for a few years for that man on screen, Jaden Seals.
Yeah, in there, Shea Hope wants it. Shea Hope calls for it. Taken this time. A wonderful skill from Jaden Seals. Exceptional setup, and it brings about the reward. The first one down for Sri Lanka, and celebrations around.
High quality fast bowling of the highest order. He was spanked for six over go. He used his short ball to good effect, came back short and aggressive, gave the captain a job to do. On this occasion, the fielder and the skipper obliged. It's the first wicket of the series for Jaden Seals and for West Indies. Kamindo Mendes goes for 12, 22 for 1.
The most prolific run scorer since the 2023 World Cup. And the captain of this Sri Lankan team, Kushal Mendis, makes his way out to the middle. Vastly experienced. And there will be a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. The mantle of leadership. And forging a new era, new management team, leadership team. And the first real examination for them. They've been good at home. Away from home, they've struggled, Sri Lanka. And they've struggled against this opposition in the West Indies. It's a happy hunting ground in one-day internationals for the West Indies as well. One slip in position though. Successful over from Jaden Seals, 22 for 1.
It has been a fascinating start to this contest, West Indies. It has been a fascinating start to this contest. Jaden Seals eventually getting that wicket of Kamindu Mendes. Perfect planning from him and West Indies. Shea Hope settling under it and taking really good catch. I say the West Indies have been quite disciplined with their plans this morning. Yes, there was that drop catch of Nisanka, but so far so good. That one badly lined, and easy pickings for Nisanka. Gets a second boundary in this innings, 26 for 1 now. Alongside me, Mr. Jimmy Adams. Welcome, Jimmy. How are you watching, seeing things so far?
Morning, Stacey, morning. It's been an interesting passage of play. Young Matthew Ford going to be disappointed with his line on that occasion, just offering up easy runs at a time when Sri Lanka, having just lost their first wicket of Kamindu Mendes, he'll be keen to keep the pressure on these two batters. Returns immediately to the line that he's held a pretty good line this morning to both left and right-handers, has Matthew Ford. Not the same pace as his opening partner at the other end, Jaden Seals, but keeping things quiet at this northern end just the same.
Yeah, it's good from Matthew Ford, albeit he bowled that loose delivery on the pads that Nisanka was able to put away. But predominantly, he has hit his line and lengths quite well this morning. You mentioned that he doesn't have that pace, but that's what you want from your bowler who's bowling around 120 clicks or so. Just to find that spot on the surface and keep delivering it there. Jaden Seals at the other end acting as somewhat of an enforcer with his express pace.
Just a solitary slip, John Campbell for the West Indies. Backward point, cover, an extra cover hanging mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg. Getting the ball to swing back into the right-hander, Matthew Ford. Keeping Nisanka honest. It's a hot day here in Kingston. Bit hazy, bit of Sahara dust over the city, the capital city. Not good for people who have respiratory issues. Sure, the cricketers, though, don't mind playing in conditions like this. Perfect cricket playing conditions here at Sabina Park.
A decent over to finish from Matthew Ford. Sri Lanka 26 for 1.
Keep getting around, boys. Come on.
Jaden Seals, again with ball in hand, no surprise, picking up that first wicket for West Indies. Would have been disappointed with that first ball catch going down. Has made up quite well. Kusal Mendes about to face his second delivery. New captain for Sri Lanka. A lot of eyes will be on how he goes with this captaincy, especially with bat in hand. You go back to 2023 when he captained Sri Lanka for a period of 2023 to 2025. In that World Cup, he started in fine fashion, scoring a half century, then went on to score a century. But when he was given the captaincy by way of an injury to Shanaka, did not really shine as much. So all eyes will be on Kusal Mendes and how he goes.
Yes, he carries quite a bit of responsibility, does Kusal. Batting at 3, very important batting position, wicket keeper, captain. And those two at the wicket, Nisanka and Mendes, really between them, 13 ODI hundreds between them. As we look at Jaden Seals hitting the captain's bat high up on the handle. These two, along with Lanka, really are the ones that Sri Lanka will be depending on. They have the experience, they have the ODI hundreds behind them, Lanka having 5 himself. So they're going to be looking for the bulk of the runs in this series from, I would suspect, that trio, hoping that the other young batsmen will fill in around them and get them to competitive totals.
Fair point, Jimmy. They do have some talent to come. That middle order, Ratinayaka, Layanaga as well, but fair to say a lot of the batting will depend on these two. Nisanga already haven't been dropped, quite watchful. Kusal Mendes, you look at his statistic, very good at number 3, very good average. If you go back to when he captained, 17 matches, 480 runs, an average of 28.
Well, I think this probably will be one of the challenges for the new coach, Gary Kirsten. Can he bring out the absolute best in Kusal Mendes, batting at 3 and captaining and keeping wicket? It's a challenge that I think Gary will be looking forward to. He's a very inspirational figure, having coached at the highest level across quite a few teams, India being his standout team, guiding them to world rankings in both ODI and Test matches.
Yeah, we'll pick up on that point a bit more. Jimmy, 26 for 1 after 9. Sri Lanka quite watchful. 26 for 1, a wicket of Kamindu Mendes opening for the first time. Dismissed 1 extra, quite disciplined from West Indies. Now we see a change in bowling. Another one of those from this impressive fast bowling cadre, Shamar Joseph. A false start from him. Has to get it right, Jimmy.
Yeah, you don't want to be overstepping first ball of your spell. But it's interesting that the West Indies have elected to keep their fastest bowlers coming on first and second change. We haven't seen Alzari Joseph yet, potentially the fastest of the group. Shamar Joseph, both himself and Shamar Joseph obviously being quicker than the two opening bowlers, Matthew Ford and Jaden Sales.
Yeah, impressive. Really good take as well from Shehop. Very good delivery to start from Shamar Joseph.
Well, I think it's fair to say, Stacey, it's easily a yard quicker than Matthew Ford's previous over. The ball was well through to the wicketkeeper, Shehop, before Isanka had played a shot. But it's interesting because a lot of fast bowlers do struggle to control the new white ball, and it could just well be that even though they're quicker, they don't have the same level of control as the two opening bowlers.
He likes it there. Nisanka throws his hands at it, but a really good stop from Ruston Chase to slow it down. He managed to get back for two.
Excellent cricket all round. Given a little bit of width, Nisanka cut well, kept it down, hitting high to low, and he would have thought 4 runs, but that man again, Ruston Chase, doing unbelievably good work at backward point, saving his team 2 runs.
Quite brilliant in that area, Ruston Chase. Just offering up a bit of width to Nisanka. That first ball that climbed at him at a good length. That's more where he should look to be. A bit straighter to him. Loves it square of the wicket, Nisanka. Very good. It's where he'll want to be. Not allowing him to free his arms, albeit he's very good with his wrist to the onside as well. But the lengths are clinical so far from Shamar Joseph. Good speeds as well. It's in 143, 139 as well. Joseph. Yeah, he saw that coming, picked the length brilliantly, and just swatted it to the onside.
Well, he's been in for 9.5 overs, has Isanka, and he didn't need an invitation on that delivery, just short of a length. It wasn't that short, but it was short enough for somebody who has been in since the start, and he just swiveled on his back leg and slapped it through wide mid-on, couple bounces into the rope. Isanka moving on to 19 now from 31 deliveries.
Over.
Testing over on both sides, 32 for 1 at the end of the power play. Jaden Seals with that wicket of Mendes. Ford, well supported by Ford, quite economical. Shamar Joseph bowling his first. Just that lone extra, so very good to see that from the West Indies so far. Alzari Joseph with ball in hand. This will feel good for him for 10 long months, sitting on the sidelines frustratingly, watching from his television. Today, the Antiguan enforcer is ready to unleash again.
Yeah.
sure West Indians and the cricket world really will be happy to see Alzarri Joseph with ball in hand again. Sidelined by an injury, lower back injury.
Definitely good news for the West Indies to see Alzarri Joseph back playing competitively at international level.
So right away he's looking to hit that hard length. Yeah, Jaden Seals with the lone wicket. Well, first there was that drop catch of Nisanka, disappointed Kati. But Comendu Mendes didn't last long as Shea Hope took a really good running catch. Showed that he held on to it. Yeah, Mendes short of a good length, looking to help it to the onside. Got a top edge that Shea Hope held on to nicely.
Currently using 3 men outside of the ring. Alzarri Joseph, backward square leg, fine leg, third man. He did drop his backward point deep to Nisanka, but has brought him back into the ring for the captain, Mendes.
No.
Yeah, the power play finished. Fielding restrictions are more relaxed, but West Indies on top, just opting to have the 3 fielders out, and you note the positions that they're in, all behind square. You have square leg, fine leg, and third man. So it tells you the sort of length that Alzarri Joseph should be looking to bowl.
I think this is good cricket from Captain Shea Hope. If Alzarri bowls his best delivery, there is no need to have a deep point, because that only comes into play if you offer width. If Alzarri continues to bowl a nice tight line, what you want to do is build dot balls, build pressure.
It's been a very good over so far. Line and lengths have been immaculate from Alzarri Joseph on return, and keep an eye on the speeds as well. Still getting it in the high 140s, Alzarri Joseph, coming back from an injury. You and I not really known for our bowling, Jimmy Adams, but you know after a long injury layoff, particularly fast bowlers, they're always having the back of their mind how much they should be exerting themselves on their way back. So really good start from Alzarri Joseph. A strain with the line on that occasion. He'll pick up 4 runs to end the 11th. Sri Lanka 38 for 1.
Straying in line, Alzarri. Not the best finish to what had been a really good over up to that point. Easy runs for Sri Lanka.
Look at that card there for Sri Lanka. Kusal Mendes, Nisanka. You spoke of it, Jimmy. 2 very important figures at the top for Sri Lanka. Not a lot of experience to come. Rathinayaka and Ayanagi in that middle order. But Shamar Joseph to continue. Starting a bit wayward. And Joseph, some problems with his length in that first over. Now a bit errant in line to start.
This was the last delivery of Alzarri Joseph's over. The previous one just straying down leg, and easy runs for Sri Lanka, not what the West Indies want. That's his line. That's his line, that's his length. I still think that if you have Shamar and Alzari bowling well, even at this stage, the Sri Lankans haven't run away at the start. You should still, I would think, be thinking about having a first slip in place. Wickets more than anything else will slow runs in one-day cricket. What you don't want is to let people off the hook and these same batsmen come back and hurt you later on.
As you said it, Jimmy, would not have gone to first slip. We did not control that at all, Nisanka. And I'm with you there, Jimmy. I think bowlers are hitting a hard enough length and you're seeing enough encouragement in terms of the bounce from the surface to have a first slip in place.
Coming right arm over, Priscilla. Forward to come.
Both Shamar and Alzari are proven test match bowlers. They know how to bowl a four-stump line. Sri Lanka aren't flying away with this start. You're desperate for wickets to squeeze. I would still be attacking with a first slip.
Yeah, and just to strengthen your point a bit, Jimmy, I feel like in this over so far, Shamar Joseph, that is, has been on both sides of the wicket. And at this point in time, with West Indies so on top, you kind of want him to stay on one side, perhaps attacking that off stump. Yeah, there you go. That's where you want him to be. That's his first over. Know that Nisanka enjoys width, but just on that off-stump line, it's been a bit problematic for him. Yeah, right there, Jimmy. There you see. Bit of an edge there. So there you go. They keep strengthening your point for a slip, Jimmy.
I think one of the mitigating factors might be the fact that there isn't much bounce out there at the minute. And skipper Shai Hope might be thinking that really he doesn't see it
no ball.
with enough bounce to warrant a first slip at the minute. I just think that wickets are really important, and what we don't need are no balls. Shamar, having run through before he bowled his first delivery, rechecked his mark, but has stepped over here, and this is going to be a free hit for Sri Lanka. Nisanka, the man who's been there from the start,
tight call, but not enough behind that line. So rightly called by umpire. It's a change of batter, so they're allowed to change the field. Free hit coming up. Looks to go big. Very good length there from Shamar Joseph, not able to get on top of that one. Nisanka.
A brilliant reply from young Shamar Joseph, under a bit of pressure, decided to go full and fast. And Nisanka throwing the proverbial kitchen sink at that one, failing to make contact. So Shamar gets away with it. Working up good pace, Shamar Joseph. Over 140 clicks every delivery this over. And he finishes on a high note. End of the 12th over, Sri Lanka 44 for 1.
Batters to come, Rathnayaka, Asalanka as well, was the player of the series when these two met in Sri Lanka. Nage also in at number 6. Young prodigious talent to come.
Hasn't been a bad effort from the West Indian seamers this morning. The wicket hasn't offered a lot of bounce. Hasn't really been a lot of swing. There's been a bit from Matthew Ford and Jaden Seals with the new ball. But the wicket has quietened down as we expected it to do, given the heat here in Kingston. And really, it's time now for bowlers to roll their sleeves up and start putting in the hard yards, hitting a hard length.
And that's precisely why Matthew Ford is used at the top of the order. It's not as quick as these other bowlers, but any swing and offer, you expect him to extract it. Now you have the enforcers, the men with more aggressive intent in that middle. You notice Shamar Joseph last over, he kept getting quicker and quicker comparatively to that first over that he bowled. That's what you want to see from the seamers. Good so far from the West Indies, keeping Sri Lanka quite watchful. You know, Nissanka likes to get at the bowling. So far, he's been kept under. He's been kept under heavy manners by the lengths that the West Indian bowlers have employed.
St. George's College, right beside Sabina Park, one of the famous high schools here in Kingston. Cutting and cutting well. Nissanka getting another boundary with a cut shot, given just a little bit of room from Alzari Joseph, and he didn't need an invitation to cut. He kept it down well, beating Ruston Chase at a backward point position, and Rutherford running around from third man was always going to come second. Good shot. Moves Nissanka to 26 now from 40 deliveries.
Yeah, he's so good there, Nissanka. Use his wrist really well on that shot to get it much later to the left of Ruston Chase. Yeah, 50 up for Sri Lanka. At a decent pace, you'll say. Yes, they have lost 1 wicket, but this is 50 overs. It's where you are tested. You have to know when to accelerate and when to slow down. Sri Lanka recognizing there's a good passage of play for West Indies, willing to hang in there and put in the work.
Alzari Joseph now electing to drop his cover point deep. Comfortable single for Kusal to finish the 13th over. Sri Lanka now 51 for 1.
Beautiful drone shots of Jamaica, busy streets of Kingston. I'm waiting on you, Jimmy, to take me on a tour of Jamaica.
Some very beautiful sights in this island, Stacey, and I'm sure we will be able to find some time to show you some sights and sounds of not just Kingston, but a few places outside as well. Bowling change here. It's going to be spin for the first time this morning at Sabina Park. Gudakesh Moti into the attack, left arm orthodox.
A very interesting phase of the game coming up. Kusal Mendes just having to reach for that one. You look at the statistic presented to you, and Sri Lanka is one of the best in this phase against spin in the world. It's very interesting to see how they'll take on Gudakesh Moti.
A little bit uppish there from Lanka. I think also what is going to be interesting is how the pitch responds to spin. It hasn't been a free-flowing start for the Sri Lankan batsman. And it could be that both teams might start to really think about what sort of target will be a competitive target depending on how the surface responds to the slower bowlers.
Yeah, you look at the pitch, Carlos Brathwaite and Samuel Badji doing the pitch report. You look at that bare patch, the end that Lanka is standing. You think that if the spinners are to get any purchase on the surface, it'll be more at that end, given that there's less grass there.
Yes.
Not a bad start from Gudakesh Moti. Sri Lanka 53 for 1. And it'll also be a Dasani drinks break.
.53 for 1. Sri Lanka beginning the CWA ODI series. And they'll be pleased that Pathum Nissanka has gotten out of the power play. West Indies rarely having their 4 faster bowlers playing together, and Gudakesh Moti, we saw him before the break.
Jamaica. It has beaches, it has mountains. It's lively. It's laid back. It roars. It tickles. It's sweet. It's hot. It's luxurious. It's adventurous. That's Jamaica. Come and see for yourself.
Land of wood and water, and of course home to the Blue Mountains. A great way to begin the home summer. in superb weather as well. And lovely to see the Inter-Secondary School Sports Association get close to 1,300 children in today at Sabina Park to take in the action. They've come from all different schools, Excelsior, up the road. We heard Jimmy Adams talk about St. George's, and they'll be enjoying the action all day going into the evening. Robman Powell Foundation also sending some of its graduates. And an important time for the West Indies as they try to break this partnership that has been so prolific for the Sri Lankans in recent time. Joseph continuing from that Michael holding in. Samuel Badger alongside. Sam, what are we to make of the first 14 overs?
Yeah, hello Nikhil, hello everyone. Once again, it's been an innings of attrition. One of grind for the Sri Lankans, but they understand the difficulty in the conditions and what they're up against. Yeah, but as you mentioned earlier, really lovely to see the huge numbers of young boys and girls, young men and women in the stands from the schools. A little bit of a fumble results in the run eventually. But it is a concerted effort by all of the stakeholders to get these young children in and to try to reinvigorate a love for West Indian cricket in Jamaica. One of the major stakeholders of West Indies cricket. We talk about the population and size of Jamaica and the important role that it has to play in West Indian cricket. So it's nice to see. We'll also see a little bit later on the re-emergence of a CPL team here at this venue.
Just wonder if he saw Kusa Mendes coming across the stumps and tried for the leg stump Yorker, but it's pretty far off there, Azari Joseph.
Yeah, I saw a little video online, Nikhil and viewers, with Alzari Joseph, and I think his younger brother. His younger brother got him dismissed in a domestic game back at home, and he didn't spare him. He was running in at him. Really was a wonderful little contest to see between Alzari and his brother.
He's a leader. That's what the West Indies will gain. Joseph helping the new Wintrops Lions in Antigua recently win the 40-over competition. And even just watching him in that power play, Sam, when he wasn't bowling, his presence is felt. You could see Matthew Ford and Jaden Seals, whilst he was standing at mid-off, constantly debating and wondering, or maybe running through some ideas with him as a leader of the attack. And there were a couple of times where he actually turned Matthew Ford down. So his presence will be felt with ball and without. Another full one, very full and wide.
Yeah, look at the feel that he has with the deep backward square and the fine leg on the boundary as two of his boundary riders. He understands the wind conditions here as well, so he's trying to maintain that straight line, maybe looking for that leg stump Yorker. And these batters are so strong, square of the wicket offside as well, so he is loath to give them any width.
And I wonder with those two fielders as well, leg side and the wind direction, if there's the opportunity to also use that shorter ball with the deep square and deep fine. And you've got the deep point as well. If Nisanko, who's a strong player, square on both sides, if he opts to take that option. Two straight. This time Nisanka is able to cash in. Slightly expensive start for Joseph in his return.
Yeah, notwithstanding the fielder in the deep at fine leg, it's fine enough to beat him to his right. Generally, short, straight boundaries here. So once you get it that fine, there's only going to be one result. We've seen quite a few boundaries in that direction, though, due to the errant line from the West Indies.
$61 for 1. Sri Lanka were 32 for 1 after the power play, so last 5 overs have been expensive from a West Indian perspective. Typical for Patul Nisanka, who tends to be a slow starter and then grows in confidence as he goes through the innings. Austin Chase has been electric at that point position.
Yeah, Camilo Mendes struck Jaden Seals for a mighty 6 before he was dismissed. So round the wicket, over the wicket, and the difference in length, it was a well-constructed setup from Jaden Seals to eventually break the opening partnership. In that particular over, he was good. This happened an over prior. In the over when the wicket came, there were a few short deliveries, a few fuller deliveries, but that one eventually brought the success. And since then, this partnership has taken over. The two bankers for Sri Lanka, and they're leading the way once again.
Quite interested to see what happens with Camilo Mendes as we go through the series, because it's the first time he's opened in any one international game. Opened a couple of times at the T20 format, but we were used to Camille Mishara and Nisanka opening across the formats. Gary Kirsten, a new captain, has come in. First game they've made a difference, so it'll be interesting now if for the next 16 months going into that World Cup, if Kamindu and Nisanka are the opening pair. But he's just instituted an extra cover catcher.
No. Yeah.
Just wide of Chase, so they'll get the second.
Yeah, I think he was wrong-footed as well, maybe leaning towards his right. And then it spun away to his left. Something that you must always be cognizant of when fielding in that position. The ball peeling away and heading backward of point. Yeah, he was moving to his right initially.
Simply too easy. With mid-on in the circle, it brings up the 50 partnership. That's growing in real esteem since the power play. 73 for 1.
Now this is why he's been so prolific, not afraid to use his feet to the spinners, understands that there is a mid-on in position and he just needs a little elevation. He got enough to go all the way for 6 though.
Ladies and gentlemen,
41 runs coming in the last 6 overs, so the West Indies haven't been able to maintain that control they had in the first 10. You knew once he was able to get close to the delivery, it was easy pickings mid-on in. Joseph continues.
Where's that?
Just looking at the selection for the West Indies today, one of the rare times that Shea Hope has 7 bowling options. Still haven't seen Roston Chase or Justin Graves. You could maybe say 8 if you include Sherfin Rutherford, but I wonder what is the plan now in the middle overs with this partnership as it continues to develop and the scoring develops as well.
Yeah, quite interesting that you mentioned the middle overs. It's one of the metrics that teams look at to determine where they're at. Yeah, first 10, you're looking to set a platform, you're looking to capitalize maybe on the 2 fielders out, and the last 10, you're also looking to cash in with wickets in hand, but it's the middle phase that generally signals the teams where they're at, and West Indies have improved significantly on that front within the last couple of years. Sri Lanka scoring just about 5 runs and over in this phase. So it's an area where they're looking for incremental improvements as well. How can they now achieve that, particularly away from home? We know how strong they are at home. When they travel, it's a different thing altogether.
Yeah.
A lot of that middle overs burden will be on the shoulders of Nisanka, who in the last couple of years his strike rate has gone up significantly in this format. And he starts slowly, but then the ability to, with the field spread, manipulate gaps, run hard between the wickets, he tends to increase in pace as he goes through and gets deeper. And the longer he stays there, you know he's worked immensely on his power hitting. We've seen it T20 World Cup 100 a month or 2 ago. His T20 game has gone to another level. And he was 15 off 30 at one stage, so you can see the acceleration even outside of the power play.
Yeah, I remember quite vividly, Nikhil and viewers, back in 2021, Mickey Arthur was the coach then of this Sri Lankan team, and he was telling some of us, even before that last series started, to look out for a young Pathum Nisanka who was making his first appearance for Sri Lanka, his first trip with the senior national team, and he didn't disappoint. Century on debut, and the way he carried himself since then, it's been remarkable to see the meteoric rise. 78 for 1.
.50 of the first 10 overs were dots. West Indies would have been pleased with that opening set of 10. Now trying to wrestle back some control as Moti is in with a couple of catching fielders and a slip. Like this from Moti, even after the shot to end the last over, still keeping Rutherford left of screen in at mid-on. And it entices him to come down the pitch. And it just has enough to evade Shamar Joseph.
You really have got to feel for the bowler here. Deceived the batter. Had to play a one-handed shot in the end. Just look at how the hand comes off the bat, but still has enough to go all the way for 6. So you've defeated the batter, but he still wins the battle. It's an important series for Gulakesh Moti. Missed the last one-day international series against New Zealand in New Zealand at the end of 2025. So in a sense, he's making a return and looking to re-establish himself at this level. And not to be almost, but not quite.
Moti will take confidence from that because he flighted the ball again and saw Mendes use his feet, and this time got it wrong. I have to think that mid-on fielder is what is encouraging Mendes to use his feet and try to hit down the ground.
A really good rotation and seam positioning for Gulakesh Moti. Such an improved bowler since late last year, where he went through a little bad patch. 86 for 1.
First game under new leadership. Gary Kirsten taking over, as we've heard previously. Kusal Mendes, officially the one international and T20 international captain, taking over from Lanka, who's also in the team. Change of ends for Shamar Joseph, now coming from the Michael Holding end. Expensive first couple of overs. Starts with a wide, been trying to get his radar right. Was very surprised today, Sam, to see that Joseph is only playing his 7th ODI. Feel like he's been around for such a long time, but it's rare that the West Indies have gone with all 4 of their seamers. Jaden Seals had an exemplary 2025, so he's been the preferred option. I think obviously with Joseph coming back, they've liked what Matthew Ford has provided with his all-round ability. So a lot of times Shamar Joseph has been on the sidelines. Today though, we're seeing all 4. What is his role going into that World Cup?
Well, before they get there, they need to win as many matches as possible. We've spoken about the implications that this series has and the one to come against New Zealand, and where they're positioned, precariously positioned on that table. And they want to avoid the qualification route. They've been there before and they didn't quite make it. Yeah, that qualification brings travails of its own, and you want to avoid that at all costs. From a West Indian perspective, though, they need to go at least one up. The top 9 teams, in essence, qualify directly with South Africa as one of the co-hosts. So can they get into the top 9? Sri Lanka, as we mentioned before, seem relatively settled. They missed out on the Champions Trophy along with the West Indies recently, so they too know what it's like to miss out on a global showpiece event. But from a West Indian perspective, they can ill afford to not get to the 2027 World Cup on the back of missing out on 2023.
Remember, Sri Lanka in that 2023 in Zimbabwe were also at the qualifiers, beat the West Indies and qualified. Nisanka got 100 in that game. Dangerous proposition when you come up against teams with nothing to lose. We've seen it across formats, how difficult it can be. So hence, Darren Sammy, and you hear, listen to the messaging coming into the series from Sammy and Hope. a lot of it has been about direct qualification. It's going to depend on what Bangladesh do on the other side of the world as well, how they go in their results. You want to be in the top 9, as Sam has told us. Better line in this over, just challenging off stump, still searching for his best length, Shamar Joseph.
He has that extra pace. Can he find those areas to challenge the batters? There isn't any slip, there isn't that sideways movement, not too much bounce on the surface. West Indies think tank trying to come up with viable options to get wickets.
$90 for 1. You might give me Justin Graves in this over or something. Run rate after slow going in the first 10, they've picked up well. They'll be looking definitely at that 276 and beyond. Justin Graves in today and slated to open the batting. We've seen slight tweaks in their combination, the West Indies in New Zealand, and in previous series he was batting at 5 and 6, so that will be something to keep an eye on later on today, and whether he comes in to bowl at some stage. Moti continuing from this Courtney Walsh end. Again, Mendes using his feet.
Yeah, I think it's good. It really is good from Gudakesh Moti, as well as Shea Hope, to maintain that mid-on, and he's quite close as well. He's not on the line on the 30-yard circle. He's in a couple feet, so he's trying to cut that single as well. And then there's that offside that prevents them from getting an easy single.
Yes, man!
Down the ground, but look at the turn. The pace is good, and there is some purchase from the surface.
You heard Stacey and Adams talk about the difference inside of the pitch, and Moti's operating from a lot more devoid of grass in terms of where he's bowling to. Authoritative and very convincing from Kusal Mendes, who again uses his feet and takes on Gudakesh Moti.
A third 6 for Kushal Mendes, perhaps the best of the lot. Well controlled and pushed more than anything else all the way for 684 meters. Very prepared to advance, to come towards the bowler, even though it spins away from him. And that is confidence, and that is high skill, getting as close to the pitch of the ball as possible. 76 now, that partnership, and 3 of the 4 sixes to him.
Dexterity following up the power, and it will be back-to-back boundaries, and Sri Lanka, as the 100 comes up, growing in strength.
Yeah, high quality. Because of the previous shot, he perhaps anticipates that the length will be a little bit shorter from the spinner. This is great batsmanship, and so he waits and delicately places it for 4. The timing and the poise.
Goes again. 6 again. Kusal Mendes dominant. 108 for 1. Another instance of him using his feet and going over that mid-on fielder. Windies now with some concern as the 100 comes up. The rate is almost 5.5 and over. Shamar Joseph.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to tip your cap to the batter. There is something in the surface for Gudakesh Moti. We saw some spin, some turn. The batter wasn't too perturbed by it, and he was still prepared to take that on. So all credit to him. Gudakesh Moti and Shehop maintained the mid-on. It was a gamble. It didn't pay off. But they were searching for wickets, and I don't mind that at all.
Oh.
Channel from Joseph, but the length.
You're on the cusp of another half-century. Tentative prod from him. Neither forward nor backhand away from the body. And he bats positively. He's in command. Line up something of a milestone, so maybe that's on his mind as well.
No!
Just going back to that previous over and the option from Kusal Mendes, it's such good versatility from him, because West Indies would have come into this series planning for him, knowing that he relies heavily on the sweep shot against spin. So they had the deep square, they had the deep mid-wicket. I don't think he's played one sweep for the day. He's used his feet and taken the other option. Now as a captain, you've got a real headache. Do you plug the mid-on and bring up one of those fielders? Find out next over. Well fielded by Matthew Ford in the end, but it'll be a couple of runs to bring up a 36th one-day international half-century. And a 4th against the West Indies to go with 100.
Now receives the approbations from his teammates. A real innings of class, maturity and responsibility. The leader of this team, and he's shouldered that burden quite nicely so far.
No!
A lot of runs from Mendes behind square against the pace. He's used it well. And then when the spinners come on, that's where he's taken full advantage.
It really is an exhibition of constructing an innings. Yes, we've seen some sixes from him, but we've also seen the softer side, the touch play, the strike rotation.
112 for 1.
And Sri Lankan captain Kusal Mendes is mark 42 delivery.
Change the bowler. Right arm over. All right, boys.
A runner ball 90. This partnership between these two, Patam Nisanka, reprieve first ball of the innings, and Kusha Mendes, who's motored on past another 50 in ODI cricket. He's gone up better than run a ball. 50 coming in 42 deliveries. It's time for Jaden Seals, his second spell, first from this end. Width on offer again, a single this time. Roston Chase has been quite busy in that point region. Welcome Stacey and Adams again today. What are your thoughts on proceedings so far?
Yeah, hello to you, Carlos. Hello to everyone viewing this broadcast. So far, certainly Sri Lanka on top. Yes, that early wicket of Kamindu Mendes went down, but these two have stabilized things quite well for Sri Lanka in the middle. You can see why West Indies decided to go back to Jaden Seals, albeit the other end from where he started. Jaden Seals, the lone wicket taker, and quite economical as well for West Indies.
Yeah, it's a little bit more difficult from this end, the Courtney Walsh, and it's a little bit more barren. That half of the track close to the batter. We've seen a little bit less movement, except for that last delivery, jogging back prodigiously. It's a big playing surface, able to come back for two, not struck as cleanly as we'd want Nissanka. It's been a funny old innings for Nissanka, started, and we've harped on about it now for a while. First delivery, not the calm Nissanka we're accustomed to, lured into a drive, dropped. He's played some nice shot, but I don't think it's been the fluent Nissanka we've been accustomed to. I think the only thing that saves him here is bat. There were two songs. Was it bat and pad or two pads?
5 seconds.
Just in time.
Player review.
We have a player review from skipper Shea Hope.
You thought that it hit bat, Carlos.
TV umpire to director, we have a play review for LBW. Original decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please? Appears to be an inside edge there. Can we just confirm with outer edge? Just waiting for outer edge.
Still have to go through the processes.
Thank you. Okay, yeah. I can see a clear deflection from bat onto pad. Leslie, you can stay with regional decision of not out. Stand by.
Good decision from umpire Les Zarifa. Full and straight, and it was either bat or out.
You mentioned the lack of fluency from Nissanka on that occasion. Just not pushing out. You expect that at that end, perhaps some lower bounce because of the lack of grass on it. Jaden Seals just looking to push it up to him, not getting fully on the front foot. Luckily for him, there was some bat involved.
Yeah, and it is the hallmark of a quality player when you're not at your fluent best to still be able to make an impact. He's 45 off 67. So he has a start, he has a foundation. His captain has come in and built on that. And he's found a way to add a boundary to it as well. collision in the middle. We hope he's okay. He's holding the back of the neck. Never like to see players holding that part of the neck and head. Physios are running on. It's 119 for 1 after 22. Patam Nisanka floored. It was just after this nice shot, taking the initiative, coming down and across the stumps to try to use that wind direction, blowing across the ground. And both players, both eyes on the ball, and it's fair for me to say it's two different weight classes, Jaden Seals and Patam Nisanka. And unfortunately, Patam Nisanka felt that. He felt the brunt of the shoulder of Jaden Seals, all unintentional, but still very, very painful. He's been receiving treatment ever since the boundary. Nothing has changed. He's on the floor. The physios are out there. It's time for the West Indies players to have a drink, but we're hoping there is no injury, no significant injury for Patam Nisanka. At least he's up on his haunches now. Does better than the G-flat as he was for majority of the time between the boundary and are coming back from the over break. Seems to be a little bit shoulder, a little bit neck. Could potentially be whiplash, but I'm not a doctor. The professionals are there. We are in Jamaica. Beautiful Jamaica.
Beaches. It has
the
mountains.
Beaches,
It's
the agriculture, but more importantly, the nightlife.
It roars. It tickles. It's sweet. It's hot. It's luxurious. It's adventurous. That's Jamaica. Come and see for yourself.
Beautiful Jamaica, in my opinion, best food in the Caribbean. You know, try to sample as much of it as I can to ensure that it keeps the rating of best in the business. Striking flag, one of the very few flags that doesn't have red, blue, or white in it. Jamaica, always known to stand alone, very loyal as a people. And back to the cricket at the famed Sabina Park. It's been 22 overs of high-quality cricket, not the swashbuckling cricket we've been accustomed to, but a throwback to yesteryear. Good balance between bat and ball. And you feel as though Sri Lanka just starting to motor ahead. They're one of the best teams in the middle phase between over 11 and 40. West Indies have only had one bit of joy for the day. Let's have a look at it, Stacey.
Yeah, Jaden Seals hitting that hard length, just short of a length. And Kumindu Mendes getting a top edge. And she hoped to quite comfortably. I think Samuel Badri did a really good job of breaking down exactly how that wicket came about. Jaden Seals quite pumped to get that wicket. West Indies though, searching for a second.
Yeah, one of the very best in the business, Jaden Seals, and a look at someone who could call themselves just that, one of the best in the business as well, Shamar Joseph. Loud appeal. Shehope hasn't moved as keeper. The keeper's movement is an indication as if it could be sliding down leg or plumb in front, but there's not much interest either from bowler or keeper. Gone full and straight again, Shamar Joseph. They've tried their best to force the Sri Lanka batters to hit through the leg side from this end. They've not always got it right, especially Alzari Joseph, the spell before. and you can definitely see the plan. I'm just wondering, instead of aiming middle and leg to cut the width, could they potentially look at off stump, off and center as straight as that? Because they are getting a little bit of movement still off the seam, and you still want to keep it in a good enough area that you can hit the outside edge, albeit trying to cut the width down.
Yeah, I agree with you there. You look at Nisanka's innings. Not allowed appeal once more. Contention is that he walked across his stump, but again, no interest. Probably in the back of their mind. The fact that they burnt a review in the previous over. But yeah, back to your point, you look at Nisanka. It's the area that he's seemingly found more wanting, and the ball is pitched up on that off stump.
And he's got through his innings so far. He's struggling a little bit now with that hit. You can see him consistently referencing his shoulder, his neck. That definitely going down leg, and you can see Shea Hope down leg with it. His keeper. Nice touch. It's a gaping hole between what's a square mid-wicket and a normal mid-on. And a man in imperious form, Kusha Mendes. Nice stroke to bring up 100 partnership, 101, better than run a ball off of only 100 balls. So they've not slowed down at all throughout this period. They've not only kept the strike rate up, but they're piling on the runs, and they're building something quite formidable at the moment, these two.
No!
Yeah, they've brought stability to the innings. Mendes and Nisanka. And if they continue to bat as long as they are in this partnership, already 100 runs, can't expect them to unleash an assault on the bowling attack, and that can really hurt West Indies.
And that's why wickets are so important. Not only from one end, but to potentially stop momentum. You don't want to get to that 30th, 35th over with 1 or 2 down. And the 23, 123 for 1. Slow moving traffic, a little bit quicker in the middle. Projected scores currently 267. You think that is close to enough on this track and the history. Jaden Seals again. A drop, a run, and a milestone. Patum Nisanka breaches 50 again. Stops and starts, but 50, number 19 in his ODI career for Patum Nisanka. He has a start. He has a skipper at the other end. 2 prolific run scores. What else do they have in store for us? Smashed wide of mid-on, picked up off a length. Kusha Mendes has started to motor along, firstly off spin, now off pace.
Yeah, they've picked that length quite well all day, Mendes and Nisanka. And with no fielder back, it's easy pickings. Just sat up on a length and just whips it over that fielder in the circle at mid-on. And back to Nisanka, he'll want to add to that 50. Had a scratchy start, as you well pointed out. Yeah, more runs here. Ill-directed by Jaden Seals. And Kusal Mendes, the skipper, helps himself to back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, a little bit rushed from a pace perspective. But helping it, albeit a little bit off the glove, it sounded like. But early line, Jaden Seals, and it looks as though the Sri Lankans have been quite aware of the wind factor. They're very attacking to that Kingston Cricket Club side where there's a wind blowing across the field quite heavily. We saw that first 6, nice pickup from Kamindo Mendes, and ever since, these two guys as well, they've tried to climb into anything on a length towards that Kingston Cricket Club side. So it's been good awareness, good tactical preparation from the Sri Lankans so far, and it stood them in good stead.
Yeah, they've shown it's as if they're playing home, Carlos. Shown really good awareness of the conditions here, knowing exactly where the wind is blowing. And also look at Kusal Mendes and the way he's approached his innings with such great clarity. And talk about him being thrust into the role of captain, showing that it's a role that he's settling into quite nicely with bat and hand. The separation is good so far from Mendes.
Once again, full and straight. Once again, capitalized the pun from Nisanka. He started to flow nicely to finish the 24th, 137 for 1. The skyline starting to form nicely for Sri Lanka. A few towers. They feel as though West Indies need a change, and a change has been enforced. Roston Chase from the Michael Holding end.
Come, Ross, come, Ross,
Good
come,
option,
Ross.
I think. I like to see him around the wicket, with his off spin turning into the right-handers, forcing them to hit into that wind we spoke about last over. And to counteract that, Kusal Mendes goes deep. And the essay is what has been a good stroke for him, prolific, a dab.
Yeah, that one, badly line from Seals. And again, just helping himself there, Nisanka. All he had to do was get bat on that one.
Just wonder if Roston Chase can go around the wicket. You can only have 5 fielders on the leg side. You have 3 on the boundary. You have 2 in the circle. If Roston Chase comes around the wicket, then mid-wicket can come a little bit squarer, as he now acts as a de facto short mid-on. It also cuts the lines and the width that he can offer to the right-hander. Saw the first ball, Mendes getting back and dabbing it. That potentially could be a dot. I just think it also brings that outside edge into play. Roston Chase is very smart and has guile as a spinner to use that iron ball from straight, which brings the outside edge into play to the keeper. So I'm just wondering if around the wicket is a better option.
So far, he's started quite defensively, bowling a lot flatter and quicker with these 2 batters. I also wonder if he can try to entice that shot to the offside, onside as you mentioned, Carlos. Against the wind. That, of course, will require him to bowl a little bit slower through the air, just try and entice the batter.
spoke about defense, Stacey, and look at this defensive position. Like a Black Panther X across the chest.
You're Justin.
A knight in shining armor, I'm told. Halfway stage, 1-4-5 for 1, Sri Lanka. Only one wicket in the right-hand column, that's for Jaden Seals. Matthew Ford into the attack.
And they've picked up the scoring rate, Sri Lanka. 145 now, halfway stage. You think at one point in time, they were struggling somewhat in the power play. Had 50 balls in that power play. And now these two are flying high.
Yeah, and I thought it was well played by them in the power play, actually, because when you look at the first 3 scoring shots, they were boundaries. So it was a case of negating the swing from Matthew Ford and Jaden Seals, and then picking off anything you could get that was badly in line, badly earned in line or in length. I think they did that well. They set a good foundation, and now they're trying to build on it. Long on, goes back, point legs into the circle.
Yeah, we've spoken about consistency in this format. Sri Lanka. Also, just that style of cricket that they're looking to play. Just looking to catch up with some of the others on the world. Scoring bigger scores, getting past 300 regularly. I'm sure that's one of the boxes that the new coach Gary Kirsten would want to check.
Yeah, well played again. They're taking over nicely. You can see that they want to attack the spin. They're taking what they can get from the seam. We talk about style of play, and it's been quite evident. When the spinners come on, that is the time for them to cash in. So in your opinion, can the West Indies Pacers then be a bit more attacking? Are they happy to continue to let the game meander? Or do they ask the spinners to fight fire with fire and try to use the attacking nature of the batters to get them out?
I'm always looking to attack, Carlos. 1 wicket down. The only option for West Indies to contain the Sri Lankan batters and the other batters to come is by getting wickets. Yeah, Kusal Mendes, skipper, new skipper in action, shown an array of shots, particularly down the ground and attacking to Gudakesh Moti. I love that shot there from him. I would feel good as a new skipper of the Sri Lankan squad. Shots all around the ground, and you look at that, all of the sixes has come down the ground.
There'll be so many West Indian uncles around the Caribbean watching cricket, showing the young ones, this is how you do it. Target the sight screen. Matthew Ford showing his class. Nice leg cut, a little bit of pace off, a little bit of movement off the surface as well. That is the barren half of the trap. Beating him for lack of pace and for movement. Can we potentially see a little bit more of that moving forward? Is that your wicket-taking delivery? Another one to finish, a good over. On his return, 2 from it, 26 gone, 147 for 1, Sri Lanka. good, solid foundation built by Kushal Mendes and Patum Nisanka, 147 for 1, just past halfway. Fifth ball in the last over from Matthew Ford. It looks like just a little puff of dust. My eyes are not failing me. I just wonder how much more can slow balls come into the equation in the following 24 overs. Can West Indies use that as a tactic to restrict the scoring and build some pressure?
I haven't seen a lot of those actually. You know, it's good, and Matthew Ford use his variation to great effect as well. Also, a bit of bounce on that slow delivery.
It's a dangerous line. It's not much pace on it, so don't go to the boundary. We want Russell Chase to be a little bit straighter. We spoke about that slow ball, Stacey. Decent length. Just trying to use the pace, Kushal Mendes, and there's none. I think that can be a strategy moving forward. They're both diminutive in stature, not the most powerful, but time the ball beautifully. Can you take away the timing by employing more and more slower balls as the seamers?
Yeah, that's a start, certainly. You have the options, you must use them. 150 up now for Sri Lanka, ticking along quite nicely. Where they aren't able to pick up boundaries, they've been able to turn over the strike quite effectively.
Got away with that one, Ruston Chase. You could hear a shriek as he released it. Knew it was way too wide. There's a little bit of a field change for the Sanka. There's deep point, so he does have a little bit more leeway to go a little bit wider. But for Kushal Mendes, it's a long off in play and no one back deep square on the offside. End of 27, 151 for 1. Balls per 50, getting lower and lower as Sri Lanka go through their innings. It's a tough start with 2 new balls and 78 runs. 78 balls for the first 50. Ever since then, it's been better than a run of ball.
Yeah, Matthew Ford doing a good job, you'll say, since his reintroduction. And what's been different is the utilization of those slower deliveries. Quite skillful, Matthew Ford. Used at the top, try and utilize any swing on offer, and now showing that he has the ability to bowl in the middle phase of the game with his change-ups.
Well bowled again. Patum Nisanka rotating strike. Cross 50 not long ago. And he's played beautifully. Hasn't been the most fluent knock until now. But one thing he's done really well is capitalized on anything slightly short and wide, anything too straight. Shows the quality of a player when he cannot be at his best but still make an impact. An impact he hope isn't finished for the day yet. Speak about centuries, winning new ODI games. These two know the importance of not only getting in but going big. 71 for the skip on Strike on screen, Kusha Mendes, 61 for Patum Nisanka. It's worrying times for the West Indies.
You take back to the very first delivery of the game where Nisanka was put down. Now he's flying at 62, getting a measure of condition.
Full and hammered. Patum Nisanka continues to be aggressive to anything badly lined or lent.
Yeah, you heard a cry of agony from Matthew Ford when that delivery left his hand. No fielder back there. So just a hit me ball from Nisanka, and hit that ball he did. Patum Nisanka, the only Sri Lankan to have a double century. Went past Sanat Jayasuriya, former coach, 189. He's a dangerous person when he gets going, Nisanka.
Yeah, and when he first started, you knew what we've seen so far. The quality. I think what he's added to his game, and we saw it in the World Cup as well, is the ability to motor on through his innings. Casey Carty, man on screen. Look away now. If you're Casey Carty, if you're West Indian, if you're Jaden Seals.
Yeah, he's worked hard on that aspect of his game, Nisanka. Went back to the drawing board, took in all the information. Has found a way to accelerate when his team needs him to.
A full toss, and a wicket, and a jig for Matthew Ford. Kushal Mendes is distraught. 72 off, 63, motoring along. And just when he thought it would have been another boundary, he fell foul to a full toss.
Yeah, he can't believe it, Kusal Mendes. On his knees, just trying to lap that one over Alzari Joseph. In the end, Alzari Joseph just running around and taking an easy catch. And Matthew Ford, he's happy about that wicket. And Kusal Mendes, he has to go back for 72. Sri Lanka 158 for 2.
Patum Nisanka on 66 after being dropped on 0. Sri Lanka 158 for 2 to 28 overs. And for the West Indies, the 2 opening bowlers bringing the wickets. Tough going out there in the Sabina sun. Jimmy Adams alongside. Jimmy, don't think they would have expected the wicket would have come from a delivery like this.
Well, it looked initially as if it was a gift for the Sri Lankan captain, but totally miscued the attempted lap over fine leg. And the West Indies over the moon, desperately in search of a wicket at this point in the game. Alzarri Joseph gratefully accepting the captain, the catch. And the Sri Lankan captain looking to the heavens. Rathnayake, the new batter in.
Pavan Ratnayaka from Colombo. He's had a good start to his international career with 121 against England in his last ODI innings. So he'll be hungry to build on a promising start. What the West Indies will require now is control, because when they got the wicket of Kamindu Mendes, they couldn't find control from both ends. This partnership, which has now been broken, we're able to really motor on and put pressure on them in the middle. So who can come in now and support the spin of Roston Chase? I played Kusal Mendes and try to string together a few tight overs as you batter back into this game. Telling spell though from Matthew Ford, who I'm sure we'll see again in terms of what he did coming back in, Jimmy. We saw the leg cutter, seen a few attempted Yorkers, and maybe it just senses that the West Indies will now look to vary a bit more, use their attacking options, maybe pace off into the pitch, as Carlos Brathwaite was saying. Use the short ball, use your bouncer.
Well, they do have the opportunity here, I think, to get some dots. Dots are critical, and they have a new man in. Be really important for the men in the ring to really be looking to squeeze Rathnayake. It was interesting watching that variation from Matthew Ford. It was replayed quite a few times. That slow delivery into the wicket. There was a puff of dust when it actually hit the wicket, and it would suggest that it might not be the easiest surface to play fluent cricket on as a batsman if the ball is going into a surface that is slightly dusty this early in the day.
Attempted quicker delivery from Chase. Here's the leg cutter, and you can just see that implosion from bounce, and hit him in the chest. Roston Chase was complaining because I think it hit the batter this ball, but was given wide by Wayne Knights. Oh, 163 for 2. Penultimate delivery that Chase was complaining about, much quicker. .163 for 2. Is this just off of the glove of Sanka? Yeah, he definitely was given wide. I think umpire Knights may have been blocked by Chase and thought the ball came off of Shea Hope's glove, but Nonetheless, extra given. And now important over this for Matthew Ford, bowling to the new batter.
Got away with that one. Ford short. Ratnaika quickly onto it, but finding the man at mid-wicket. Not quick enough to be bowling that length, Matthew Ford.
It's another variation from Ford. He's been working on that. It came out at 118 kilometers per hour, but it looked like seam up and cross seam. Keep an eye on that. He's worked tirelessly since the World Cup with his coach in Barbados, Roddy Eswick, on his death bowling options. So definitely cross-seamed in the hand. Oh, the leg cutter. And he's also got the back of the hand delivery, which we've seen in the T20 format. So you're seeing the full array of his options and the continuous evolution of a bowler.
100%. I think we're looking at somebody who is well aware of needing to have these variations to survive at this level in both white ball formats. And I think by 6 month period, we see Matthew Ford continuing, as you say, his evolution, adding variations to his repertoire. Not the quickest of bowlers, and therefore has to be somewhat in the mode of a Dwayne Bravo. Not quick, but smart and with variations.
You know, probably this for Carlos Brathwaite to describe, but just noticing in the first 10 overs when Ford was bowling, seemed to be upright a bit more, and he's been working with Roddy Eswick on getting that action to be a lot stronger, and he believes he can add a few yards of pace as he gets his body stronger, complementing the variations that we're seeing. I wonder if Shea Hope goes back to either one of the Josephs with their express pace. They both have been on the expensive side. Moti's gone at 10s. Will we see a Justin Graves who can play a similar role to Ford, will come in at this pace but hold? That option is at his disposal as well. Good from the West Indies, and Ford 3 from the over, 166 for 2.
Over.
First one-day international here at Sabina Park in 4 years. Ever since the West Indies took on Ireland back in 2022. And a happy hunting ground for the West Indies. They've had a good record, as we've heard previously, here at Sabina. 25 wins, 10 losses. A man who was part of many of those wins, Jimmy Adams, is alongside. Why have the West Indies enjoyed Sabina Park so much?
I think it's been different reasons at different times. I think certainly 70s, 80s and 90s the bowling attack that the West Indies carried into international cricket and one-day cricket in particular was particularly strong. Then we had some really good all-rounders.
Nice!
Half appeal from Captain Shai Hope. A slew of all-rounders, the Bravos, the Pollards, the Russells, who were able to contribute powerfully with both ball and bat in sort of after the 2000s. This is good work from Ruston Chase. This is exactly what his captain needed at the time. New batsman to the crease, making sure he's facing dot after dot, trying to keep him on strike as much as possible. But a little bit of purchase from the wicket here as well for the off spin of Ruston Chase.
Try in Jamaica last couple of days, so you think that as we go through the day there'll be more purchase for the spin, and it was why if Sri Lanka were able to get through that opening 10 overs and get themselves up to a competitive total, they know very well what they possess in their spin ranks. Return of Hasaranga, there's Teekshana, no Dunith Walalage today. So encouraging signs for both teams. 166 for 2. Yeah, only St. Vincent being a higher win percentage for the West Indies in one-day internationals. Strong record here at Sabina Park. To add 3 more to that win column. The West Indies, as they go through this series, lost the last one. Ireland beat them. It was a huge upset back in 2022. Azari Joseph will return now, so he shuffled his options from this Courtney Walsh and a couple of overs for Seals, then 3 for Ford. And here's Joseph.
Interesting to know, or to take an educated guess on where Sri Lanka would consider a competitive total to be on the surface. They know what ammunition they have with their bowling attack. It doesn't look like a wicket that will encourage fluent stroke play. It's been a workmanlike innings from Nissanka, 69 from 91. He's hit bad balls for 4, but it hasn't been easy once the line has been very straight on the surface. Lot of Nissanka's runs coming behind square, using the pace of the ball on both sides. He's cut the ball well when given room, but it doesn't look the easiest surface to score on when the line is wicket to wicket.
The length has been a lot fuller from the West Indies in the last couple of overs to Nissanka. He's so strong square. They've gifted him a few deliveries, as you said, down the leg side, Jimmy, where he's flicked. But they'll look at this wagon wheel and say they can keep him scoring through the offside, forcing him to hit down the ground where he's less strong. And maybe go fuller in length, then you're winning. They're again full.
I think a lot of those singles that were scored straight came off the spin of Moti earlier on in the day. He hasn't been able to muscle the fast bowlers straight on a fuller length. Looking a lot more fluent when given a little bit of room outside off stump or going down leg to use the pace of the ball behind square. And as you said, Nikhil, West Indies opting to bowl a fuller and a straighter. And there he goes. He's decided to go aerial. He's seen enough. Nisanka straight back over long on for maximum return. So concerns here for the West Indies. Nisanka coming down the wicket to Alzari Joseph, meeting it well. Full swing of the bat. And it's not the biggest boundary here at Sabina Park, but comfortably going into the stands a few rows back. Takes him to 75 now from 95 deliveries.
$173 for 2. Looking for 300 plus, and if Patul Nisanka stays there, he'll be in great position to achieve that. I think it'll be an uphill battle for the West Indies. Samuel Badger is talking about Nisanka and his first tour to the well, first international tour, which was back in 2021. It's amazing to think how far he's come. 5 years now in international cricket, 13 international hundreds, averaging over 40 in the ODI format and the Test format for Sri Lanka. Nisanka, and he's obviously molded himself into a 3 format player. We saw it at the T20 World Cup earlier this year. Not surprising that as Mendes has been dismissed, he now will do the majority of the work in terms of putting the West Indies under pressure.
A lot has been said about how fluent or lack of fluency he's had, especially at the start this morning, Nisanka. But you must give him credit for sticking it out, making sure that he's been the backbone of this innings. And I'm sure he would be thinking about batting deep into this innings and giving them the platform to get to 300.
Get it!
In the air, but not carrying. Ruston Chase continuing to do a good job for the West Indies.
Hakeem McGee's on the field as the substitute. He was quick there, but the throw maybe just a touch too wide.
Well, there didn't seem to be any hesitation from either batsman. Rathnayaka quickly off the mark. A direct hit would have been a different situation. Disappointment from Ruston Chase. Sri Lanka staying alive to all the potential singles within the 30-yard circle. As we see Rathnayaka getting a bit of treatment, having had to dive in an attempt to prevent a run out.
Full format series coming to you folks for the next month. We start today, and then into June we get into the One International Series, then the T20I is also here at Sabina Park, and end the series with couple of test matches in Antigua. Every day matters for the West Indies, who are trying to get into that top 9. They were defeated by Bangladesh last year, so it means now that they've got to do a lot of work against Sri Lanka, against New Zealand coming up next month, if they are to get into that top 9. We're in the beautiful Sabina Park, but its country even more majestic.
It's laid back. And it's lively. All at once. Come and see for yourself.
Lively, laid back, luxurious. Visit Jamaica.com to find out more about how you can be part of this experience. Just getting some treatment to the helmet. Pavan Ratanayaka. Critical now, though, that the West Indies answer in these next 17 overs after this. It could be the difference between chasing 250, 275 and 320. Still got power to come, Sri Lanka. Asalanka, Lianage have developed into their finishers in the past couple of years. So the West Indies cannot afford to switch off. They've done good work in the last 5 overs since getting that wicket. .176 for 2. Last 5 overs, 18 runs. That partnership, 136 off 132. So critical for the West Indies to be able to break it. And they'll want Nissanka now as the next target. Saw Joseph going much fuller in that last over, was hit for 6. Now starting with a shorter delivery.
Well, we had suggested that a fuller length was working, was keeping the Sri Lankans a bit more subdued until Nissanka decided to shimmy down the wicket and help himself to 6 straight back over Alzari's head. Alzari now responding with a slightly shorter length. Single down to fine leg takes Nissanka off strike, and West Indies would be happy to have Ratnaika, who's scored 5 from 16 since his arrival to the crease. West Indies would be hoping to build this pressure on the new batsman.
I think that might have been a sign of pace off from Joseph. Maybe the first time today we've seen a subtle change of pace from him. Just tell Jimmy as you watch these first 33.5 overs that West Indies playing their first ODI of the year, you could see the diet of T20 cricket and how much it's impacted, and it'll impact every team really. But at times today, the West Indies, after such a good start, Seals would look back, even Alzari Joseph would look back at a few deliveries and say, were we disciplined enough? But Sri Lanka only playing their 4th ODI of the year, so it's going to take some acclimatization for everyone.
Some in the crowd thinking that it might have been a chance. Hit very hard into the ground by Rathnayaka. Excellent bit of work in the covers. Justin Greaves keeping Rathnayaka on strike. 19 deliveries now for his 5 runs. This is good work from Alzari Joseph in this, the 34th over.
Just skid on. They've done well now, the West Indies. 177 for 2.
Chef.
177 for 2. No boundary for the last 13 deliveries. So since the wicket of Kusal Mendes, they've been able to get back into the game. Darren Sammy watching on, trying to be the first West Indian team since 1990 to win 5 consecutive home series. The ODI format, that is. Viv Richards' side did it back in 1990. So 36 years they're trying to continue the success. Well done, Shea Hope. That is stupendous. It has taken a moment of brilliance to dismiss Patum Nisanka, who's in shock.
Well, it's a wry smile from Nisanka. He knows he's out. Jubilation for the West Indies, for Ruston Chase, who has bowled really well in this spell. Ball bouncing, Nisanka not able to control it, and Shea Hope running around from behind the stump, being very aware in the moment and taking the catch, which dismisses Patum Nisanka for 79 from 103. Sri Lanka now 177 for 3 in the 35th over.
Charth Asalanka, former Sri Lankan captain, still in the team, and a left-hander in now, so a critical presence for Sri Lanka as he comes into bat through the middle. 2016 and 19 World Cup captain, with a really important job now, having lost Patum Nisanka and the West Indies beginning to squeeze in the last 5 overs.
Cheers.
Just felt this is what they needed, a bowling in partnership. They needed a few tight overs from both ends to limit the boundaries, and maybe it would lead to a wicket. It did.
Oh, yes, oh, yes,
A close look here. Inside edge onto the thigh part, hit the bat on the way up as well. And really great awareness shown by Shai Hope. Wide signal. So 5 runs to the total there. Not what Ruston Chase would have wanted. Just drifting a little bit too much down leg. Attempted sweep shot. with both batsman and wicketkeeper missing.
He didn't make connection, but what you just saw there from Lanka, folks, is how he will play. He's going to bring that impetus, that positivity, especially against the spin. The sweep shot as well. Remember in 2024 when the West Indies went to Sri Lanka, Lanka got back-to-back 50s, and he kind of won them the game in the middle. Hit the top of the bat after hitting the pad. Completely innocuous, out of nowhere. Both dismissals have been like that. Kusa Mendes from a full toss, and that one off the toe of the bat. Quite shrewd. It hits the thigh pad, Jimmy and viewers, and rolls up the body of Nisanka and hits the top of the bat. And great awareness from Shai Hope, who originally wasn't going to go for the catch. Hits the bat there, and then Hope was relaxed and realizes. Made it look easier than it actually was. Excellent. And sometimes those are the moments that can bring you back into a game.
Great awareness shown by West Indies wicketkeeper and captain Shai Hope. Seeing it just flick the bottom of the bat after having hit the thigh pad and diving around the batsman, taking a low catch. Nisanka will think himself a little bit unlucky. Ruston Chase will think that it's just reward for what has been a really, really good spell for him.
183 for 3.
.183 for 3. Timely strike for the West Indies in that last over. Manual scoreboard still in operation here at Sabina Park just to keep everyone informed. And to add to the electronic scoreboard, yeah, they're engrossed. Really nicely poised this one. Alzari continues. And what a way to start the over. Fantastic strike from Ratnayaka. All the way for 6.
Yes, he has been kept quiet, Ratnayaka, since his introduction. But got one. He knows his strengths and is able to just pummel that one down the ground. A lot of bottom hand in that shot. Yeah, a wonderful strike from him. Ensuring that it goes all the way, 85 meters.
He had a wonderful series against England earlier this year. Ratnayaka scored a century in the final ODI. So the last time he played this format, he scored 121. Just having a look at his first-class career. Yeah, there is a little bit of indecision in there, and a wayward throw allows them to complete the two quite easily. There was a little bit of yes-no at some point, but they get there in the end quite comfortably. Yeah, he has a first-class average of just under 50. So he has an appetite for scoring runs, a listy average of just around 45 as well. So he has a good foundation and understands batsmanship and has had a remarkable start to his ODI career as well. So looking forward to great things from him.
He also has great mental fortitude. I recall reading a story about him. His father passed away. Everything he does right now is in tribute to his father. His father passed away when he was on the eve of playing a List A game, and he went on to play that game, just thinking about the fact that his father would want him in that situation. And now, a few years later, he has made his debut for Sri Lanka, gone on to score 100, and in a position to take them to a healthy end to this innings.
Remarkable what pressure can do. It has a way of exposing both your strengths and your vulnerabilities. And in his case, certainly has unveiled some of his greatest strengths. West Indies continuing to fight back. We mentioned the average first innings score at this venue, and they're quite low. Well poised to get way above that, Sri Lanka. And also the record for the West Indies here. What do we make of the West Indians' effort with the ball so far, Stacey?
Certainly, we would have hoped that perhaps could have picked up a few wickets, but I think in this period of the game, around over 30 to up to now, I think they've done a good job to control things and pull things back, given the way Kusal, Mendes and Nissanka was going. It's a matter of them just continuing with that and finishing well.
I don't see that too often, the ball making contact with one of the markers. 193 for 3. Aston Chase will continue.
Oh, yes, boy.
Such a wonderful utility player is Ruston Chase. We saw him in the field. You know, he can contribute with the bat, also contribute with the ball. Quietly efficient is how many people describe him. But good placement. That is sublime from Lanka. Just uses the pace and the angle to perfection.
Yeah, Sri Lanka, one of those players you have to keep your eyes on when it comes to finishing for Sri Lanka. Just a bit of width offered up on that occasion. It was tailing back in, but it started wide enough for him to pick it quite efficiently and placed it quite well, Sri Lanka.
Yeah, the timing on that shot, as well as the placement, a wonderful fusion of the two to get him a boundary early in the over. Now if he can just rotate the strike, they can easily pick off 6-7 from this over.
Oh, yes.
And for the younger viewers, Stacey, 6-7, something about that with these young kids these days. Yeah, there's that strike rotation to go along with the boundary to get the right-hander back on strike to make it a little bit easier.
Yeah, the 4 came in the over, but I must say it's been quite impressive from Ruston Chase so far, particularly the lengths that he has employed. If you looked at Godakesh Moti, he was a little bit fuller to the batters and they were able to come down the track to him. and dispatch him for a number of boundaries.
Yeah, position there, maybe not for that length of delivery. John Campbell allows them to get a single, moves closer to that 200 run mark. This time straight to the fielder, a dot delivery to end, 6 from the over, 199 for 3. A well-constructed inning so far, you'd have to say, from Sri Lanka as we head closer towards power play 3. Just a couple, 3 overs actually remaining in this power play. Yeah, the rhythm, the movement of Jamaica quite evident. 6 bowlers used so far by the West Indies. Wickets for 3 of them. It's Shamar Joseph from the Courtney Walsh end now. Taken on again, first ball in the over. 200 comes up for Sri Lanka. Not well timed, but gets off strike nonetheless.
200 up inside 40 overs. Definitely the platform laid by the batters before for the Sri Lankans to try and capitalize on. Take them past 300.
Chance for a run out, direct hit needed. Zari Joseph, the fielder. Was it Justin Graves? Yeah, Justin Graves it was. Not able to make contact with the stumps, and I just suspect the batter might have been in as well. Yeah, he was in.
Yeah, a well-judged single on these 2 batters, and good backing up as well by Roston Chase. Diving away to his right to stop that.
A smashed back past him, doesn't time it well enough, so just the single. But there's a clear intent from Ratnayaka to get on with things, perhaps understanding that after 40 overs there's an additional fielder outside the inner circle. So perhaps looking to cash in with this current field restriction.
Yeah, he's been there quite a while, 28 deliveries. He's had a look. Understand conditions a bit more, but I note the length from Shamar Joseph in this over so far has been short of a good length. Hasn't pitched up any deliveries.
You know, just aborting his run once again. We've seen that from him before. He's sort of a rhythmic bowler, isn't he? Quick single. Good dive in as well. Maybe a little bit slow to react initially. Sherfin Rutherford, which allowed Lanka to take him on. So there is certainly some urgency now, both intent and running between the wickets.
You're seeing this more from the Sri Lankans. They're not trying to face a number of dot deliveries out there, just trying to minimize that. Body underlying stuff there from Lanka. diving face first.
A run off every ball of this over so far. As I look out of our commentary box, I see the young boys and girls, and just for all of you who may be close by and in Jamaica, children 16 years and under are absolutely free for the entire West Indies home series. All formats, all matches, children are free, 16 years and under. So if you're close by, come in. And that to end the over, 204 for 3. The first of 3 consecutive home series for the West Indies. We outside home series 2026. This one an all format tour, Sri Lanka versus the West Indies. 3 ODIs, 3 T20s and 2 test matches. And then a couple other tours to follow. For now though, Ruston Chase and the West Indies will be looking to restrict Sri Lanka for under 300. They're well poised to push that total close to that number.
Have been able to control things well in this phase. And you add that added advantage of that extra fielder out. Overs 40 to 50. Surely they'll be expecting to try and keep them under 300. Sri Lanka, of course, will have other things in mind.
Might consider 2. They do. And they get their good running, really good running between the wickets. Seizes the opportunity.
Yeah, the running has been quite purposeful between these two in the middle. Any opportunity to take a second, they're well aware of it. They're very good from Lanka.
They might just be checking for a short run. Umpire holds play up momentarily. I suspect that might be the only reason for this pause. Right. Seems satisfied. Let's continue.
And you look at the partnership, going at more than a runner ball. It tells you how well these two have run between the wicket. 13 balls since the last boundary. It's a partnership that's been driven predominantly or primarily by really good running, just taking the strike over, keeping busy out there, these two.
And I'm intrigued to see how the West Indians will go about it through the middle phase when they are confronted with the likes of Hasaranga and Tikshana, quality world-class spinners.
Yes, boy, yes, boy.
I've seen a little bit of purchase from the surface, and you can only expect that it will get a little bit slower as the sun continues to beat down here at Sabina Park. anticipating the sweep, made sure his fielder was in the ideal position, just a single, 210 for 3. Projected score is at 9 and over from here on in, gets them past the 300. And that's perhaps what they're looking at, Sri Lanka. Not control, but gets a 4 nonetheless. Maybe a little bit fortuitous. Beats the fielder in the deep. A good start to the over for Sri Lanka and Sri Lanka.
Yeah, boundary after 14 balls from Sri Lanka and the Sri Lankans. That one a bit errant in line, you'll say, from, in fact, just swiveled on it quite nicely, Sri Lanka. Get it in that area. Really good wrist work from these Sri Lankan batters. You mentioned earlier a while ago, Badri, about what the West Indies can look to do versus a world-class spin of Tikshana and Hasaranga. And you look at the example being shown here by these two, just waiting on any bad delivery served up to them, finding a way to find the singles, maneuvering the gaps, manipulating the field. That's one way that they can go about it. Of course, they'll be chasing. Not sure what they'll be chasing just yet.
Final over in power play 2, and you just sense that Ratnayaka wants to get a couple boundaries away. And the former captain, experienced Sri Lanka, just goes down to have a little word with him. Maybe he too senses that something's about to give. And just to calm him down, still 10 overs remaining, quite a lot.
How many? 3 left.
It's wonderful to see from Sri Lanka. Experience coming to the fore. Don't think that it changed his approach much though. Still crashes that one, but straight to the fielder.
You mentioned trying to get as much as possible in this period. Just 2 balls remaining until the field is spread and that extra fielder is allowed out. In fact, might get a chance to free his arms now, as it's another no ball from Shamar Joseph, the second of the match so far.
My oh my, he's eyeing things up. Now he gets a gift, an early gift. Malboro though, can't get under that one.
I just put a feel out there though.
You say that he worked really hard for that gift at Ratnayaka. A really good execution from Shamar Joseph in the block hole.
Very tight first point of contact. Remember, something must be behind the line. Yeah, 7 out of 8 matches won under Shea Hope's captaincy, chasing from a West Indian perspective, so that's their preferred option. They will have a new pair at the top of the order, but they are quite settled through the middle. We spoke of Kusal Mendes and his prolific run. What about Casey Carty? Another wonderful delivery, pacey and well directed. 218 for 3. They're searching for the block hole once again.
I can give you the hand.
Bisects Ratnayaka.
5 minutes.
Just not in line with the stumps. That's the only thing wrong with that particular delivery. Lush green outfield here at Sabina Park. Lots of commendations to the ground staff for the work that they've done. It's quite hot and dry in these parts, so it's taken quite a lot to get the field to this standard. Speaking to the chief groundsman a little bit earlier today, he was hopeful that this surface will produce quite a lot of runs. He did admit that the first few overs, because of the early start, would be a little bit tricky, but thereafter it should be good for the batters.
Come in, get it.
And creating quite a bit of room, and good running again to get a couple, much to the dismay of Shea Hope and Ruston Chase.
Yeah, bowler and captain not pleased on that effort by Casey Carty.
Come in, get it.
Carty, in fact, wanting to run it down, but
yeah, in the air, fielder circles, settles, and takes the catch, hitting into the wind. Always a little bit tricky, and Ruston Chase gets another to start power play 3. Precisely what West Indies wanted. Ratnayaka has to go.
and to think he wasn't so pleased the delivery ago by the effort of Casey Carty. Same batter back on strike, looking to go big to the leg side. One held up in the wind, and Jaden Seals settles under it quite nicely. A celebration there from Ruston Chase. He gets his man. Yeah, Ratnayaka threatened for a bit. He has to go back for 24. Sri Lanka 221 for 4.
Janet Lianagi, the new batter for Sri Lanka, into the final phase of the innings, has an ODI century under his belt. Wonderful average as well. We're looking to get set pretty quickly and get a move on. West Indies, on the other hand, will be looking to get a few dot deliveries at him, perhaps get another wicket quite quickly to stymie the Sri Lankan charge.
Yours, Justin. Yours, Justin.
Thinking about two, just a single this time. And this is the reason why he's here.
You mentioned Ratnayaka looked a bit as if he was trying to get at the bowlers and wasn't able to. Just looked a bit impatient that time, deciding to take on Ruston Chase. Yeah, timely wicket for West Indies as a partnership was building.
Okay, come off, come off.
Yeah, Jaden Seals just mimicking the celebration of Ruston Chase there. Successful over comes to an end. 2-2-3 for 4.
So, ladies and gentlemen, dismissed it over.
Hasaranga can strike a long ball. They've got some depth in this batting order, Sri Lanka. Well set up though this innings by Nisanka and Kushal Mendes. Nisanka, remember, dropped on North, very first delivery. Right, what sort of field we've got? Deep square leg, deep mid wicket, fine leg on the boundary for Shamar Joseph. Expect some short deliveries, straight line. Said he goes wide and a little bit fuller. Maybe a bluff.
Not able to make contact. Asalanga. And he made contact and got it past Ogis there in cover area. They're taking full toll of that delivery, not to be.
A quick single, bowler's end. I think he got there in the end.
Thank you.
Sri Lanka looking to push on. That wicket would just pull them back a little bit once the new batter gets used to the conditions. Important that Asalanka stays there for another few overs, if not to the very end, whilst Lianagi and the others, if they do come in, get themselves going.
Asalanga certainly the key wicket now for the West Indies. One would argue that he's gotten used to what's happening out there. 26 out 24, scoring more than a run a ball. Ayanaga, perhaps much like Ratinayaka, West Indies would be hoping that he takes a while to get going as well.
Yeah, pretty good from the West Indies, an additional fielder in the inner circle to the new batter, trying to keep him on strike, trying to bowl a few dot deliveries. They do have the option of having one more fielder out. Another dot delivery.
Yeah, good captaincy there from Shea Hope. And it's allowed Lianaga to face at least 2 deliveries. That's been done after that single from Asalanka. So West Indies sensing the opportunity to restrict Sri Lanka from the charge, imminent charge that you expect in this period of the game.
Can't prevent the single this time. And that's his first port of call, to get Asalanka, who's been there for much longer, back on strike. Last ball of the over. How does he see things at the moment? Does he look for a single to retain strike, or is he searching for a boundary? Just tucks it for 1, thinking about 2. Nope, non-existent. Good over from Shamar Joseph, 226 for 4.
An improved bowling performance for the West Indies. Roston Chaseman at the bottom of the screen into his last over now. Last couple breakthroughs have been to him. He's owned this Michael Holding end and really brought a semblance of control to the bowling innings so far.
definitely been what West Indies needed at the time. Runs were leaking from both ends. And last bowler to come into the attack, Ruston Chase, has delivered for his captain and for his team.
Yes, Roscoe. Yes, Roscoe.
Yeah, he's been consistent. And you've seen how he's changed his plan from batter to batter. But the only constant has been that good length.
Yours, Watson. Yours, Watson.
Whether right-hander or left-hander.
Nice moving, nice moving, nice
He's kept a really good length. He just fiddled the line a bit. You think back to that double right-hand partnership with Nisanka and Kushal Mendes, and he changed the field nicely, flirting between long off and deep point. His pace has been good. That one was a little quicker on the Yorker length, but this has been why he's been so good today. 68% in that good length region in the red, and 2 pulsing blue balls to.
What would be interesting is to see if there was any significant change in pace in his first over when he was bowling to Nisanka and the captain Mendes. I think he's taken a little bit of pace off it since that first over, and that has allowed the ball to do a little bit more off the surface. And it's really been an encouraging performance from him. Here, he's changed his length as they go for another quick run, but safely home. Shamar Joseph, the fielder, but electing to stay over the wicket to the left-hander now, as opposed to coming around the wicket and basically challenging the left-hander to go for that sweep shot if he wants, but he's going to have to fetch it from wide outside off stump. So just playing with angles at the minute, Ruston Chase.
And those are the subtle reasons why Ruston Chase is as good as he is. It's not the big Dustra, and it's not the 3 or 4 deliveries. It's the control in line and length, the good planning and execution, and those subtle movements that wins him matchups more often than not, as innocuous as he may seem from time to time. It's been a fantastic spell from Ruston Chase. His 10 done now. 2 for 47, his spell, to 30 for 4, Sri Lanka. Two wickets from Ruston Chase. Good awareness from Shea Hope for the first one. He really enjoyed that, Ruston Chase. Felt like pressure burst pipe. And even more so on this occasion, getting the wicket of Lanka. Never ever got away from him. Yep, loose around the neck. That's how it's felt from the Michael Olding end, with Ruston Chase with ball in hand. A formidable statement made from him. Thumbs up from you, Ruston. Thumbs up to you from the West Indies fans. Alzari Joseph. I think this is the part of the game where Darren Sammy would now have an eagle eye out. These last 7 overs, can they be better as a bowling unit? One of the things they have spoken about to kind of minimize the damage in this phase is getting wickets consistently. You're 4 down, you go into the death overs. How do you see it, Jimmy?
I really think that this is where whatever experience you have in T20 cricket comes into play. We've seen the surface, there's a little bit there that's gripping, there's a bit of dust there. This is a time for the variations. What you don't want is for batters to get used to pace. So whether it is, whatever you're doing, the pace has to vary on this surface, has to.
Yeah, they've done a good job trying to get batters to hit to the scoreboard, whether it be straight from the Courtney Walsh end or wide from the Michael Olding end, especially left-hander. And again, they've done it to Charith Asalanka. Into the hip. Hit us through the wind if you want. And we saw Rathnayaka trying to his demise. So that's one part of the plan that we know for sure. But can they execute now on line and length, and how consistent can they be? And I think in this phase of the game, consistency isn't necessarily bowling the same delivery over and over, but is the delivery that you choose, how consistent can you be in executing that delivery to get the full impact and the full magnitude of the plan set to either batter. And you think Asalanka is the one that can play the funky shots, he can take you down. He's one that's death by 1,000 cuts, not necessarily the most powerful, but continues to score. He's at around a ball 30 now, and you can't remember much shots that he's played. He's the real danger man, left-handed as well. I think if there's any chance to attack, it'll be in these next 2 overs to try to get him out and limit the damage in the back end.
On the other side of the fence, the running between the wickets from Sri Lanka has been really aggressive all day. They've looked for singles, they've run all the first runs very hard, very aggressive, looking for the twos. And they continue to pick up singles within the circle, so they're not limiting themselves just to boundaries. They're looking for runs wherever they can get them, backing themselves if they get a boundary delivery to cash in, but they're not being static in between the boundary balls.
Toe-crushing Yorker from Alzari Joseph. And you can hear the buzz around the ground as Lianaga just got his toes out the way. Could have been LBW. I thought it would probably slide down the leg. We talk about short bowling, and I think Yorker's high pace, uncomfortable for batsmen to face, create a similar effect. And you can't follow up the Yorker with a half volley, and he did. Intended slow delivery, all the pace off of it, all the pace put back on it by Lianagi. It's 44 gone, 238 for 4. Asalanka and Lianagi building on Patum Nisanka and Kushal Mendes' good work. We didn't do Hasaranga in nets. So this is really the engine room of your team, that middle order. Jaden Seals replaces Roston Chase. And once again gone wide. They're asking Asalanka to hit against the wind. But it's always best to aim sight screen. That's exactly what Lianagi did last ball, the last over.
Well, it was pace off from Alzari Joseph, but right in front of him, and he just rolled his wrist, almost a half tennis shot. Managed to keep it straight, which was good. And well-needed boundary.
One of the things that I want to see from this bowling unit, and in all my assessment of them as a bowling unit in the death overs, is the commitment to a plan. Now, that plan will not always work, but if you're committed to that plan and it doesn't work, it makes it easier for you to be a little bit more flexible and move to plan B, plan C, etc. It's international cricket, not every plan will work. But when you don't commit fully to a plan, you never quite know if it's the plan, if it's the player, the atmosphere, or just you being off. And today I can say, I can commend the fast bowlers of trying to stick to that plan, forcing them to hit to the scoreboard, whether right or left-hander, whether Michael Holding end or Courtney Walsh end. And I think it'll stand them in good stead if they can do this more consistently as a unit.
Wide signal. Well, I'll add to that, Carlos, because I really think that when you're very clear on what it is you're doing as a unit, and you stick to it. What it does is when you're under pressure, if the ball is being hit here, there, and everywhere, it gives you clarity at the top of your mark. And I can tell you, many a bowler will tell you that it's gotten more difficult for them if they don't have that clarity when they turn to running on bowl. Thinking about two and getting there quite easily in the end. Moti not the quickest.
One thing it also does for Shea Hope as captain as well, you've captained a lot more than I have, is it gives you a level of comfort as a skipper to know that I can trust my bowlers to do X. There's a little bit of variance, 5 to 10%, depending on the quality of the bowler and the role you're asking them to play. Not everyone wants to go wide, not everyone can bowl the slower ball, etc. But if the ball is being hit through or over the field to the plan that you've set, as a skipper, you're relaxed in your mind, knowing that these guys are going down fighting with the plan.
Thinking about two again. Good return from Shamar Joseph.
And that is why in the passages of play where Moti got hit for a few, you can see where he was hit. Kusha Mendes had to use his feet and get him over mid-on. Is something they spoke about apparently, having that mid-on up, trying to get him to use his feet, beat him with guile. They had one when he went one-handed, it just went over long off. So you've seen little signs of the coach and the bowlers being in unison for longer periods of time. And it doesn't always materialize into results. But for where West Indies is at the moment, in 10th, you're looking for any little thing, any 1%, any 2 or 3% improvement. They've been very good at home. He's looking for that improvement as well, and we're seeing it. We're all seeing it. It's about them putting those little bits together now, backing it up with the bat in the second innings, and bringing the game home as a West Indies unit, as a West Indies team, and continue to build on the small victories that they've been having. Innovative. Leonagi is showing the full repertoire, straight over the bowler's head and now over the keeper's head. End of 45, 248 for 4. Run a ball, last 30 balls and the wicket. West Indies will be happy with that. But Janet Leonage will be happy with how his wagon wheel looks. There's one straight back over the bowler's head, and now essayed one straight over the keeper's head. Alzai Joseph continues again into the wicket, pace off. Charth Asalanka, can you hit me through the wind for 4 or 6? Up until now, the answer has been no. It's been very good.
Interesting stroke here from Leonage. Got underneath it, and instead of doing what most would have done in trying to hit it square, he just helped it almost directly over the wicketkeeper's head. I don't think they coach that one in many of these academies, but there you go. That's world cricket in 2026.
Wide and 4 wides. 250 comes up. It was quick, but it was errant. 4 wides. He has a strange feel, Alzai Joseph, for what they have been trying to do up until now. The 3 points essentially, short third and 2 men at backward point, and then all 4 boundary riders on the leg side towards the Kingston Cricket Club, which has gone against what they've been doing. in forcing batters to hit to the scoreboard.
Well, this field would suggest that they are trying to get Leonardi to hit towards the Kingston Club pavilion. Now, whether that is contrary to what the captain wants is hard to tell from here, but 3 men behind point on the offside, inside the ring, deep cover, mid-off inside the ring as well.
We're yet to see if it will work or it won't, but we spoke about the commitment to those plans. He slightly stepped away from it. He stepped into the culture.
Well, to be fair, if he has all his protection on the leg side at the minute, so, you know, what you don't want to see him do is get cut over backward point.
They've now gone with 4 on the leg side for Lanka, which has been the plan. An appeal. I heard something. Not sure if it was close enough, but Shea Hope wants to have a look. He heard something as well.
Well, this could be interesting because the ball wasn't anywhere close to the batsman's body. And there was a sound. So upstairs it goes. Third umpire to get involved.
Leslie, you can stay with the regional decision of not out. You're on screen signal now.
Ultra Edge confirming what we saw with the first replay. It's well wide. We did hear something. We don't know what it is, but that whatever that song was duped us and Shea Hope into taking the review. Cricket is such a weird one, isn't it? Because you'd probably say you prefer to see Alzari bowling the one that went for the wide, knowing what they want to do, versus the one that wasn't called wide, which was wide and high, outside off stump. But you still have to mix it. And he's done that well. You've seen that pace off. And then you've seen the pace on as well. He's now gone third back and long on into the circle. So you suspect it will be pace on and length. Well played and well fielded. Good cricket. Big fast bowler Jaden Seals getting down and helping his mate out. It's those little bits of effort that's so important. If that goes through, it's not only an extra 3 runs, it's decreased morale. But getting down on his haunches, sliding around, stopping his foot from touching the boundary and whipping it back in. There's a little bit of frustration at the other end now for Charith Asalanka, not being able to get flowing. He was 30 off 30, now 35 off 37. Going into the part of the game where you want to be scoring at 8s and 9s and 10s and over. And Leonardi again, using the pace so nicely. Showing a full range of strokes. That's the end of 46, 2-6-1 for 4. Leonage is flying the flag for Sri Lanka. A little bit of a cameo, doesn't look so in 22 off 17, but a couple recent boundaries, especially off the last ball of the last over. Alzarri Joseph with those three men in the circle behind point. And Leonage just using the pace and essaying it over the field. It's good awareness and it's quality execution. Doesn't need to power it. And there's a change at the Michael Loading end. Matthew Ford. Yeah, I think what disappoints me the most about that Alzarri Joseph delivery is up until the Yorker he bowled at Leonage, the plan was always to force the batters to hit to the scoreboard. He's then gone against that with 4 on the leg side towards the Kingston Club Pavilion, and he's basically not giving himself any room for error. So when once he was slightly outside of the off stump, Leonage with his beautiful wrists was able to essay the ball over the fielders. And Matthew Ford has come on and he's continued the trend. It's been pace off, it's been wide. They've not allowed Lanka to get any sort of rhythm, momentum. Not often you say it, but he's probably slowing the process of the charge at the moment. Leonage is doing a really nice job at the other end. 32 off the last 18 balls, so that march still is well and truly on. But it's not been the boundary fest that Sri Lanka would have hoped for with the foundation that they've had. Good cricket. Pace off from Matthew Ford. Leonage again, just trying to find a gap. I think that one took the edge, but John Campbell wasn't going to take any chances. Sprinting around from his base and full stretch dive. The hometown man, John Campbell. It's been such good cricket all around. It's been enthralling cricket. A good contest between bat and ball. We've seen some sprawling saves in the field. It's been a good watch. Again, wide. If there's been pace on, as it was on that occasion, it was full, it was under the bat. This has been fantastic viewing. If you're neutral, you've seen quality stroke play from the Sri Lankan batters. You've seen high pace from the two Josephs. You've seen swing and seam from Matthew Ford, Jaden Seals, good catching, good fielding. And 47th over, we still are no closer to knowing who is in front of the game. Pace off again, but Leonage again able to get underneath the ball and just shovel it over the field. It's important to him not only to take the pace off, but to get your length right.
Well, I'm going to take an educated guess that Leonage knows what he's doing with this shot. He's not guessing. It had just enough pace for him to help it over the man at short fine leg. And a welcome boundary for Sri Lanka. Disappointment for Matthew Ford. He needs to keep going.
And it's a little bit of an adjustment for Matthew Ford and for the West Indies seamers as well, because in the Caribbean you think pace off to slow the bat swing. And someone trying to hit the ball over cow, mid-wicket, square leg. Once you get that pause in the back swing, you potentially hit off centre, you get a catch. Maybe they roll the wrist and they get a single. But Leonage has been so clever. He's not trying to go square leg. He's just easing inside and sometimes under it and trying to go over the keeper, who will always be there, and you're short third and short fine. So they have to adjust. Talking about adjustment, Lanka walking well across and getting it into the leg side, but yet again, only a single. A single, however, that brings up 50 partnership or 43 balls, and at the end of 47, 271 for 4. Three overs to go. These two guys on screen just brought up a milestone together, 50-run partnership of 43 balls. And they'd be vitally important to Sri Lanka, trying to back themselves well in front of this game. It's been a good partnership so far. Left hand, right hand. Lianage been the better boundary getter of the two. West Indies have kept Lanka quite quiet, but what he has done is been able to continually rotate strike. So he isn't chewing too many deliveries. Game still well poised. Jaden Seals coming back for his 9th.
I don't think Sri Lanka will be unhappy per se with the position that they're in. 272 for 4, just under 3 overs left. I think they will look on the surface and think, listen, if we get close to 300 or maybe a little bit over, on this surface where we've seen a little bit of turn, we've seen how difficult it is to muscle the ball when it's wicket to wicket, they might be thinking,
the Lianage lap, I think we have to call this now. This is the 3rd or 4th time he's found a way.
He's not guessing.
To find behind square, either on the offside or the leg side, and it produces another boundary.
Inventive stuff from Lianage, using actually the side of the bat. But this is a time of the game when you're allowed to do whatever needs to be done to get that all-important boundary. Going down early, a wry smile from Jaden Seals, but he'd be seething, he'd be disappointed. Lianage doing a job, 32 off just 21 deliveries.
This time punched over short extra cover. What he has done as well is maneuvered and manipulated the field. So now mid-off has come into the circle, fine leg has gone back. You can't ignore the strokes he's been playing. So an adjustment had to be made. And then on that occasion, he comes back and he tries to punch it over those two guys on the infield. Bottom left, as you can see. Azai Joseph mid-off, Shafane Rutherford extra cover. So the strokes are not only bringing boundaries and bringing runs, but it's forcing Shea Hope to answer some questions. Tough, tough, tough. It's a batter's game, isn't it? So very harsh. And we know that line is just a guide. Just a guide, but oh, so close. Jimmy, give me a batter's perspective.
Listen, there'll be days when it's green and seaming. Another attempt from Lianage to use the pace of the ball and flick it. This time he was trying to get it over the man at short. 3rd man. Happy to use whatever pace he's given to execute these shots on both sides of the wicket. Fine leg deep. 3rd man inside the circle. Just putting pressure on the bowlers when you have batsmen who hit into unorthodox areas.
And Jaden Seals has been clever. Very, very clever. So what he's actually Lianage to do is just try to go straight. We've seen your fancy shots. You've gotten away with it for long enough to pace off the last couple of deliveries, and now he's gone full and into the wicket. Do you back yourself, Lianage, to go over mid-off He's done well up until now to get the mid-off into the circle. Now can he clear the mid-off? It's been a clever little game of cat and mouse between Jaden Seals and Leonagi. Smashed straight. There is a chance at either end. A little bit of a fumble from Alzari Joseph, a little bit of a chat in the middle from Lanka and Leonagi, but at the end of 48, unscathed. 279 for 4.
Roller.
279 for 4 with 2 overs to go, and that's a signal. Slow over rate penalty. Instead of 5 overs outside the 30-yard circle, only 4 for the last 2 overs. What impact can that have? So almost as though they were bowling between power play 2 overs, 11 to 40. And that 5th fielder out of the into the circle is point. Shamar Joseph has come in. Matthew Ford has been very good to adjust to the pitch after the new ball. Bowling his variations. And you can have a look here. He's bowled cross seam. He has a nice leg cutter. That was the first one that got a little bit of a debit from the pitch and showed them the way to continue. And then the full pace off with the back of the hand, which keeps the seam up and aids the deception coming down to the batter. Not sure if it's pace on or pace off. So high skill level shown by Matthew Ford. It's high. Oh, effort. What an effort from Roston Chase. We have to wait and see if he actually saved 5 runs, but we think he did. We know that part is into the wind. He stayed in the game, kept his eye on the ball. And I thought it was high and handsome, and then Chase stepped into play, or stepped out of play, and slapped it back in. Waiting to verify if it was a 6. Jumping from outside. Looks good. Looks good from Chase. How important will those 5 runs be in a few hours?
That is one of the best pieces of old cricket that I've seen in a long time, Carlos. That level of awareness and athleticism from Roston Chase is absolute world class.
Maybe it wasn't 5 runs saved. Not sure if we are getting the same pictures that the third umpire is getting, but and that's why Roston Chase touched the boundary on the way up and out. Another opportunity, this time gone, pounced by Jaden Seals. And a little bit of a jig from Matthew Ford once again. They've had a real stranglehold on the death overs, have the West Indies bowlers. And what they thought was 6 saved now transpired into being a wicket.
Low full toss. As Lanka not getting enough bat on it and offering Jaden Seals a comfortable catch at long on, and success for Matthew Ford, having not gotten the umpire's decision in his favor on the delivery before. As Lanka goes for 45 from 44, Sri Lanka 285 for 5, 49th over.
Windies Hasaranga can strike a lusty blow. Matthew Ford, along with the West Indies bowlers, have been very consistent to Charitha Salanka. They went wide, they went slow, they went full. On this occasion, they had all three. They got just enough power behind it to get it to the waiting hands of Jaden Seals, who creeped in off the boundary just a bit. On that side, you'd hope he stays back and runs in. But Matthew Ford having a blast, having a dance. Leonagi again trying to use the pace. Fine leg is back. And I thought it was 5 runs saved, and it was given 6. And the reason it was given 6 is because Roston Chase's foot brushed the boundary rope just as he was taking off. So in the estimation of the umpire, he started on or outside of the playing surface, which is not allowed anymore. And once he touched it, it should be and was given 6. It was a good effort, but in vain. Shot from Hasaranga, giving himself some room, finding the vacant offside boundary, and finishes clinically. 49 gone, 291 for 5. Everyone into double figures bar Hasaranga, who's new to the crease, so it is a wicket that you can get in on. The 2 standouts being Kusha Mendes and Patam Nisanka. Hasaranga has come to make his impact felt. His second ball, last ball, the last over. Remember, West Indies only 4 fielders out being punished, and he's backed away well outside leg stump. They hit a ball just inside of leg stump over the offside. It's very well played. That is his region. Loves the offside region and straight. And Matthew Ford feeling the brunt of the team penalty. We see how Jaden Seals fares in this final over. Only 4 fielders back. Those 4 fielders are deep point. Sweeper on the offside, deep cover. A long on. And a cow corner. Straightish, deep mid wicket. Flared down to the deep backward point. Good execution from Jaden Seals.
Center.
I just wonder how much of it is having to make the battlefield if you're hedging your bets. They only have 4. So they can't go with long off, who I suspect would have been that 5th man. So you have to make the battlefield more than one thing can come. Will it be full and wide to the 2 guys, deep point, deep cover? or will it be full and straight to long on and sweeper? Regardless, you have to execute.
White ball.
That one definitely wide and called. And I always say to bowlers, if your plan is to bowl full and wide, I prefer you to err outside of the wide line rather than cheating, coming inside and being smacked over mid-off.
Well, you said it before, having that plan, having that clarity, sometimes it doesn't work, but you can live with it because captain, fielders, everybody knows what the plan is, and it's skill v skill at this point in time.
High, chance not taken. It's pace off. We know Hasaranga loves the offside. So he's basically tempted him, took the pace off, created opportunity. 2 to the score.
Rolling his wrists over, taking pace off. That might have been the difference between the ball not clearing the ropes and landing well inside. Third man coming up, square leg dropping back. Seals goes short and it's hooked high. There's a man underneath it and it's a catch taken. Shafane Rutherford coming in, having to cover some ground, and Hasaranga hooking high but not far enough, and Sri Lanka have lost another wicket.
Yeah, aggressive from Jaden Seals. You can see how uncomfortably he played that, like a turtle sticking his neck inside. And even though it was with the wind, he knew what he wanted to do. Be short, be aggressive. And he got his just reward. 7 off 4 for Wanindu Hasaranga, 295 for 6 Sri Lanka.
Wanindu Hasaranga, dismissed for 7. Caught Shafane Rutherford, ball, Jaden Seals for 7. Coming to face, Milan Ratnayaka in the final over.
Milan Rathnayaka. It's not the average that the Sri Lankan fans would want to see, but known as an all-rounder, so can have some impact in these last 3 deliveries. Jaden Seals again. And they've tried to get a single, run out. Good awareness from Jaden Seals, trying to steal a by Leonage and Rathnayaka. Shea Hope shied at the batter stumps, missed. And Jaden Seals was dead-eye with his throw. Another wicket to the West Indies.
Well, it was good cricket from the West Indies. A good delivery from Jaden Seals. Shea Hope going for any stump. And Jaden Seals cleaning up, picking it up halfway down, spinning quickly, turning, taking aim. And a direct hit means it's the end of Milan Rathnayaka for naught, and Sri Lanka now 295 for 7 with 2 deliveries to go.
Coming to face.
Tikshana, the new batter. Leonage goes straight, and he goes big. That's the 300 for Sri Lanka with a ball to go. We asked Leonage, can you go downtown? Can you go big? Can you go straight? And he has done.
Well, Milan Rathnayaka will not be too unhappy that he got run out. He got this man back on strike and he's responded immediately. Straight over long on for 6. Brings up the Sri Lanka 300. with 1 delivery to go. For this last delivery, Jaden Seals bringing up his square leg into the ring and putting back his third man, a wide third man.
Further wide. And you think they tried for the second, they do. To the bowler's end, and he gets home safe, Tikshana. It ends a good innings for Sri Lanka. And a top cameo from Janet Lianage. 44 not out of 29 deliveries, helping them to breach the 300 barrier. I think it's still evenly poised with a 300 score, barring history, and 234 being an average score. This seems to be a decent enough surface. But a clear foundation. Clear foundation laid by Patum Nisanko, who's dropped off the very first ball of the innings, and Kushal Mendes. Asalanka and Lianage came and tried to finish it. Lianage was sensational, playing some scoops and some laps for his 44 not out off 29 deliveries. 303 for 7 off their 50 overs. An innings of fortitude from Sri Lanka.
Well, it was hard work for the West Indian bowlers. 2 wickets apiece for Seals and Ford at the top. 2 important 2 for Ruston Chase. Last man to bowl within this attack. 10 overs, 2 for 47. Really kept things in check in the last third of the Sri Lankan innings.
Talking about Ruston Chase, let's hear from him. He's downstairs with Stacey and Adams.
Ruston, thanks for having this interview with us. You were quite energetic on the field today, but before we get to that, can you tell us a bit about conditions today?
I thought the pitch is a good one, spun a bit, but I think it's a good one for Bahrain, so I think this total is gettable.
Decent figures of 2 for 47 for you. Can you tell us a bit about what worked well for you out there today?
Yeah, when I came into the attack, we were under a bit of pressure. The guys had a good partnership going, so firstly I just tried to come on and pull back the scoring a bit and then try to attack the batsman and get a few wickets, and that's what I did.
All right, well, last one for you, Ruston. 300 runs on the board today. Can you tell us, you are yourself a part of that batting group, what would be the message to the team heading in to prepare to chase down this total?
Yeah, well, I think once we get a good start, that would be the key. Once the openers can go out there and give a good start in the first 10 overs in that power play, I think that would be the key. And then once we can keep that momentum going through the middle overs, I think that would be important as well with the spinners that they have. Once we can rotate and keep it at probably 5-6 runs over, I think that will work well for us and we can get these runs.
All right, thank you very much to you, Ruston, and all the best.
Thanks.
304 the target for the West Indies. And this man on screen, Shea Hope, will be vital if West Indies are to chase it down. After the break, we'll be back to analyse the first innings.
Welcome back, everyone, to Sabina Park. We've had one innings concluded. It's Sri Lanka who lost the toss, were asked to bat first, and Pathum Nissanka yet again. What a up spurt in his career he's had in the last 24 months. 79 top scoring. Kusal Mendes, the Sri Lankan captain at 3, brought the energy against Gudakesh Moti, but it was that partnership, 64 between Asalanka and Lianage, to really push Sri Lanka over 300. It was an innings that really had a lot to offer in terms of action. Very first delivery, a drop catch from Casey Carty, and it gave Pathum Nissanka a life. And although they started slowly in the power play, Samuel Badger alongside, this partnership picked up the impetus in the middle.
Yeah, the two experienced players, very prolific within the last few years or so, and they needed this type of response. West Indies did get wickets a little bit later on, but it was overall a well-constructed innings by Sri Lanka. They knew the difficulty up front, but they paced themselves nicely. They kept wickets intact towards the back end of the innings, and so they were able to get well over that initial mark that they perhaps had in their mind and surpass 300. It will require a historic chase by the West Indians to record a series opening win, but yes, credit to those performers in the first innings who really put their heads down, assessed the conditions well. Credit also must be given to the West Indians. It wasn't an easy surface altogether to bowl on. Little assistance for the bowlers, but batters reaching various milestones. So important for those batters once you are set to ensure that you capitalize. And I think the experience really came to the fore.
Yeah, it was at this stage when they were able to break this partnership, which was 132 between Nissanka and Mendes. They've had serious success in the past. That was a serious blow to the head of Nissanka. Thankfully, he was okay. He stood up and batted again. But when the West Indies were able to break this partnership through Matthew Ford, a fortuitous delivery that he thinks he's very lucky to get a wicket, a full toss, Mendes trying to paddle it. And Nissanka, who played a couple of shots after, soon fell. An innocuous way to go off the toe of the bat, and good awareness from Captain Shea Hope. And Sam, it was this partnership that started to put the West Indies under some pressure.
Yeah, they needed some impetus at the back end and to really cash in on all of the good work that was done a little bit earlier. Trying to take on Ruston Chase, hitting into the wind. He eventually got caught on the boundary. But I think that is where they needed a few more at the end, and it was provided. 300 was always going to be on the cards given the start that they had, and these few remaining boundaries really polished off the innings, allowing Sri Lanka to get upwards of 300. 303 is what they ended on. West Indians will reflect on how they went about the first innings, and they'll also see the batting effort of the Sri Lankans, and perhaps they will take a few lessons from that batting innings.
Yeah, good finish by Jaden Seals and Matthew Ford to close out the innings. Some good execution amidst the boundaries. But 303 it is set by the Sri Lankans in that first ODI. And having to bat first, they'll be pretty pleased with their effort. Sam, what did you make of the bowling effort?
Yeah, they needed wickets up front. They got one quite early in the plot, but it was down to some exceptional bowling as well. I thought that Gudakesh Moti was quite expensive. I know that he was trying with that fielder at mid-on, but credit to the Sri Lankans, the way they took on the spin of Gudakesh Moti, and also the way they faced the pace bowlers that were thrown at them.
Right, the bowlers putting on a show, and putting on a show for you at home, but also for 1,300 children in the stands here at Sabina Park. Samuel Badger alongside. We've also got the very special pleasure of having the Inter-Secondary School Sports Association President, Mr. Keith Wellington, with us. Keith, so great to see your students here. Thank you. But tell us why this initiative was important to you.
It's important to us now because we have been trying over the last few years to see if we can rekindle that type of interest that we had in schoolboy cricket 15, 20 years ago, and to get them out to see the stars at play, to see some of their own at play, is very important to us, because we are hoping that this can motivate not just those who already play cricket, but those who may want to play, as well as those who may want to encourage others to play.
Sam, I know you're heavily involved back home and in the Caribbean in youth development. What does it take? Like, think about Trinidad, and they have such a strong presence in the youth in terms of the sport. What will it take?
Yeah, I think it has to start at the school level. Typically, when you miss them at that age, you miss them for life, and in any field of endeavor. So the work that these guys have been doing in Jamaica is such an important one. And I have a question for you, Mr. Wellington. In terms of the stars that we celebrate at the international level, they would have all tasted success at the school level.
Yes.
How important is the primary school and secondary school system in the overall ecosystem, sporting ecosystem in Jamaica?
Extremely, extremely important for us. If you look at our most successful sport, which is track and field, we actually have kids competing from pre-primary school. And it's organized right up through the primary school system into the secondary school system, which produces the greatest high school track and field meet in the world. But for cricket, we have an issue because we do not play enough cricket at the primary school level. And if kids are not playing cricket at 9, 10, 11 years old, it's difficult to get them to start playing at age 14, 15. So I think that for us, where we need to pay a little bit more attention is at the pre-secondary school level, where we can get them introduced to the game at ages 5, 6, 7, 8 years old.
Keith, in terms of the town versus rural discussion, I know you have a strong presence in the rural areas. How do you get cricket strong? Because I know athletics, they love their athletics.
Right. For us, for cricket, as I said before, we need to pay a little bit more attention at the younger age group level. Cricket is not going to just naturally attract persons in their teenage years. So if they are not playing it in primary school and at kindergarten, it's going to be difficult for us. So when we did very well with the Chris Gales, the Wavell Hines, the Garrett Breeze and so on, we actually had a national primary school competition that was organized by Garrett's father, Brian Breeze, through Cement Company. We need to get back to that.
Keith, we thank you so much. We're going to continue to enjoy the presence of so many young people and hope that they can be inspired like Samuel Badri once was, and he does some inspiring himself. Thank you, Keith.
Amen.
We'll enjoy the children. And for now, something for you to enjoy at home. We're going to go way back, 1997. Take this in.
Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval here in Port of Spain, where the news is good for the one-day international between the West Indies and Sri Lanka. In the air, and an easy catch. Murray goes. Malutharan running in from mid-on. Well, he's picked that up really well. He's got it past him, and the timing on the shot will carry it for another 4.
Well, not successful, the move by the West Indies to bring Franklin Rose.
Well, he swung that away, and that'll bring up his 50. That's an authoritative way to do so. So Stuart Williams gets his 3rd successive half-century in one-day internationals for the West Indies. And that's where he struck. Placement was perfect. That's a big one. Brian Lara has put over the first 6 of the day, and that really is a big one. One again, 4 more. Lara on fire, gone for 6. Well, he's lobbed it straight into the lap of the long-on fielder. Disappointment for Lara, disappointment for the crowd here. And that's not a bad shot in itself from Stuart Williams. And it doesn't any longer. Good catch in the outfield. Lianage once more holding that one in.
Taken low, well caught by Mahanama. Well, Hooper trying to run it down towards 3rd man. And that's part of the rush. It's on the cycle track, 6 runs. Well played, Laurie Williams.
Not quite so far. That shot will help as well. Another boundary towards the mid-wicket region. and Gio De Silva not having a happy time of it.
Catch in the outfield, a high skyer, and comfortably taken in the end. Swung away, he's got enough bat onto it to get an essential 4.
Catch out!
Dropping short and over his head, the bounce beat him. That's a mighty blow by Ambrose. Tremendous stroke by the big left-hander. And that's gone too. Down the ground, Uritharan picks, drops it.
Hooper. Very good second over by the West Indies. Oh, that will go away. Well, Hooper doesn't miss the hardest catches in the world, and he wouldn't have missed that one. Short delivery. Hooper takes the catch, and Ambrose has got the 200 wicket mark.
Just over the head of Lara, and it'll go all the way. That's well struck. No edge about that one. Off the middle of the bat, picked up off the toes. Straight in. Not the best of deliveries, but Rifa takes the catch. He's really hammered that. That's gone a mile. That is a remarkable stroke by Jayasuriya.
Well, again, too much width, and the hit struck very, very powerful. And that's another one. Williams under it, losing it, taking the catch. He initially lost it and then had to really recite himself, taking a good catch.
But Mahamana may not be there for much longer. Simple catch. Rose can't quite get around. It's gone for 6. That brings up his 50.
Yes, Ambi!
Ambrose, well held, magnificently taken. He's chopped it on. So Kalawitharana goes, Sri Lanka's 7th wicket. That's a boundary. And that's the end of the over. That's the end of the match, and the West Indies have won. So a convincing victory for the West Indies in this one-off one-day international over Sri Lanka. Handshakes all round, and satisfaction for Courtney Walsh.
A CWI classic. Those who paved the foundation for the future. They are the reason why we are able to be here at Sabina Park and enjoy. Now we've got the future generation. Soon you'll see the current. The run chase after this. Remember, 300 has never been chased at Sabina Park. Buddy, give us a bat race to send us off. Run chase after the break.
Sunny Sabina, Sri Lanka, 303 for 7. Pratham Nissanka leading the way with 79. Skipper Kushal Mendes, 72 off only 62 balls. And then Charit Asalanka and Janet Leonage, 45 and 44 respectively.
Skipper Kusal Mendes, a brilliant knock, particularly took a liking to Gudakesh Moti with a number of sixes straight down the ground. Showed his dexterity all around the ground, particularly to the spinners. Wonderful knock from him. Not like the way he ended it though, but still a valuable effort from him.
From a bowling perspective, 3 bowlers with interest in the right-hand column: Jaden Seals, Matthew Ford. And for me, the standout, Roston Chase, came into bowl at a precarious time. Partnership well set, but bowled 10 overs from the Michael Holding end straight and getting 2 scalps. A little bit about Jamaica.
Jamaica. It has beaches, it has mountains. It's lively, it's laid back. It roars, it tickles. It's sweet, it's hot, it's luxurious, it's adventurous. That's Jamaica. Come and see for yourself.
Beautiful part of the Caribbean, and the beautiful ground is Sabina Park, where we're blessed and privileged to be for this first ODI. Halfway in, Sri Lanka would be sitting pretty. This is the first of 3 ODIs, all in Kingston. And then we move on to a T20 series, 3 as well, also here in Kingston, and then the series finishes with a test series 2-match, North Sound, Antigua. So all format tour, welcoming Sri Lanka to our shores. And if it is as competitive as we've seen in the first half, then this table will be updated. West Indies would hope that it's in the affirmative for them to make some headway and some ground on Bangladesh in 9th, where we think you'll need to get automatic qualification to the 2027 World Cup. Sri Lanka, however, they're sitting pretty. They're on the defensive. They just want to stay where they are, potentially overtake Pakistan into that number 5 position. They started that process quite nicely, Sri Lanka. If West Indies are to get this 303, it'll be one of the highest successful chases for them in ODI cricket, about 4th or 5th highest. And it would be comfortably the highest successful chase at Kingston here at Sabina Park, 255 for 2. South Africa chasing down the West Indies in 2005 is the highest to date. So the men in blue, you'd have to say, are well ahead at this point in time. These 2 men, however, one local on the left, John Campbell, one Justin Graves, who's not been able to nail down a spot in the team, or a role I should say, started as an opener here in Jamaica against Ireland. Last summer, he was used as a number 6 all-rounder, out-and-out all-rounder. And he's found his way back up to the top of the order, Justin Graves alongside John Campbell, who has had a career where you remember the partnership with Shea Hope in Ireland, but you always feel as though someone with his quality, class and caliber, he has so much more to give, and you hope to show a little bit more of that in this series. Perfect opportunity at home for Justin Graves, where he made his debut. Can he go on? It was only a season or so ago now that he took the regional 50 over by storm and scored 3 back-to-back centuries, opening the batting for the Leeward Islands. So he'd hope that this return to the top of the order brings a return to that form, and being as prolific as he was then, only a best of 50 in his ODI career so far. But as I mentioned, that would have been split between being an all-rounder behind that 6 and 7 as well as opening the batting. I wonder if he has the opportunity to do that for an extended period of time, if those numbers can, as they should, be a little bit better. Dushmantha Chameera, high pace, tall, lanky, a lengthy runner, and someone who moves the ball both ways at high pace. We'll be looking forward to getting stuck in a pitch that has a little bit of grass. What do you see, Stacey, as the keys for the West Indies to get a good start on what now is a little bit of a drier pitch, but still a good one?
Yeah, Ruston Chase mentioned it in his post-innings interview. Need that power play to be a good one for West Indies. They need to get off to a good start. By that I mean wickets in hand, so that at the back end of it all they'll be able to go hard if need be, but need to be stable in that power play first off. Most important thing is seeing off. New ball, some repair work being done there. Chameera perhaps not too happy with where he's landing.
Yes, thank you.
Well, by the looks of that, it's a hard wicket.
All right, thank you.
A tool breaking wicket. And Leonagis stands out for me, 44 off 29. It was a good, decent foundation built by Nisanka and Kusha Mendes, and when you thought they'll fade away, Leonagi answered the call. For me, Ruston Chase with the ball was the standout, 2 for 47. Not only when he bowled, but how he bowled and how he held up an end from that Michael holding end. And it's now all to play for. Les the Reefer shouts play. Chameera prepares to bound off from the boundary, and he's bowling to the local boy, John Campbell. Good length to start. Chameera not a swing bowler like a Jaden Seals or Matthew Ford. He's hit the deck, gets sideways movement off the seam, and you can see him crank it up past 140. Started at 135, and that cross-batted shot from John Campbell is one you have to be wary of. Gets him a lot of runs, but also causes his demise when he doesn't judge the length appropriately. Picked up for 6. We talked about wind factor. John Campbell timing it to perfection.
Yeah, that's no bother for John Campbell. Very strong area for him. Just picks this one up perfectly to get his innings going. Rolling the wrist on it as well. Brilliant execution.
I think the difference between this attempt second ball and the attempt on the first one, it was less cross-batted. On the first one, you felt it was a pull. This one was a pick-up, more of an angled bat and using the pace. Trying again, a little bit straighter this time. Settling for a leg by. That one up to 139.5. Watching the speeds of Chameera. Seems as though the Sri Lankan seamers have seen the attempt from the West Indies seamers to force players into the wind. I think with the new ball, you have to be thinking, try to get that outside edge. try to keep it off stump, 4 stump, test line and length. You worry about the wind when the field goes back, the ball gets a bit softer, and you almost use the wind to the best of your advantage.
Yeah, they're strengthening your point by the field set. They have 2 slips lying in width. Certainly need to be looking at that outside edge.
Too straight again. Good fielding on the boundary. I think West Indies want to see those being turned into 2s eventually. But whipped away, Justin Graves away. John Campbell as well. It's been a good start, 4 balls in.
That ball handling going right?
Yeah.
Just wanted to make sure.
West Indies, this is the lineup. John Campbell, Justin Graves. It's a power pack 3, 4 and 5. Casey Carty, Shea Hope and Shafane Rutherford. Averages of 41, 50 and 43. Those are the ones that you expect to score the bulk of runs. Can be supporting Cass to get them over the line.
Jamie, straight on it, bud.
Definitely needs to start in that power play, as we mentioned. New look, opening pair for West Indies. Show that apart from qualifying for that World Cup, Sri Lanka, a very experienced team as well, with a mix of youth, Pushimanta Chimera, and of course we expect to see Hasaranga and Tikshana later on with ball in hand. Chase did indicate that there was some spin out there, so they'll enjoy this.
A swing and a miss to finish the first over. 8 without loss to West Indies.
Middle, please. Thank you.
Asitha Fernando takes a new ball from the other end, shorter in stature. Average of 31, Convery under a runner ball. There was a big swing and a miss last ball of the last over. 2 slips, standard field.
Yeah, Fernando, much shorter in comparison to his opening partner, Chamira, that has built a career and perseverance. Asita Fernando, an intense character, and mentioned trying to bowl on that off-stump line to get that edge in play. And he's someone that will look to bowl that sort of line and length. If there's any swing out there, he'll look to extract it.
Flashing willow, went close to the boundary, pulled back just inside. But you can hear the horns.
Yeah.
Ushman to Chamira, last ball, the last over, angling it away, full in length. A little bit of dust again. Was it a nick? It looked like it was. I didn't hear anything. No one outside saw anything. These guys are disgusted. Chance missed. Well, chance taken, not reviewed.
Coaching staff certainly can't believe it. I'll be honest with you, Carlos. I thought I heard something, but no reaction from anyone. Probably just thought maybe just some wind in the microphone. But wow, Chance missed early on for Sri Lanka.
Well, never listen to me. I thought, Charith, as Lanka, I thought I heard something there. It missed by about 3 or 4 feet. I didn't hear anything there, and it actually nicked. Fine margins, very fine margins. Hammered to the leg side, picked up off a length, may not go to the boundary. West Indies have shown real intent with the bat. Let's listen.
It's over.
I didn't hear anything there either. But if it was reviewed, it would have been out. So a reprieve for John Campbell. Justin Graves has played a couple attacking shots now, none for boundary just yet. A flare through the offside and then a pull. And it's one of the reasons why I love someone like a Kushal Mendes, because although they aren't power players, you see them as touch players. You still have to have that positive, aggressive intent. Patum de Sanka, same thing. Yes, it's okay to be a touch player and like to essay the ball all along the ground. You have to know when to climb into a short delivery, throw your hands at a wide one, and then when to be disciplined and to leave it. Or defend it suddenly like that to close out the second over. 12 without loss.
No appeal. Come here, JG.
Campbell and Graves have started the response, but Carty, Hope and Rutherford, you think that that is where the bulk of runs will come from. And then Roston Chase and Matthew Ford, the engine room, they hope to finish. With a team like this and a 3-4-5 as jam-packed and as efficient as those three are. Chamira around the wicket, looking to cramp. John Campbell for room does just that. With a power-packed 3-4-5. You want your openers to come to the fore and get your team off to a good start. But I'm looking at that number 6, 7 and 8 position, Chase, Ford and Morty. It's no longer about bridge necessarily, but more about impact. So if my 3, 4 and 5 are going to bat the bulk of the overs and score big runs, then I'm looking for Chase, Ford and Morty. Alzari Joseph would want to be put into that conversation as a bowling all-rounder. Shamar probably would want to be as well. Uppish, but safe. You then want your engine room to be impactful, not take long to get in, and I think that is why it may go against Django with this setup. May even go against the Shimron Hetmeyer, because not necessarily know about the best player, but it's the player that can play the role the best. So if you do bring in a Shimron Hetmeyer, you take out a Matthew Ford or a Roston Chase for that matter, you weaken your bowling slightly. I actually really like seeing 6 bowlers for the West Indies. I know Justin Graves didn't bowl a ball, but it meant that if Gudakesh Morty didn't go well, or another bowler, whoever that may be on the day, that you have enough in your stocks that you can bowl 50 overs of quality bowling.
Such an important point you made there, Carlos. And the key thing I took from that is the role identification. Having the players come in the position that you want them to and perform in that role. And again, it starts from identifying the role that you want them to play, especially with your eye on possible World Cup. If they qualify, at first, business here, looking to qualify. But who are the players that you need to put in these key positions to take you forward.
It gives clarity to the players, and it also gives clarity to the players below them, who know if I come into the team, this is the role I'd have to play. And you think to Ajangu, if he doesn't play and he's done well, he's deserved his squad selection. Do you think Ajangu or Shimon Hetmaya on the outside looking on would have to think that number 4, 5, well not number 4 because I sure hope he's one of the best to ever done it for us. Number 5, Sherfane Rutherford, if he drops form, that's where you slip in. I don't think none of them are openers. Django may want to put his hand up to open if any of these two fail. So all of a sudden you start to see where the potential cracks are. Players can train for the particular roles, but it's so good to have competition for places. Shamar Springer just missed out on World Cup selection, having got a hat-trick against Afghanistan. Short, rushed, but a boundary. That was quick.
Lucky for the batter, John Campbell. He'll take that. But a really quick delivery there from Chamira. What he's known for. I think Sri Lanka won't mind that too much. Him rushing the batter. Look at it, it climbed on him quickly. Was in no position to play that shot. Lucky for him, he got the top edge enough. The pace taking it over.
That is the motion you make when you're jumped and you have a bowl of cornflakes in your hand and it spill. And Seema forced him to throw away his cornflakes. That is the visual representation of that statement. That was quick from Chamira. And again, uncomfortable and a chance. Pressed the brakes. Justin Graves got in, wasn't a direct hit. The end of 3 overs, 20 without loss.
Boys.
A vibrant Kingston as always. And it's been an action-packed 3 overs. We've had pace. We've had a few nice strokes. And some food analogies that Stacey's loved.
It's the cornflakes for me, Carlos. I think it was just the perfect way to describe it, because if I'm a child looking on, most kids these days, they love their cornflakes. Again, that delivery, one after that, just as quick, into the rib cage. That's where you want to be delivering those shorter pitch deliveries.
Yeah, not. Trivia. When was the last time both teams' skipper was the wicket keeper in an ODI? Hooked ferociously, climbed into that Justin Graves. He has his first boundary, and what a way to get it.
Yeah, extraordinary hands from him. Really quickly onto it. Asita not as quick as Chimera. That one was just erring down the leg side a touch. Just rolling around on it, Justin Graves. Yeah, wonderful from him.
And whipped squarer. Should look for a third if they could, but they can't. Justin Graves' ball before hooking for 4. Notice I said hook and not pull. So real throwback to yesteryear, getting inside of the line and pulling it or hooking it more toward fine leg. We know the modern ways to now get that head toward the ball and slap it in front of square. But the best players of the short ball has that in their arsenal as well. The ability to watch the length, ride it, get inside of it and pull it wide of fine leg. Good cricket. Got the boundary, got the 2. And not wanting to be static and staying still, punch to mid-on and get a single. That is the intensity that West Indies need to see in this power play. Even if you're not getting boundaries, get off strike.
Yeah, I love that from Justin Graves, recognizing that you can push with soft hands and get that single. You said it, Carlos. It's not just about boundaries. Singles are just as important.
2 legs, please.
Just wonder what Asitha can bring. We've seen fine leg now come into the circles. The backward square has gone back. That is the side to the Kingston Club Pavilion. So it's into well, going with the wind. He's just used the angle nicely and slid across John Campbell. Just wonder if he could be a little bit fuller, Fernando. We know he gets a little bit of nibble either way. Doesn't have that 9:30 a.m. moisture that Jaden Seals would have been privy to use. Can he just get a little bit fuller? Can we get the batters driving? There's still that slip in position. With 300 on the board. If it's any time to throw the ball up there and get a little bit of nibble, it's now.
No run.
Advancing, but the score itself does not advance. At the 4 overs, 27-minute loss. Tall Chamira, long run up, very, very long run up, almost to the boundary.
No.
And high pace. Last over 144 kilometers per hour. The ball before was very uncomfortable for John Campbell, and then the follow-up was 145. Started this over 141. And in the Caribbean, we love to see pace, high pace. A real bounding run. And then a real nice push off. A throwback to yesterday. You don't see that many players get as high nowadays as he does. But he really springs up and out into that delivery stride.
He's a tall man, Chamira, and he uses all of his height. Gets good bunks off the surface as well. He has been plagued by injuries, I should say, throughout his career. It's really good to see him fit and firing. He looks strong, Chamira. Spearhead, you can say, of the Sri Lankan bowling attack. Such an invaluable member of this team.
Yeah, and it's a tough job to be able to play all 3 formats as a seam bowler, as well as playing franchise cricket. One thing he's done well now is that brace front leg that you probably hear us talk about so much. Punching through the offside. May not run away for 4, but again, breaching the field and getting a couple. Back to Chamira in it looks as though he's used an extended run-up to kind of get over the injury issues. Now, I'm not privy to why he would have had those injuries, but it looks as though it's a lot about getting that rhythm into that bound and then getting up and then landing and getting over. Michael Holding, aka Whispering Death, probably the most rhythmic fast ball that we've ever laid our eyes on. And fast bowling is such a beautiful art. You can do it more ways than one, but there are a few things that have to happen for you to be able to get up to that 140. And he's been breaching it and surpassing it. Chamira. Shot from Justin Graves. Beautiful cover drive. One of the shots he's known for back home. Classical as ever.
Yeah, the delivery before played it in a similar direction, similar shot. Only went for 2. This time, the timing is exceptional. He kept finding as well. He's driving it spectacularly well on the up. Lanka there at mid-off, unable to stop it. It was timed that well. Leonagi, I beg your pardon.
No!
I think that delivery there is where I think a lot of West Indies batters can get a little bit better. Shea Hope probably does it the best. And I saw Kusha Mendes do it earlier when Sri Lanka batted. When it's just outside off stump, maybe higher than off stump, or just outside, let's say, 4th, they're able to just let the ball come, hit the face of the bat without them hitting the ball and getting a single to 3rd. I think that always prevents you from batting too many good deliveries. Shea Hope does it very, very well. Just drop the bat on the ball, get it down there, get off a strike, and watch it from the other end. Looks close, and they've gone for it. Wrapped on the pad. Kusha Mendes has seen enough. It's gone upstairs.
TV umpire to director, we have a play review for LBW. Original decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please? Doesn't appear to be any back. Can we just confirm with Alto Edge? Yeah, keep rolling that through. Flat line when the ball passes the bat. Satisfied, no bat involved. Can we go to ball tracking when ready? Original decision is not out. Pitching outside off. Impact outside. Leslie, you can stay with your original decision of not out. Stand by. Your on-screen signal now.
Leslie Reefer has got it right again. 3 reviews. None overturned till now. 5 overs gone, 34 without loss.
After 5 overs.
.34 without loss, the West Indies ahead of Sri Lanka. And they've chewed into that 303 for 7. Target of 304, required rate a run a ball at the moment. Asita Fernando to continue. He hasn't had the movement he would have hoped from the track. Bowling in the evening. Sun has dried out any moisture at all He has a massive role to play. He's also bowling for Michael Holding in. The one that had a little bit better covering of green grass. Well played by Justin Graves, looking for a quick single. West Indies legends. Skipper Shea Hope, one of the best of this generation, and dare I say, the history of ODI cricket in the West Indies. Whether opening or batting in the middle, he's been the linchpin with bat in hand. You know, he has the armband as well. Deft from John Campbell. Just allowing the ball to hit the bat and guiding it beautifully through the third man region.
Yeah, it was such a sweet touch from John Campbell, intentionally done. The slip came out and took his opportunity to just ride it down in that area. Really well executed from Campbell.
Spoke about that a couple overs ago, just trying to get bat on ball and rotate strike, and when you do it as well as that, you can also get a boundary. Once again, and the beauty of the shot is allowing the ball to come. You're not going with hands out in front and then trying to get the ball to third. You're allowing the ball to come and hitting it under your eyes. You play a lot of one hand, one bunks during rain breaks with a stump and with a tennis ball, and there's all those little bits of skill that come into play now, even at the highest level.
Yeah, you even remember playing something that they call drop and run, you know, soft hands. Don't let it pass a certain place out of the circle or else you get out. Those sorts of games.
Hooked for six. Short again from Asita Fernando. And hooked again by Justin Graves. It's been a very prolific area for him so far.
Yeah, Fernando hasn't found his length on the surface. A bit too short to Justin Graves. That time, a bit of a tough edge. That flies all the way for six. And no one back there.
And with that pace, unfortunately, Asita Fernando, I had that lack of pace as well. You have to be so sure when you are bowling your short ball. And he's taken his fine leg up into the circle, square leg back. But Justin Graves isn't that traditional puller in front of square. He hooks the ball. So can you switch those two fielders if you're going to go short? Bang again! This time in front of square. Picked up the length. Neither good length, neither short. Just to hit me, and a hit me he did, Justin.
Yeah, that is such a superb shot from Justin Graves. Again, just watching it right onto his bat and swinging the hips in connection, ensuring that he got it in front of square. That fielder you just spoke about, Carlos.
And that brings up the 50 off 35 balls. We talk about that supporting cast for 3, 4, and 5. Well, 1 and 2 aren't trying to be upstaged. It's a very good start so far for the West Indies. And again, looking for a single. Good finish to the over from Fernando. Good comeback. End of 6, 50 without loss.
Skippy.
16 runs in the last over. But you can see a steady start from the West Indies in their pursuit of 304 50 without loss. Dushman Chamira continues from around the wicket to John Campbell. He started over and got picked up for 6. I think he wants to change the angle, keep the stumps in play. Just like that, and it's a chance, and it's a direct hit. There was a little bit of a shift from John Campbell to evade the bowler.
TV umpire to director, we have an umpire review for run out.
But that is
close. Can I have your side on angle, please? Yeah, you can just freeze it there. The bat is short and the belt is dislodged. I'm ready to make my decision for the screen.
John Campbell, run out for 17, 50 for 1, the West Indies.
Coming to take strike is Casey Carty.
Casey Carty at number 3, a healthy average of 41. Very, very close to 42. He's been prolific at this number 3 position and made it his own. And he's here because of this.
You heard John Campbell in the mic. He said, go, go, go. He was so sure he was going to make his ground. But Janet Layanaga was quick to the ball, and a direct hit was always going to be questioned. And in the end, Sri Lanka picking up their first wicket by way of a run out. They are elated in that huddle. Not what you would have wanted to see as a West Indian fan. Sure that coaching staff as well. Start that the West Indies have had so far, 50 coming up in no time. Batting looked quite easy out there for these two. Well, I beg your pardon. Have been challenged by Chimera, but they've taken their opportunities when it came to score. So it looked good for West Indies, but then that wicket came.
You're good?
I think as a coaching staff, you have to commend the intent to push the fielders. Justin Graves has done it on a couple of occasions with a couple twos. Did it with a punch to mid-on for a single. And I just wonder how much of John Campbell having to evade Chimera in his follow-through would have broken his momentum and stopped him from getting his ground. But the intent was right. The execution, however, because he's lost his wicket, we have to say it went awry. Still think it's good thinking, it's good intent. You get it to mid-off and mid-on, and you run a single. He didn't time it well, but that, just having to go around Chimera, you break momentum, you lose rhythm, and this level is about split seconds. And how much of that loss of momentum? Chimera did nothing wrong, by the way. He's running in, he's followed through. He did try to get out of the way, and it was just head-on collision about to happen. Successfully evaded, thankfully, for Campbell. What a shot from Justin Graves, again, off the back foot, punching imperiously through the offside.
Love that shot from Justin Graves. Hitting it on the up, driving on the up spectacularly well, and picking the gappers also. Yeah, look at that. Such a beautiful sight to see when he drives on the up, Graves. Chimera not happy with that line. A bit too wide, offering up the opportunity to free his arms.
Yeah, watch the balance. The highlight for me is the balance. Hitting it still under the eyes, up on the back toe. Glorious. And then that one not coming through. Be interesting to see where he made contact. If it was Justin Graves getting out in front of his body, if it was the pitch starting to hold. That one hit the bottom. I think that's Justin Graves. I think you have to stay in your box. The shot before was beautiful because of the timing, where he made contact. Not as glorious on that occasion.
A smile on his face said it all, as if to say, I got away with that. Perhaps you can even argue that he probably could have gone through with the shot. There's a bit of a check in his drive. Field is in mid-off, is that mid-off in the circle?
Inside edge, a little bit of fortune, needs to run and run hard. It's a chase to the boundary, two guys are after it. Another two for Justin Graves. Inside edge, you want to ensure he has a little bit more control. Played a beautiful shot a couple balls ago. It's felt a little bit chaotic for the two balls after that. Trying to punch again, this time off the front foot. Just wonder how much of it then comes down to the ball getting a bit softer. You saw the slower balls from the West Indies seamers leaving some divots and being a little bit more of a challenge. I wonder how soon that comes into play. And maybe we've seen it start to change already with the inconsistency and pace. Ball in legs to finish. 7 gone, 56 for 1, the West Indies.
Hold on, boys. No ball. No ball, boys. No ball. No ball. Whoop, ready? No ball. And Jimmy. First caution.
Questions you ask Carlos about the nature of the surface. I'm sure a lot of that will be answered when the spinners come into the attack. But for now, Chamira has overstepped just. A back heel on the line. Of course, something needs to be behind it. So a chance for Justin Graves. See how far he can hit it out of the stands.
Needs to make contact first. It needs to make contact first. But as a ball unit, you never want to give freebies, literally freebies with a free hit to the batting team. And he was closed the over out so beautifully, Chamira, with a free hit. Smash through the offside. Not timed to perfection. They have to run it out. And they'll get another 2 to finish the over. So we think it's the end of the 7th, and the score is 59 for 1.
How many minutes down? Minutes. Overrate, check, audio.
Eh, binari atau balik, manggalang.
A good start for the West Indies, an important strike for Sri Lanka via the run-out route. Very different outlook from a West Indian point of view. Sri Lanka with 30 odd after power play 1. Change in bowling from the Michael Holding end. Tikshana into the attack.
Whoa!
And this is where things can potentially get interesting. He doesn't have a slip at the moment. I don't know if that delivery will encourage one. Encourages another fielder through the offside, backward point. So 5-4, offside dominant. There's some problems straight away. Good afternoon, Jimmy.
Aye. Sam. Bowling with the wind blowing heavily across the ground as we look from left to right, which will give him drift if he gives it time. Offside field, short third man, short backward point, short cover, extra cover mid-off, all in the ring. 2 men deep, long on, and deep mid-wicket. As my co-commentator suggested, putting a slip in. Short third man coming round to his right.
Yeah, maybe just wanted a couple deliveries to settle down Tikshana, because the slip is in for the more settled of the two batters out in the middle. Graves 39 from just the 30 deliveries at the top of the order. Trying to be inventive. Is it needed?
And right away, slip dropping back into extra cover, and there's a reversal. Everyone moving 4 or 5 yards to their left. So there's a short third man, backward point, and a cover point all in the ring on the offside.
I always felt that in the second innings, Jimmy, it would be down to this contest with Tikshana and the West Indian batters, as well as Hasaranga, who no doubt will feature imminently. The pitch hasn't offered too much to the fast bowlers. And a good start for Tikshana. Just the one by 60 for 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tikshana completed the first bowling change of the innings of the white bowling.
One blob that run out of John Campbell after a very entertaining and enterprising opening partnership. Raced along to 50. All right, change in bowling from the Courtney Walsh end. Milan Ratnayaka replaces Dushmanta Chamira. He too does not start with a slip. Third and deep backward square, his two fielders out. What challenges does he bring now?
Kesikati off the mark, just easing it through mid-wicket for a comfortable couple of runs. Gets his innings off and running. Lot depending on Kesikati, who's had a really good start to international one-day cricket. 4 ODI hundreds to date, and West Indies would sorely need a 5th today.
Wide ball.
Wide called.
Yeah, very prolific. Only Kushal Mendes has scored more runs than him post that 2023 World Cup. He's been quite consistent. He's been that glue. She mentioned his importance in this batting lineup. Needs to get himself set. Yeah, back on target straight away. Looking to attack the stumps. Earlier today, having a discussion with his coach. It's the first ODI that West Indies are playing in 2026. So they've got to get used to this format once again, but they know the importance of every single one-day international. All the talking is done, and now it's time for action.
It's a good start from Ratnaika, bowling wicket to wicket, very straight. He does have the mid-wicket in place on the onside. Short, given room. Casey Carty helping himself to another, at least couple coming back for the third. He has to hurry. Delivery that was too short from Ratnaika. And Carty needed no invitation to slap it over cover. Almost had to release one hand to reach the delivery. West Indies have made a good start here in pursuit of the target of 304.
It wasn't altogether convincing, that particular stroke. Results in another couple. I just wonder if it has to do with that threat from the spinners, Jimmy, that they're trying to get as many as they can up front of the faster bowlers. Certainly from the way they've started, that looks to be evident.
Well, I would say that was the first miscue that I've seen from Justin Greaves in his innings to date. So it could well be that the thought of what is happening at the other end is playing on his mind. Shot. Glorious from Justin Greaves. Absolutely glorious. He's nailed that one. Ratnaika coming too close in length, and Justin Greaves needing no invitation to absolutely hammer that straight back past the bowler.
You tried to go square with the previous delivery. This time decides to go straight back past the bowler. The presentation of the bat face, look at that. Almost as perfect as he would have liked. Identifying the plans of the bowler, looking to bowl straight and full, and countering that to perfection. Long on in position now. Goes full again. And dot delivery this time. 12 from the over, 72 for 1.
Thank you. Quick, quick. Yeah.
Some early separation between these two worms. Still a long way to go in this contest. Remember, West Indies chasing history. It would be the highest successful run chase at this venue in this format. 303, that's what they're looking to hunt down. Tikshana will continue.
We are ready, we are ready. Oh!
Outside edge again, and still he does not have that slip. Do think that there must be some wicket-taking option for the spinner, the main threats in this bowling lineup, and he has the variety.
Broken. Gone. Yeah, gone. Hey, मैं got तीनों, मैं Come here. Come lads, come lads. Bowling.
Just to underscore how impressive this start has been, Jimmy, it's the highest West Indies score in power play 1 since the 2023 World Cup. A few years ago, West Indies, through Darren Sammy and the director of cricket, Miles Bascom, they introduced a bonus point system in our list A cricket. Cleaned him up, giving himself too much room. And that's the skill and quality of Mahesh Dikshana. He is a wicket taker. And Graves took one chance too many. He has to go. The second one down for the West Indies.
West Indies losing their second wicket.
Ball pitching just short of a good length. A little bit too close for that shot. Not only close in line, but close in length. A little bit too full. Justin Graves trying to give himself enough room, succeeding only in getting bowled. He goes for 45 from 38. The West Indies now lose their second wicket at 73.
Captain of the West Indies team, Shea Hope, with his exceptional record, makes his way out to the middle. 19 ODI centuries to his name, level with the great Brian Lara, and only behind Chris Gale. Trying to hit that one through the offside, leg stump knocked back. That's indicative of the amount of room that he gave himself. Was it necessary? Some people might speak to the mental acuity, the game awareness, and all of that. I'm sure Justin Graves himself will reflect upon that dismissal. Time now for the skipper, slip in position for him, for the new batter. Off the mark straight away. His experience, calmness and composure. His equanimity will be needed.
West Indies now with two fairly new batsmen at the crease in need of another partnership.
Bowling! Oh, yes, Wani!
Casey Carty takes a single off the last delivery in the power play period. 10 overs gone. West Indies 75 for 2.
End the power play, boys.
After 10 overs, a massive disparity, 32 for 1. Sri Lanka setting things up. challenging conditions with the preparatory moisture. West Indies, they've raced along to 75 for 2. Prolific pair out in the middle in Casey Carty and Shea Hope. It was an enterprising start for the West Indies in power play 1. Campbell signaled his intention quite early along with Justin Graves. And they really took the attack to the Sri Lankans. Some crisp stroke play along the way. Half-century partnership. There was a run out before the dismissal. 2 wickets falling in that power play. Shea Hope has scored more centuries and 50s than all of the other members in this squad combined. So good he has been for this team, and his last 3 ODIs against Sri Lanka have brought him 110, 84 and 64. So he has wonderful memories against this opposition. And he does his business with not much fuss. So sometimes he goes under the radar. Just look at what he's done and his average of over 50 in this format. He's on 149 one-day internationals, 1 away from that magical 150 as well. When you factor in Jimmy, he's kept for 50 overs, he's captain for 50 overs, and now he has to concentrate for not too far off 50 overs as well if he bats all of the remaining overs.
Wait. No!
I think it's a credit to his mental as well as his physical fitness to take on that sort of a workload and produce the figures that we saw on screen a while ago. He is, without a doubt, probably the only truly world-class one-day player we currently have in this team. There are a few who I think could become world-class, but he's tried and proven. He's been in the oven of international cricket now for quite some time, and he continues to churn out runs consistently for West Indies. Sitting currently at number 7 in the ICC Men's One-Day International rankings, just below Babar Azam at 6. Three runs off the 11th over. West Indies 78 for 2. .303 for 7 is what Sri Lanka got to. West Indies in reply 78 for 2. Remember, Sri Lanka were inserted a little bit earlier today. Tikshana continues.
We were treated to a wonderful display, the Inter-Secondary School Sports Association Awards during the break. Really wonderful to see these secondary school students who are heavily immersed in school sports, and the job that ISA is doing here in Jamaica in the secondary school sporting landscape. Many of the international superstars we celebrate today have emanated and emerged from ISA organized competitions. Such a pivotal role in the sporting ecosystem here.
Oh.
One thing was lamented though, Jimmy, by the president, and that has to do with primary school sporting programs and the lack thereof. It's difficult, as he so rightly mentioned, to get children who are ages 13, 14, 15 interested and involved in sports if they didn't have that foundation from ages 5 to 11. Your take on that?
Well, one of the biggest negative impacts recently was COVID, when everything stopped, and certainly from a cricket point of view, primary school cricket got hit very hard, and where we used to have roughly half the primary schools in Jamaica playing competitive cricket, that fell off in a big way post-COVID and still hasn't recovered. And it needs to, if we're to be long-term healthy in this particular game.
Yeah, it's not unique to Jamaica. The national sporting apparatus across the Caribbean territories took a serious hit. And yes, COVID did have that deleterious effect, and we're still grappling with trying to reboot that sporting apparatus, hopefully sooner rather than later.
Oh.
Beaten again. Really good examination from Tikshana. They would have seen a lot of footage from him. There you go. Kids playing on the courts nearby. Not necessarily the sport we want to see them playing, but nonetheless, physical activity, physical education and sport so important for your development. Good judge. Good judgment there. 81 for 2.
Thank you, brother. Remember, zoom in too close.
The drone continues to provide us wonderful images from overhead. A bird's eye view, really. And nice to see that many of the young boys and girls and men and women have stayed on to support the men in maroon in this run chase. A huge shout, or stifled rather. Only match of this series with a 9:30 a.m. start. The remaining two will be an afternoon start. Inside edge, big inside edge off the bat of Casey Carty. What we've seen from Milan is that he is a sort of wicket-to-wicket type bowler, looking to target the stumps more often than not.
Whoa.
Well, I do think the Sri Lankans would have looked at the bowling in the first half of this game and worked out that bowling straight is going to be probably the best approach, making it so difficult for the West Indian batsmen, not bouncing a lot, and therefore playing across the line, if one were to think about doing that, to force a ball through the onside. Very difficult at high risk.
Whoa.
Carlos Brathwaite had mentioned how important it is when speaking about the approach of the West Indian bowlers in the first half, of being very clear about your plans and everyone involved on the field knowing exactly what those plans are, where you're trying to get the batsmen to attempt to score you, and being consistent with it, and how that clarity just helps to build pressure. Again, wicket to wicket.
Yeah, trying to keep all modes of dismissal into play. We've seen a couple deliveries misbehave, few and far between, but trying to keep that LBW in play. On the right of screen, a young wrist spinner. Left hand, back of the arm spinner. Someone who has been spoken a lot about. He's working with Nikita Miller quite diligently. And this will result in another couple. I saw him bowling earlier before the start of play. Jimmy saw him during the break. He's working on his game. He's getting a first-hand view of what international cricket is all about, Vital Laws. And it's nice to see that he is being integrated into the setup with one eye on the future. Quite a lot of talent and potential.
Over.
Really good finish to a consistent over from Milan. The West Indies now in the 13th over, 84 for 2.
Breaks after this one, okay, boys? Merde line है तुझे ये
220 more needed. Quite a long way away. They were off to a good start, the West Indies, so there's that platform lead. Does give these two, Kati and Hope, an opportunity to see what's happening. Wanundu Hasaranga into the attack. And he does start with a slip. Another pivotal moment in the game to see what he can produce with all of his variety and skill.
Deep mid wicket, long on, long off. Cover point on the boundary. But looking for wickets with a slip, as Samuel pointed out. And I think with 300, you want to be looking for wickets. You don't want to be sitting back and allowing teams the ability to pick off singles at will.
You know, this bowling type has been an Achilles heel for the West Indies in times past.
Oh, yes, boy, yes, boy.
Kryptonite, so to speak. It has to do with them not being able to pick the wrist spinners and then be able to rotate strikes. So he bowls quite often at one batter.
What he
does well, Hasaranga, is that he varies his pace and he looks to get wicket. He's not a defensive bowler, so you might be able to score off him, but he does produce wicket-taking deliveries. A probing start from Hasaranga, 85 for 2.
Time for drinks, boys, come on.
A 50-run opening stand between John Campbell and Justin Graves. Sri Lanka battle back quietly in the last couple of overs. We've seen already 5 bowling options, and we'll see a lot of spin when Indu Hasaranga in his return, exploring conditions, much like we are exploring Jamaica.
Jamaica. It has beaches, it has mountains. It's lively. It's laid back. It roars. It tickles. It's sweet. It's hot. It's luxurious. It's adventurous. That's Jamaica. Come and see for yourself.
More than a vibe, it's an entire vacation. Visit Jamaica.com. Be part of the land and wood and water and all it has to offer. 85 for 2, Milan Ratanayaka. To just his second one-day international after playing against Bangladesh last year. Carlos Brathwaite alongside me. Carlos, West Indies way ahead of where Sri Lanka were at this stage. 32 runs ahead, but they've lost 1 additional wicket. Where does the game stand for you at the moment?
It's well balanced. I think these two, at the beginning of play, we knew that these are 2 of the 3 keys for West Indies in the middle. Sherfane Rutherford at number 5 being the other. Justin Graves, a good start. Whoa. In a new role. Just wanted him to continue and go big. But gave the innings real impetus, and it's now for these two to continue their fine form. They bat very well together. So I think West Indies fans will be happy for where they are, regardless of the second wicket being down. We have a look back at the dismissal of Justin Graves, the last to go. I just wonder how much of this is trying to maximize the power play. The last couple balls, he's giving himself some room. He's trying to breach the offside field. There's no fielder back. That's the classic front of the hand carom from Tikshana. One thing about Tikshana, he keeps the stumps in play. So had he thread the ball through the field on the offside, we said good thinking, good impetus, but if he doesn't, you start to question the decision making.
Just watching him, Carlos, Justin Graves, and comparing it to 2022, I remember when he made his debut here at Sabina Park. He looks a completely different player in terms of the fluidity in his stroke play. I wonder if last year, where he had a string of impactful innings in the middle order, batted between 6 and as low as 9, but he was coming in and able to play his free game. We know, of course, he opens for the Leeward Islands at the List A level. Should get an extra run or 2 after the ball ricocheted off the stumps.
That might be close, you know.
And that's why, ladies and gentlemen, Carlos is not an umpire. They're actually reviewing it. So Carlos might be right. It could be closer than we think.
Yeah, that's grounded when the bells are dislodged. I'm ready to make my decision for the screen.
Umpire Palikar there in the third umpire chair. Confirmation. But just to finish on Graves, he's probably the most fluid I've seen, Carlos, and you'll be able to tell, knowing him from your Combermere school days.
Yeah, there's a fearlessness to him now, especially in this innings. A few beautiful cover drives, what he's known for, but what impressed me is the attacking of the shorter delivery. That one was especially authoritative. And then that. So he's not been the stroke playing Justin Graves that I would have known throughout my time at Combermere and that played for West Indies on 19. It's bordering more on the swashbuckling that he probably would have developed, as you mentioned, with his stint being or playing the role of all-rounder, batting at 7 and 8 throughout the summer in England and Ireland last year and beyond. Would have gone on in Test cricket, where we see him probably more at his, I'd say, charismatic best, caressing the ball through the offside in New Zealand, scoring a double. So he's showing, which is good. He has added strings to his bow. He can be rough and tumble, and in the longer format, he can caress the ball and be as aesthetically pleasing as we know he once was.
And just looking at the innings, and obviously very close to that 50 which he got against Ireland last year, that was batting at 6. All of those strokes were conventional shots. Probably the only time he actually innovated or tried to create something was the wicket ball. So it's a lot for him to take forward in the series. Can't get it past mid-on. Shea Hope, 91 for 2.
Teach Shannon, 61, going to the bathroom.
He's going for 1 over.
Yeah.
Down, Milan. Here.
Mila!
Injured at the crease. Great to see Wanindu Hasaranga back international cricket, 116 days away from the game. Missed that T20 World Cup. Missed the IPL and was injured at the T20 World Cup, a torn hamstring. So for Sri Lanka to get him back as they prepare for that 27 World Cup, if they can qualify, huge boost. For him personally, his home record is superb. Averages less than 20 per wicket at home. It's away from home where he's had his struggles. Last time he came here to the Caribbean, 1 wicket in the 3 ODIs, but that was back in 2021.
Yeah, he's grown as a bowler since then. But I think the challenge at home with slightly slower pitches, bigger boundaries, it's very difficult to get after him. And the challenge for him now, much like here in the Caribbean, you go to South Africa, which will be less conducive to his style of bowling, will be to find a way to get wickets. He's a wicket taker. He won't be happy bowling 10 overs for 40 or 50 runs and nothing in the right-hand column. So how does he continually adapt to different conditions away from home to make that record at the end of his career a lot better than it stands now?
Bowling, bowling. Don't bowling, Wani.
Average goes from 20 to about 35 away from home per wicket, Hasaranga. Nicely manipulated by Shea Hope early in this innings. 94 for 2. beautiful day here in Jamaica, Sabina Park. Almost seeing the exact contrast to the first innings where Sri Lanka started slowly, and it was in this 10-over period. Between overs 10 and 20, they scored 76. West Indies starting quickly and have slowed down since the power play. Carlos, you've been in many of one international teams. You've had to chase 300 plus before. How do you discuss at the interval about taking down a target which can seem like a mountain before you bat any balls?
I think it's important that one person gets in and goes big. We see Sri Lanka today getting to 300 without that massive score, but they had very solid partnerships. So you think to Kushal Mendes and Nasanka, and then later on Leonaga and Asalanka. So partnerships are important. Uppish. But partnerships are helped if one person gets in and goes big and be that linchpin. Not necessarily dropping anchor, but maintaining momentum, cycling up and down through the gears depending on the passage of play. And instead of getting 40 or 50, can someone go on to get a daddy 100 and bring the game home?
I remember first innings, that 132 runs that Mendes and Nisanka put on, they complemented each other so well. Nisanka scoring a lot behind square and Mendes down the ground. So different ways of approaching bowlers from each end, but also scoring areas. And they've been very straight to Casey Carty in these first 28 deliveries. I mean, the New Zealand series a couple of months ago, they were happy to bowl wide, and they had the field set a couple of points. They had the deep point as well, and got him a number of times flashing outside off. Sri Lanka have gone differently, but you can see the point there. Hasaranga's station in at a catching point.
I think what Justin Graves and John Campbell were able to do with that opening partnership is just spread the game out a little bit more, give a little bit more leeway to these two. So they haven't started at a rollicking rate at all. 19 off 29 for Carty, 12 off 20 for Shea Hope. But what it means is that the second spell from Milan will be important, because if these two get in, they can nullify the spin of Tishan and Hasaranga, and then when you get access to the fifth ball of Milan, again, his four have gone for 28 so far, but you have to think his second spell is what can change the game for the West Indies.
.98 for 2.
Over.
Things have slowed tremendously since the power play. I think he's can afford that well above, but probably on par with the asking rate, which is around 6 and over. They're close to it. No team has ever chased over 300 at Sabina Park, so Sri Lanka will understand that they've done well enough in the first half of the game. Hasaranga was reading up on him, Carlos. 16 years old, he was a fast bowler. He was an opening batter at Richmond College where he went to school. It was his coach that noticed him and wanted him to become a leg spinner because of his quick arm speed. And he's had, obviously, his battles with injury. Even when he developed his googly, there was a time where he was saying he lost his leg break and had to actually develop a new grip for his leg break. As we go through the series, we're going to show you how hard he is to pick because of the angle and the release points of both deliveries, but such a wily bowler.
Interesting you mentioned about the quick speed, because the ball speed always hovers around 80, a little under, a little over. So just wonder how much is that contrast between quick arm speed and slow ball speed outfox batters, along with obviously a prodigiously turning googly, which many a defense. 100 up for the West Indies in 17.3 overs.
You think, given how dry it's been here in Jamaica, no real rain, there's been the Sahara dust, as Jimmy mentioned earlier. We're only in the first game of the series. You think as we go on throughout, Hasaranga's threat may increase, along with Tikshan and Will Alagi at some stage. So how the West Indies play him in both the series, ODI and T20A, could be the difference.
Well, up until now, they've been playing him well. That mid-wicket has come so straight. On a couple of occasions now off the back foot, just now from Shea Hope on front foot earlier in the over. They found a way to approach delivery with a full face and then roll the wrist and get it to deep mid-wicket.
102 for 2.
Thank you.
A little bit flight. That was a googly that had been perfectly pitched. The top spinner, probably picked from Casey Carty, but missed.
Okay, boss.
102 for 2. First one international for the West Indies this year. Such an important passage coming up as Asita Fernando comes back into the attack. Very expensive in his first 3. Change of ends now coming from the Courtney Walsh end where Chimera started. And we did see some variable bounce from this end. There's that barren patch right in front of Shea Hope. There's a few balls were just misbehaving. Chimera much taller than Fernando, of course. I think had he got anything on it, Casey Carty may have been in some trouble, but I don't think he touched it.
I always love in cricket when common sense prevails. Bowler, no, he didn't touch it. Move on smartly. Much ado about nothing. It was straight as a dive from Shea Hope. You always know a batter is in good form when he can execute the on drive. Literally straight down the middle, hitting the base of middle stump. Changing field, long on, coming into circle, fine leg, going back.
By that logic, Carlos, should we let the batters say when they didn't hit the ball then? Since we're saying bowlers say when you don't touch it. Batters, if you don't nick it, just tell the opposing team and don't make them review or anything. Just save time.
Maybe if you do know that you've nicked it and the other team has reviewed it, just walk off and save us a minute to a minute and a half. All smiles, cricket back in Jamaica again. One of the heartbeats of the Caribbean culturally and also from a cricket standpoint.
Sound off the bat. So really exciting summer for Jamaica actually, Carlos. Had to hurry there. Casey Carty, who was just a touch slow. But you think about the ISA program, bringing the children out, 1,300 children out here at Sabina Park today. They're hosting these 6 games. The Jamaica Kingsmen, they're getting a CPL franchise again. And Carlos, there was nothing better than hearing when John Campbell hit that 6, the horns. That's what you associate Jamaica with. You played for the franchise here for a number of years.
Well, unfortunately not here. That was the COVID series or tournament and the other one, but I have represented Jamaica.
Top class from the captain. First real breaking of the shackles we've seen in a while.
Sublime stroke play from Shea Hope. Stand and deliver. As elegantly as it was powerful.
Seems to be in some discomfort after playing that shot, Shea Hope. Always marvel at the fact that this man keeps 50 overs and then comes and bats and has 19 one-day international hundreds.
Yeah, it's a decent length. It's not the worst length, but Asita Fernando is quite short, so he doesn't get that extra bounce, and he doesn't have high pace. So for him, he needs to either change the pace or drag that length back. But that length, a player the caliber of Shea Hope, you're hiding to nothing.
Continue to attack Asita. 111 for 2. Partnership up to 38. West Indies staying within touching distance, still well ahead, 21 runs ahead of where Sri Lanka were at this stage. Shea Hope struggling with some cramp. 19 ODI hundreds, Carlos, 8 of them in the second innings of games. So after he keeps 50 overs, and remember, a lot of times, guys, he was opening the batting, so really was no rest. Now he's at least gone to 4. And currently tied on 19 ODI hundreds with who? The great Brian Lara. Cricketing icon who would have inspired so many in this stadium, outside of it, across the world really. We are so fortunate to have this man, and he would have, you think, what he would have done for the career of a Shea Hope. He's 100 from going past Brian Lara, both of them currently at 19, Chris Gale at 25. And yeah, Jamaica, they produce their fair share of legends as well. Holding, Walsh.
Did you ever have one of the Brian Lara 400 bats?
No, I never had the MRF. I've seen it, but I think that was, I came a little after him. I had the Chris Gale Spartan.
I guess I'm showing my age a little bit, Nikhil, but it was also Brian Lara brand. And if you were my age, you had to have everything that was released by Brian Lara. It was firstly the Grey Nichols, the Power Spot, and then the MRF. Loads of legends celebrated across the stands here at Sabina.
We need a Jimmy Adams commentary box. We'll get that sorted. Shea Hope still struggling. Then Dinas Bayam on the field, West Indies physio. I went down there in the mid-innings, Carlos. I can tell you it is roasting hot. So no surprises that Shea Hope. And this has been a new addition to the ground. In addition to the scoreboard, beautifully painted wall with all of their legends celebrating. Chris Gayle, Andrew Russell is on that as well. And of course, Walsh holding, Valentine, Stefani Taylor in the middle. They'll need to add Chanel Henry there as well, the way she's developed in the past couple of years.
The wickets to fall. Firstly, John Campbell evading Chamira. And that evasion cost him his wicket. Direct hit from Leonardo. Pick up the throw and hit and celebrate. Second to go was Justin Graves backing away. Gave the West Indies a good start. Trying to maximize the last couple balls of the power play. Gave his stumps up. Stumps were hit. Tikshana, another breakthrough for him. Such a weapon with ball in hand.
And remember, folks, this is a new era in Sri Lankan cricket. The legend Sana Jayasuriya stepping down, so it means Gary Kirsten coming in after his job with the Namibia cricket team at the World Cup. And he'll be very pleased that his team were able to get 303 in that first innings. We've already seen a stamp of their authority, that Kusal and Gary Kirsten partnership. Seeing Kamindu Mendes open the batting for the first time. And there'll be some testing going on now as they go through 2026 and into 2027, with all the focus now on that 50-over World Cup. Cut-off date for the two teams to qualify March 31st, and both will be hoping to dance directly into the World Cup. No one wants to go to the qualifiers. And let's hope they do not follow Carlos Brathwaite's moves. Not sure what he's doing in the commentary box. Charith Asalanka was off spin. They had Kamindu Mendes, who bowls with both arms if they wanted the left arm spin. There's also the spin of Janet Lianagi, going to the former captain. A sign of intent from West Indies captain. First ball, boundary.
Solid from Shea, solid intent. Can't just allow Asalanka as a part-timer to throw up that without being punished. No pressure back on Asalanka again.
It's not often you see mid-off being up and he's still opting to keep him up into the circle, trying to ask him to hit against the spin.
Ball in, ball in. Boleh cari, boleh cari. Ya, situ sih.
It's the one aspect, Carlos, where Casey Carty has grown early in his career, a lot of starts. He was very critical of himself in not being able to capitalize on those starts. We've seen now in the last couple of years him be able to get not just hundreds, but big hundreds. The couple against Ireland, the one in England. So critical, as you said, for one person to go on and get a really big score.
Ball in, ball in.
I feel that's probably where Sri Lanka missed out. They had Kusal and Nisanka going when Mendes got out. Nisanka followed quickly after. Had one of them been set going into the end, may have resulted in 320, 340.
And you just never know. History says they've had enough, or they have enough.
Oh yes, Sharia!
But the game has changed, expectations on batters has changed, strike rates have been elevated throughout formats. So you think if West Indies bat all 50 overs, they should win.
Ball in, ball in.
117 for 2.
Good over, good over.
West Indies hoping for fire as they go through this opening one-day international, looking for a win to reward those that have come out at Sabina Park. And a nice crowd in today. It's built nicely and it will continue to increase as we go into the evening. – 1,300 children from secondary schools across the country. Just over Hasaranga. Could be a critical moment looking back in this game. Carty survives.
Not much conviction in his stroke from Casey Carty. Felt like he was just out in front of his body a little bit more than he wanted. Hasaranga pedaling back, couldn't get the elevation. Carty survives and he gets a boundary. And you'd love to see him attack Asitha on that length. Can he show a little bit more conviction going straight back past him on the ground, or handsomely going over?
Similar to how Sri Lanka batted Alzari Joseph, you can see a clear plan of intent from this pair against Asitha Fernando, who's gone for 41 in the 26 balls he's bowled.
And that was full. And he probably tried to get it a little bit too much to the offside, as opposed to going straight over the bowler's head. Probably wary of long on being stationed. But just a little bit of inward movement off the cross seam. And almost getting the wicket of Casey Carty.
Even for Asitha as well, this is a good challenge for him now to show the new leadership he's capable of being more than just a new ball bowler. 21 of his 38 wickets in his ODI career have come in the power play. Kusal Mendes has trusted him outside of it after being expensive early to show he can absorb pressure and break this partnership. Had the best year of his career in 2025. Asitha, 23 wickets in 12 matches. Got some reverse swing as well, maybe later on. Get 2. Second time that Casey Carty has been very fortunate that the ball hasn't hit the stumps. He's been a touch slow.
I wasn't sure if it was 2. It had to be a call and an instant response. You know, Shea Hope is struggling just a bit. Jumped one. Casey Carty was adamant he could make it. If it was a direct hit, he probably would not have. Yeah, would have been well short.
I was going to say maybe pull the dive out, but even then, may have been short.
It's a little 1%er is the importance of the bowler getting back to the stump, or a fielder getting into that position. I think they still had time to receive that throw and break the bails. 50 partnership up of 67 balls, 52 not out so far.
Oh my word! Is it a player or a plane? Kamindu Mendes! That is unbelievable!
Simply sublime. A snag of a catch from Kamindu Mendes. We know he can bowl with either right or left hand. But how good can you catch? Can you pluck it from the sky? Yes, he can. Full length, goalkeeper-esque. Bend it back in the process, ensuring he catches it behind him and has the authority to give with the hands and land in a supple motion. That's the end of Casey Carty. Going for 27, 125 for 3.
The chase is well and truly on here at Sabina Park. You say with that outstanding grab by Kamindu Mendes, swinging things slightly in favor of Sri Lanka. I think that partnership between Hope and Casey Carty is just what the doctor ordered for West Indies. A bit of calm, but look at this outstanding grab from Kamindu Mendes. Badri, would you have pulled off something like that in your career?
Yeah, that's too easy. It really is wonderful stuff. That's the type of things that help you win cricket matches. That old adage, catches win matches. Pulling off something as spectacular. And you're right. It's just maybe have tilted things in their favor. He's ambidextrous, so he can go right and left.
Oh,
Tikshana from the Michael holding end, so it's not going to get any easier from West Indian perspective. And there is that combination out in the middle. Hope. Shea Hope. He's the man.
Yeah, he certainly is. And you look at that partnership between him and Casey Carty. I mean, it wasn't boundary filled, but there was that sense of purpose. They were not chasing the run rate required. Sometimes you see teams get in trouble when they do that, but those two had that composure for West Indies.
Ball in, Mendes.
And it's not just the catch, it's the fact that it's a wicket to Asita Fernando. He hasn't been at his best in this match, quite expensive. But by way of that spectacular catch, able to pick up a wicket for his team. And we perhaps see that lifting him in this match going forward.
Shifin Rutherford, the new batter, will have to assess and understand conditions. This man stands in front of him, though. Wonderful record in one-day international cricket. Hugely talented. Will have a slip in weight as he faces his first delivery round the wicket straight away. Tikshana.
Northern.
He's been difficult to contend with so far in this match, Tikshana. Nice little push by Rutherford to get off the mark. More of that is required against him. Cannot allow themselves to be pinned down. Yes, he's bowling well, but has to still find a way to score against him. Not saying to be ultra aggressive, but keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Come here, come here. Bowling, bowling, bowling.
Yeah, 22 gone. West Indies 127 for 3.
Middle.
Sri Lanka,
right
that
arm over
huge
to you,
total
Sharfin.
in the context of history here at Sabina Park. One has chased over 300. So by that, they put themselves in a decent position. West Indies do a lot rely on this partnership. Casey Carthy and Hope. Much to be said about that partnership. Really needed an effort, much like what we saw from Kusal Mendes and Nisanka earlier. You might say that one is on its way to being replicated. The ease with which both of them were batting, but then an astonishing catch from Mendes. What do you make of Sri Lanka so far, the way they have utilized their spinners? So far, all spinners coming from that Michael Holding end.
It's not the end that is bearer of the two, but they still have that win factor when the right-handers are batting, hitting leg side to work with. And that's perhaps the greater of the two considerations, and how Mendes utilizes those 20 overs of Hasaranga and Tikshana, quite crucial. And importantly, both of the spinners have been quite economical. So if they are not getting wickets, then you aren't going to get any free runs from them. Tikshana has picked up one, none so from Hasaranga so far in his 3 overs. So how he utilizes those remaining overs, looking at the situation of the game, those are some decisions for Mendes to make as we go deeper into this contest.
You would argue that Sita Fernando, perhaps getting a 3rd over on the trot, haven't been so expensive in his spell so far. He bowled 3 up front, went for some runs, came back not too great, but because of that wicket, Mendes seizes an opportunity to continue with him. Been on the money so far in this over, Fernando. Perhaps gaining a bit of confidence after that wicket.
I just wonder if there's a little bit of reverse on offer. There seems to be. Very skillful, these Sri Lankan fast bowlers, using the conditions quite well. Nice and full, searching for that Yorker, particularly to the new batter Rutherford. They can knock another one over quickly. They'll be in a very good position.
Another quick single taken in the 23rd. West Indies 130 for 3.
All right, a bunch of these is found in the ladies' bathroom. It has a scorpion pull-up through fittings, can be picked up at the ticket office at the gate. That's a bunch of keys that was found in the ladies' bathroom. It can be picked up at the
West Indies been largely ahead of Sri Lanka in terms of scoring rate. But with that wicket, you see that Warm just slowly right on par and looking to dip below where Sri Lanka was at this stage.
Oh, ball in, Maya. Top class, Maya.
Manish Ishana comes away from the Michael holding hand.
Some purchase out there for Tikshana. You wonder also with the right-handers operating, if perhaps the use of the spinners from the Michael holding end is with that win factor in mind. Now a left hand on strike. Rutherford.
Ball in.
Fair to say Tikshana has been difficult to get away today.
Yeah, he's just getting enough from the surface to create a lot of doubts in the minds of the batters, particularly the left-handed Shufin Rutherford.
Come on.
I think Shana will utilize that off spinner more often than not. There is the slip in weight. 3 from 9. Can Rutherford just absorb this initial pressure until things get a little bit easier?
Yeah, that's important to do from here on out for this pair. Has to be quite methodical in their approach, particularly to Tikshana. Utilize the surface today. As you rightly said, just soak up a bit of what is happening out there and wait on the right moments to strike.
Yeah. Sorry.
See just off
Come
the pitch off the screen. Hasaranga is getting himself warm. He might be reintroduced into the attack momentarily.
Money.
Looking for a quick single sent back. They might be able to get that now. And they come through quite easily because of that fumble. It's 133 for 3.
Over. No problem. Ball and change.
One Hasaranga, which is coming from the Court World Champion, West Indies 133 for 3.
You say a mountain to climb for West Indies. They do have the firepower to scale it though. But they need a measure of control in this period. Ensure that they don't lose a number of wickets. And Hasaranga, as you rightly called it, Badri, has been reintroduced, this time from the Courtney Walsh end. is an appeal, but umpire Reefer signal wide. He's been on top of his game today, Reefer. Seems to be some sort of deliberation from the keeper, who is also the captain. And he's gone for it. And Sri Lanka believes there was an edge on that.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for court behind. Original decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please? Okay, ball's close to the bat. Can we just confirm with outer edge? Keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. There's a gap between bat and ball. Keep rolling, keep rolling. Keep rolling that through. Keep rolling, keep rolling. Yeah, satisfied, there's no bat involved. Leslie, you can stay with your original decision of not out. Stand by. Your on-screen signal now.
Yeah, if I was in the position of the keeper or captain, I won't be challenging any of Reefer's decision. He has been brilliant today and has been again accurate with another decision. Sri Lanka now without any more reviews remaining. Now he raises the finger. So not too long after, Shafan Rutherford is challenging it this time. And Hasaranga feels he's got his man.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. It's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please? Just go back one frame. And yeah, keep rolling, keep rolling. Okay, the ball's close to the glove there. Can we just go to outer edge? Yeah, keep rolling, keep rolling. Yeah, there's a clear gap between bat and ball. Just roll it through to the pad. Satisfied, no bat involved. Can we go to ball tracking when ready? Just standing by for ball tracking. Original decision is out. Pitching in line, impact in line, and wickets hitting. Leslie, you can stay with your original decision of out. Stand by. Your on-screen signal now.
Leslie Reefer calls it right once more in this match. And Rutherford, after surviving a review by Sri Lanka, has been given the matching orders. He goes back without troubling the scorers much for 5. West Indies, 134 for 4.
Coming to replace Circuit Rutherford is Rosman Chase.
Samuel Badri, think I might buy you a broad hat and get you out there. You called it right as soon as it hit. Saw that it was one of the easier decisions for Leslie Reefer today. And Ruston Chase, a new man in. Certainly needs a rebuilding period, but while you look at that, the wicket here from Hasaranga.
An eventful couple deliveries. The first one review for Sri Lanka, not given, and then West Indies and Sherfin Rutherford take their own review And this time the decision is upheld. Another good one from Leslie Rifa Jr. A wicket straight away for Hasaranga upon his reintroduction into the bowling attack from the Courtney Walsh end. And now things have gotten a little bit interesting from a West Indian perspective. Ruston Chase with slip and weight.
Yeah, he's off the mark, but a few overs ago, West Indies were in such control of what was happening out there. Since that wicket of Casey Carty, game has changed into a completely different complexion. You spoke about the use of the spinners from this Courtney Walsh end. And right away, Hasaranga into the attack has picked up a big wicket. Safe to say that Shea Hope is a key figure out there. Yes, there is need for rebuilding, but you also look at the rate that's steadily climbing.
One more good ball, Wani.
125 for 2. The West Indies were at one stage 134 now for 436 for 4. So losing a couple wickets quite quickly. And the rebuilding starts again. And this time with another experienced duo, 2 right-handers for Hasaranga to operate on.
Almost got himself into trouble looking to sweep their chase. The halfway mark, West Indies 136 for 4. Hope and Chase in the middle, Justin Graves so far lit up the power play for West Indies.
Ball in.
Always felt the end of the first innings was going to be West Indies versus the spinners. Hasaranga again getting the wicket on that occasion. Chase did a decent job with ball in hand, you say, but talk to me about the difference in the quality of the spin attack between these two teams.
Well, there's variety, there's a bit of mystery from both the Sri Lankan spinners. He plays that shot really well, Ruston Chase, one of the few West Indians who sweep the spinners well. Particularly when you're not picking, it's a go-to shot, a get out of jail sort of stroke. But yeah, you look at Ruston Chase and his orthodox style of off-spin as well as Gudakesh Moti. Not much mystery quality, yes, but the mystery absent. Tikshana has a variety of deliveries and he has that art of confusing the batters, and so too does Hasaranga. And so it's incomparable, the difference between the two spin bowling groups.
Look at Tikshana. One of the things that has been so impressive from him today is the control of lengths. Just as if he's reading the batters, knowing when to use his variation. such a reliable bowler in this lineup. Can bowl in any phase of the game, really. We've seen him open the bowling also. So also has the ability to utilize that new ball.
Oh, bowling! Hey!
Another economical over from Tikshana comes to an end. West Indies 140 for 4. Spinners stand out in this lineup, and those two spinners that we've talked at length about, Tikshana and Hasaranga with ball in hand now. Looking to reverse. There is an appeal and the finger goes up. So Hasaranga with another wicket. And he's having a word with Shea Hope, wondering if he should review. Perhaps on height, maybe. He goes for the review.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. It's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please? Okay, it doesn't appear to be any bat. Can we just confirm with Ultra Edge? Just keep rolling. Yeah, keep rolling that through. All right, satisfied. There's no bat involved. Can we go to ball tracking when ready? Standing by for ball tracking. Original decision is out. Pitching outside off. Impact in line. And wickets missing. Leslie, I'm going to ask you to reverse your decision from out to not out. Stand by. The on-screen signal now.
Yeah, for the first time today, a wonderful review though from West Indies and Shea Hope in conversation with Ruston Chase. For the first time today, referee gets one wrong. You can see why. It hit him quite very much in front, but a bit of turn just taking it away. Perhaps height as well because it hit him. Yeah, you saw the signal from Ruston Chase that it hit him in the stomach area. He decided to get that review, and indeed it was missing.
Yeah, it just felt as though Ruston Chase himself was consigned to that being out and had to be convinced by Shea Hope to take the review. It looked pretty adjacent when you saw it live. Not to be for Hasaranga and Sri Lanka. I just wonder though if that would, I suppose, stop Ruston Chase from playing those cross-batted shots, if he will change the way he approaches the innings, or is he still confident enough to continue to sweep?
Didn't look in control of that one either, a bit of an edge.
balls, that's fine, boy. Keep going.
Fair to say that he's weaving his web here. Hasaranga. West Indies batters have no answers for him thus far in this innings. Feel like every ball so far since his introduction at this end has been an event.
Yeah, he's been probing away, mixing up the googlies with the leg spinners. Batters perhaps aren't too sure which direction it's going and looking to pick him off the surface.
So even then, a bit short to finish, but just a single, 143 for 4. Two spinners operating in tandem now and doing a spectacular job for Sri Lanka. Certainly curtailed the run scoring of West Indies. Another close call again for Ruston Chase. Hasaranga and Tikshana together played 30 ODIs for Sri Lanka. Have picked up 120 wickets between them. 75 to Hasaranga, Tikshana 45. And the startling part of the stat is that Sri Lanka has won 21 of those 30 ODIs, losing just 8. So fair to say, when they are operating and doing well, always speaks well for Sri Lanka.
Ball in.
He's gotten himself in some problems playing the cross-batted shot, Ruston Chase, and you can hear the crowd. They're giving a bit of advice every time he plays the shot, and it's unsuccessful. Very vocal crowd here at Sabina Park. A very intelligent crowd as well. They know their cricket.
Yeah, there's a lack of foot movement as well. If you look at Sri Lanka's innings, their batters were prepared to come at the spinners. Ruston Chase planted at the crease. Yourself a spinner, Badri, nothing more. The spinners likes to see than a player, that batter just rooted on that crease.
Yeah, it gives you a certain level of comfort knowing that they won't advance and hit you straight over your head. So you can afford to flight it a little bit more and utilize your variations more frequently. Wonderful day. It really has been a wonderful day here in Kingston.
Yeah, again, a cross-batted shot, as you mentioned, looking for 2, but sent back. Looking to play him quite late, just staying deep in his crease on that occasion. Chase. Mentioned it being a wonderful day here in Jamaica. I'm sure that the fans will think it's even more a wonderful day if West Indies are to pull off a victory. Do have 22 overs more remaining to see where the game will end. It's 147 for 4 after 28. And West Indies and the other players, Sri Lankans, will take a drinks break.
West Indies still in pursuit of 304, requiring a further 157. This was the exact point where that partnership strengthened between Nisanka and Kusal Mendes. And they had, of course, that surge from Asalanka and Lianage. So some work for Hope and company to do. A very special day at Sabina today, where we had the ISA initiative bringing over 1,000 secondary school students to Sabina Park, rewarding the likes of Vital Laws for his excellence. Now with the West Indies team. Lovely to see the amount of children they were playing during the interval on the field, which was a huge honor for many of them. And of course, several excelling at the secondary school cricket level. Some Rodman Powell Foundation children in. We've had St. George's boys, Jamaica College, Jimmy Adams' alma mater, also sending some students. Kingston College as well. Excelsior. Courtney Walsh and Chris Gales, former school. So lovely day as the sun sets. And crunch time now for the West Indies with Shea Hope, the captain, struggling a bit with cramp throughout this innings. Roston Chase surviving a scare. And it was right here, folks, in the first innings where the game changed somewhat back in the favor of the West Indies when Kusal Mendes got out right at this point. Will we see another change? Hasaranga. Good afternoon, Jimmy.
Yes, it's going to be an interesting passage of play in the next half an hour or so. The West Indies want to be keeping up with the required rate, needing 156 from 131 deliveries. This man Hasaranga, 1 for 15 from 5.1. Keeping a tight rein on the West Indies. Boundaries currently have been at a premium in the last 10 or 15 overs. And the slow bowlers from Sri Lanka have really reined things in after a wonderful start from the West Indian top order against the faster bowlers.
It's gone high and it's gone long. Be a sign of what's to come.
Flighted delivery from Hasaranga, and Shea Hope needing no invitation. He likes to go hard and straight. A little bit of slice across that one. But had enough on it to easily clear the boundary straight back over the bowler's head. So that eases the pressure somewhat.
So just going to say before that 6, it's in Sri Lanka's best interest to mitigate the boundaries because of the difficulty that Shea Hope is facing with the cramp. I think it's in his right hamstring. Almost off the toe and into the hand of Hasaranga there. But the more they can make Shea Hope run the runs, he's only hit 3 boundaries in these 48, the more discomfort he feels. And surely they'll think, we get Shea Hope, the captain, out now, we have a great chance to win the game. 157 for 4.
Thank you. 49. Windies going off the next straight. Windies has around the next straight. Enter. Windies neck. Neck is hurting.
Windies Hasaranga going off of the field. 6 overs done. Maybe that signals the end of a spell. We're going to see the return of pace. And you can see umpire Christopher Taylor down there asking Hasaranga, what's the issue? Spent 116 days away from action, Hasaranga, so they'll want to maintain his fitness, make sure he can get through the tour. Ratanayaka back and a change of ends.
The consistency with which the Sri Lankan pacers have bowled that straight line has been really evident here today. Their interpretation of the wicket, of the surface, is that it is much more difficult to score runs if you take room away from batters. So there haven't been a lot of cuts that have been played through the offside. There have been a few clips to leg because the line has generally been straighter. Leg side well protected, long on, deep mid wicket, deep square leg, fine leg up, wicket to wicket line, and they don't. Mid wicket now coming in to the circle for Ruston Chase.
Tedious now for this pair as they structure the run chase. You think about the next 10 overs, if they can get 5 and over off the next 10, you take 50 out of that score and you think, can we chase 90 off the last 10? 90 off the last 60 balls with Matthew Ford, Moti, Alzari Joseph to come. Problem is you don't want to take a risk too many and get dismissed. That's the problem with losing Rutherford cheaply and losing Casey Carty at the point the West Indies did. Usually you would have a Justin Graves coming in at this stage. But obviously gone up to the top of the order. So they've got the struggle. Well, Shea Hope has got 3 struggles. Cramp, trying to score, and be there at the end.
Well, he's currently one run away from another ODI half century. Really disciplined bowling from the Sri Lankan seamers. Milan keeping it nice and straight on a good length, challenging the West Indian batters to hit across the line if they want to go in search of boundaries towards the onside.
We'll get there. He really is greatness in this format. It is 50 scores of 50 plus for one of the very best in the world. Another one for the West Indies skipper. 31 50s to go with 1900s. 161 for 4.
There's a Toyota Accord, prices paid 3841 MA. That's 3841 MA. You're asked to attend to your vehicle immediately. You're blocking. And
ball and change, right arm over.
Field. Another 54 West Indies captain. Got a couple of hundreds as well against Sri Lanka in the past. And I was like wondering when this change would happen. They've gone to the pace of Chamira since that first time since that opening spell. Now a couple of things to watch, folks, but first enjoy this celebration. Quality player.
Well, almost doing it on one leg is the West Indies captain, Shai Hope, really struggling with a bad leg. Hasn't stopped him from getting to another international 50, but he needs to stay there and build a partnership with Ruston Chase. You feel that a partnership here could really turn pressure back on the Sri Lankan team.
That has been hit sweetly. And even though Patum Nisanka got there, had too much pace on it.
One of the shots of the day. Loves the cover drive. The West Indian captain wasn't quite the half volley, but there was no bounce, so he managed to keep his arms over the shot and hit it hard enough to beat the cover in the ring and the deep cover running around the boundary. Despairing attempt, a much needed boundary for the West Indies.
Just got a message there, Chamira, from Asita Fernando about which side of the ball is getting, I think, rougher. I just wonder if he changed the grip there, but there's continuous communication going on between the seamers. You know, Asita Fernando is a reverse swing specialist. He's just trying to maybe scuff up one of the sides. That left side of the ball seems to be more abrasive, but a couple of things, Jimmy, that they use against Shea Hope. Remember in New Zealand, they use the short ball and they use the one going back into him off the pitch. So Chamira is the perfect man with that height and the ability to scramble the seam if he wants to take on that option.
Bit of a shout from Shai Hope, thinking he's missed out on a short ball, but it was a 50 that included a couple of 4s and 2 6s, and he's been fighting his way all the way through this bit of discomfort, and he's still there, and he's still carrying the hopes of the West Indies in this run chase.
A nice balance of control and aggression from the West Indian skipper, and as usual, very lavish to the offside.
Pace off. The change to get Chamira back has worked miracles. It could be the deciding moment in this game. Huge from Sri Lanka.
Well, Sri Lanka reverted to one of their senior fast bowlers, and he's responded with the all-important wicket of the West Indian captain. Slow ball into the wicket, drawing Shea Hope into the shot, failing to control it, and offering a fairly simple catch to backward point. And is this the end of the West Indies charge towards 300? And for Shai Hope has to depart for 56. The West Indies now 167 for 5.
Gurukesh Moti in ahead of Matthew Ford. Maybe the West Indies wanting a left-right combination, but his batting has excelled in previous years. Remember, in Sri Lanka itself, batted very well in 2024 a couple of years ago. He's got a huge role now. A change of pace from Chamira, bringing a change of fortune for Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka back in 2024. Slip being introduced. Excellent decision from Kusal Mendes to get Chamira back. .167 for 5.
Over. This one. Remind me, you said 11 down? 11 down?
West Indies were 125 for 2 at one stage. Find themselves at 167 for 5. Still some batting to come, but they'll need these two. And things tight at the moment. Sri Lanka were 1 run behind, but those wickets in hand made a difference towards the end of the innings. And there's a scoreboard pressure of having to chase. And Shea Hope was looking, he wasn't comfortable because he was dealing with the cramp, but he was easily able to rotate many of the bowlers. Then Kusa Mendes went back to Shamir. It was a fiery over up until this point. Went the leg cutter route and definitely gripped in the pitch. And remember, Jimmy, that was the end Shamir started from and got a few balls to keep low to Justin Graves early on.
Well, it was a decision to try and break a partnership, and it definitely worked. Extra pace, good variations, a wicket that is assisting anyone who can bowl slow balls into the wicket. And at the other end, Milan continues to bowl a wicket-to-wicket line. He might err occasionally down leg as he did on that delivery. But generally, his line has been consistently wicket-to-wicket.
And that right there, folks, is why it's so important for Sri Lanka to have Chamira back. He's only played 10 ODIs in the last 2 years. He's had his significant struggles with injury. As we know, he missed T20 World Cup a couple of years ago here in the Caribbean because of injury. But that ability to move the new ball laterally, but then with his height being a point of difference for this Sri Lankan bowling lineup, Gary Kirsten will be desperate to have him in South Africa. They've got to manage him, though. You want him in the T20 format. He'll play the leagues around the world as well. So that will be the challenge. Anytime he's bowling north of 145 kilometers per hour, you know he's at his peak fitness. And we saw it in his opening spell today, where yes, he went for runs, but the pace was up.
There's no doubt the pace is important. It is a factor. But the variations are there as well, Nikhil. He's such a skillful operator. Slow ball from Milan. Drawing Shai Hope into a shot that wasn't on. Totally outfoxed him with the change of pace. 59 matches, ODI matches in his career to date. Good economy rate of 5.5. It's definitely been his captain's go-to bowler in this innings.
The fact that Chamira made his debut in 2015, that's 11 years ago. He's only played 58 games. That tells you that he's had his difficulties with missing time. So this is a big series for him in staying fit, but under new leadership, showing that he's can build enough confidence within them to be ready for that World Cup, and they can trust him. Deep fine coming into the circle for this last ball. Over Phil with pace off deliveries, 172 for 5.
Over 17 क्या था
90 JC, White Highlights, winners down. Please hear me. Emergency 90 JC, White Highlights, winners down.
Similar to the West Indies, plethora of options for Kusa Mendes to pick from. We haven't seen Kamindu Mendes yet. Haven't seen Lianage. And we talked about the angle of attack to Shea Hope, that ball going back into him. Shamir started there and then branched out to his variation.
Had a really good feel for the batsman getting used to the pace of the ball coming, quicker deliveries, and figured that that was the time to serve up the one with pace off, and it definitely worked.
Fortuitous from Moti. Been flirting with danger outside that off stump for a couple of deliveries. Finally makes contact.
Well, at this point, the West Indies don't care where they get their boundaries from. Moti flashing outside the off stump, getting enough bat on it to keep it away from the wicket keeper, but not too wide to bring third man into play. Much needed 4 runs for the West Indies. Run rate now 7.3 across the rest of the innings.
And a quick single.
Good cricket all around. They must keep looking for runs, the West Indies. They must keep believing that this target is gettable. They must keep believing that all of these batters left to come have the ability, can build partnerships, and hopefully stay within striking distance going into the last few overs.
2 more to come.
All right, Jimmy. Chamira, all of the Sri Lankan legends they've produced, Malinga, Vas, he's always idolized Brett Lee, a man you faced. What are the similarities? You see any? Other than the height, 6'3", and Brett Lee was 6'2". Crisp, clean from Chase.
Well, the second boundary of the over. What a classical response from Roston Chase to a ball slightly overpitched from Chamira. Gracefully put through extra cover, straight out of the textbook, full face of the bat, well placed. And the second much needed boundary in the over for the West Indies. Back of the hand, slow ball. Too close to the bat, got the response it deserved.
Wait.
181 for 5.
It's over. Mahi, Shana back on.
23 needed from the last 17 overs, so needs 7 and over. Ratanaika has come back well. He's been steady like a ship. The big tell there was that Kusal Mendes was silent. It was Hasaranga who was the excited one at point. I think usually either the keeper or bowler would know. None of them said anything.
I'm not sure they have any reviews left anyway, Sri Lanka.
Sanka's been busy on that cover boundary. Another couple.
Good batting from Gudakesh Moti. Likes to freeze arms. That was the previous delivery when there was a half appeal thing that there was no contact between bat and ball.
It's been clear from Ratanaika in this secondary spell where almost everything has been wide to the left-handed Moti. Mainly because of that wind coming from the offside for the left-hander, making it much harder to hit there. So trying to force him to hit offside with a deep point, deep third. Think about when now does Kusal Mendes go for the kill. He's got between Tikshana and Hasaranga 7 overs remaining. And then you think the seamers can support at the opposite end. So when does he decide to go back to either one of them, if not both?
Good bowling from Milan. Bowling to his plan, bowling to his field set by his captain. He has come nowhere near the straight line that he has bowled to the right-handers. He's kept Gudakesh Moti reaching for the ball wide of off stump. And with the exception of one drive for a couple through the covers, Gudakesh Moti has found Hasaranga on a couple of occasions and missed the others. So the pressure continues to build, and in his own way, Milan is contributing to this pressure.
Can he close the over out? 2 runs from it, the asking rate has creeped up to 7.5. Wide again. And just 1 again. 184 for 5. Bit of a stutter in the middle, losing Casey Carty. It was an unbelievable catch by Kamindu Mendes. It seemed like it was a game-changing moment. Carty was on the other side of that when he dropped Nisanka, first ball of the game. Ross and Chase Moti, this partnership now 17, coming good time as well. 20 deliveries, and as a result, Kusal Mendes has decided it's time. Here is Wanindu Hasaranga. Now he's got the left-handed Moti to contend with, so it could help the West Indies in taking on both ends with this left-right combination. I think they were confident that there was a touch there by Moti.
Well, you did sense that they were going to go up with an almighty appeal had the captain caught this one coming from behind the stumps.
I don't think a wide was given for that, so dot ball must have brushed something. Very smart, intelligent batting from Gudakesh Moti.
Excellent cricket. Hasaranga going up in the air to tempt him with a googly. Moti just chipping it over the mid-off that was inside the circle. And another welcome boundary. Big shout, and he has gotten the response he wanted. Hasaranga. Gudakesh Moti has been given out LBW. And it's gone upstairs for referral. We'll have to see what the third umpire thinks.
TV umpire to director, we have a play review for LBW. Original decision is out. It's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please? Ball's close to the bat. Can we just confirm with Ultra Edge? And roll through the pad. Satisfied, no bat involved. Can we go to ball tracking when ready? Just standing by for ball tracking. Original decision is out. Pitching outside off. Impact in line. And wickets missing. Leslie, I'm going to ask you to reverse your decision from out to not out. Stand by. Yeah. Your on-screen signal now.
It's the sixth decision that Lesrifa and sixth review as well that he's been involved with. A lot of all the action happening at this end. Sri Lanka, where has that bounce come from? They're in shot. Lesrifa's had a lot of work to do. I think my director is saying call it a referral today, Jimmy. Wayne Knights is chilling at the other end.
No pun intended, Nikhil. Moti lives to fight on.
188 for 5.
Whoa!
He's squeezed. A lot happening. There's a tense buzz around Sabina Park. 190 for 5.
Asita Fernando will be coming back from the final hole again. West Indies 190 from 5.
Hawkeye securing what matters most, and on this occasion it's the hopes of all West Indies fans keeping Gudakesh Moti at the crease, to the absolute dismay of the Sri Lankans. Stacey Ann, how did you view that decision, and are you questioning technology?
Well, it's not perfect, certainly not, and I think we were all in shock. I think all of us in the other room had our fingers up from the moment it hit the pad, but it went over. Some bounce on that one, and Kale was saying that he believes that it was doing too much. We're expecting it to tail down the leg side, but surprising bounce on that occasion.
Busiest man on the field as Zarifa. 4 and 2 of his 6 decisions. He'll need a massage tonight, an ice bath, probably jump in the recovery, the fast bowlers, Les Zarifa. He's been in the thick of the action. 6 decisions, first 4 correct, the next 2 reversed. And the good thing about the technology is that you can now tell the difference between an incorrect decision and a bad decision. Both of the overturned decisions were very tight. Even have Stacey questioning the technology on one of them. But it's been a busy day out for Les Zarifa.
Not just me, the Sri Lankans, they were in shock. They were wondering how that bounced as much as it did, but you rightly said it. I think he's had a brilliant day despite those 2 reversals. I think a lot of people would have risen their finger for that one.
Sun setting on this encounter, Shea Hope gone. And the Sri Lankans would think that they are in the ascendancy. Never count out the West Indies at home. But on the basis of recent history, Shea Hope being the talisman, the West Indies, Lord, are not firing as they would like. You'd have to think that Sri Lanka is ahead by a very long way.
Yeah, still up in this period of the game. We don't want to give West Indies a sniff.
Pulled into the deep, just short. Just short. It's that into the wind that we've been speaking about, forcing batters to hit toward the scoreboard. You see Rawson Chase pulling out of the shot at the last moment, and that may have just saved him.
Wonderful sun setting in the background there. Kusal Mendes just ensuring that he gets his angles right.
At this stage, Sri Lanka won 9-2 for 3, so similar in runs, just a couple wickets lost to West Indies. But the catalyst for that strong finish, this man on stream, Janet Leonage. He had a peculiar wagon wheel after those first 2 shots, straight over the bowler's head and then straight over the keeper's head. And he continually found ways to innovate, using the pace of the West Indies seamers. And then just to go one better, he went downtown and he went big for 6. A supreme finish. He did it in his own way. We're so accustomed to seeing big, strong strokes. That wasn't the way he decided to do it. 36 gone. 192 for 5. Loud appeal, no reviews remaining. So umpire's decision stands. There's the referee again in the thick of things. I think Roston Chase got outside the line. Not sure if he was struck outside the line. Yes, and prodigious turn as well. One of the easier decisions he would have had to make today, Les Zarifa. As always, Chase the man for a crisis. He answered the call with ball in hand today. 10 overs straight from the Michael Holding and getting 2 scalps along the way. And now he's out there, 19 off 29, 111 needed off 82. He has to be there at the end if West Indies win. Budakish Moti, left-hander. And when we saw the batting carriage, we saw Matthew Ford slated for 7. I just wonder how much of the Spin Twins and their threat would have promoted Moti to 7 ahead of Matthew Ford, who could probably be looked or you'd probably be asking him, prefer to ask him to come in at the back end in those last 5-7 overs. And even if you're up at 10 and over, you back him to get it. This is the challenge that they have to surpass to get to that stage.
Perhaps a difference in the style of play as well for the two batters, Moti and Ford. Ford, more known for his power hitting. The situation that the game presented, it just needed a bit of equanimous figures out there in the middle. You have the likes of Moti and Chase there, just looking to take it as deep as possible. It's 195 for 5.
$109 runs off 78 balls, the equation for West Indies if they want to go 1-up in this ODI series. It seems beyond them at the moment. Sri Lanka in the ascendancy. Asita Fernando is one of those bowlers who just won't go away. And talking about going away, this man, Les Zarifa, in the action. He's had 6 decisions reviewed. These are the 2 that have been overturned. I just wanted to point out that an overturned decision is not necessarily a bad decision. When you look at these full time, they both look out, but overturned due to the technology, and the other 4 splendid and backed by the technology. Boston Chase gets it away for 4. The ball is starting to reverse. Asita Fernando is coming to his own. But Roston Chase has found a way to get a boundary.
Found a way indeed was the best way of describing that. I think that was really well executed from Asita Fernando. Perhaps just a bit too straight. So Roston Chase able to whip it to that vacant fine leg area. A nice whippage from him. Nice use of the wrist.
wide delivery. So we can see in those two balls the arsenal which will be used by Asita Fernando. He's going to go pace off, or he's going to go full and straight. I think it's starting to reverse a bit. Ooh, Cardinal sin. Cardinal sin, overstepping, the line does not move. And a free hit for Roston Chase. Needs to have something behind it, and he doesn't. $200 up for the West Indies.
We spoke about it, Sri Lanka wanting to finish well. Yes, you feel as if they're on top of the game, but you don't want West Indies to somehow find their way back in it. And there you go, a free hit coming at an opportune time. Of course, West Indies, Shea Hope and Roston Chase, I beg your pardon, still has to put it away.
Perfect execution. In-swinging Yorker. Comes from a low trajectory, Asita Fernando. That is about as good as you can get. We all knew it. We all knew it was going to come after the Yorkers. He delivered early in the over. Roston Chase knew it as well. See how low he tried to get, but still couldn't get it away. Perfect execution.
It's been one of the standout areas of the Sri Lankan bowling attack, I must take note of. Is the way I think they're well planned, Sri Lanka, from what I can see. Kusal Mendes, awareness of when to utilize his spinners and which ends. And the bowlers, they have set roles. We spoke about role identification for batting when we were speaking about West Indies, but the roles that the Sri Lankan bowlers have played in this match, I must say, executed their plans quite well on that occasion, looking for that Yorker, but just a bit too wide. Fernando, Godakesh Moti is just too good. Get some bat onto it, pick up a much needed boundary.
Bat on ball is the name of the game. It's not a bad ball. He wants to go wide. That's just on the inside of the wide line. Gurukesh Moti found a way to get bat on ball, and that's all you need. Just wonder how long it will take Fernando to bring third into the circle and send point back. Would have been a single if that field were in play. And if you are going to go wide consistently, maybe that's a better field. Wide again, nick to the keeper this time, 38 gone, 205 for 5. Neck and neck after 38 overs, 2 wickets. Extra loss from the West Indies unit, but quite similar. To the dismay of the fans, doesn't want to see the cute shots from Roston Chase.
Yeah, decent bowling attack so far for Sri Lanka. 2 opening bowlers, the most expensive, but you say they've done their job picking up those wickets. Jamira, very quick. But being that attacking option for Sri Lanka. He's played that role quite well. And just speaking about the roles of the Sri Lankan bowlers in the previous over, you look at someone like Milan Rathinayaka. It's not express pace, but has played the part that Sri Lanka has demanded of him. He's came in and just bowled wicket to wicket, line and length. Nothing out of sorts, no short deliveries, just kept it on a line, and that is all they wanted for him, a containment role. And he's played that really well. And then you have the attacking options of Hasaranga and Chamira to come in. So as I said, really well planned, stuck to their plans and executed well so far, Sri Lanka.
Yeah, just to build on that, you have to give Kushal Mendes big credit for his handling of the bowlers. Milan Rathinayaka was never going to win you the game blowing away a team, but what he was always able to do is bring him into an opportune time for him to bowl that elevates his skill set, being very boring, metronomic in length and line, rolling his wrist over the seam. And what that did is give a break to the attacking bowlers, and he always knew when to flip the switch, bring the attacking bowlers back in and make that breakthrough. It is almost as though Milan was the pressure at each and every occasion that there was a little bit of a collapse.
Yeah, spot on there, Carlos. Kushal Mendes utilized his bowlers well today. Just pick the right moments and when to use them. And the game felt like it was drifting away. Just knew the right options to bring in to try and get him that wicket. And then when just required that period of containment, he found the right bowlers to play their role.
Wide pace off and wide. Smart from Chamira, who's seen high pace. No, seen him just run the fingers alongside the seam of the ball. I think we're getting into that territory now where Sri Lanka realize that West Indies need to get a move on, and need to get a move on soon. And they've almost preempted that charge, and they've gone to the death bowling stocks. We've seen the Yorkers from Fernando at the other end. We're now seeing the cutters from Dushmantha Chamira. So they know what's coming. Slapped by Chase. He picked the slow ball on this occasion, but off in the circle. Is that the beginning of the charge?
Yeah, I was thinking to myself here, when do these two batters decide to really take the ultra-aggressive options to these bowlers? I think Ruston Chase has made up his mind. So leg cutter that he picks quite well. He sat up nicely also in the surface, able to get it over that fielder in the circle.
Pushed into the offside, closes out the 39th over to 13 for 5. Second one-day international at Sabina Park. It's a 2 p.m. start. One of these teams will go 1-0 in at the moment. It seems to be Sri Lanka. But Roston Chase has switched gears and Sri Lanka has switched bowlers. Manish Tikshana into the attack. He has 3 left. Hasaranga has 2. Suspected to be held. They've held him back for this time when they could have 5 out after this over. Brought him in over early.
Send the ball in. Ball in, ball in, ball in.
This is why each game means so much. Sri Lanka number 6, West Indies number 10. Sri Lanka a little bit on the defensive. They need to stay in 6 or higher. West Indies have to be on the attack. They need to get number 9 or higher. And get number 9 to qualify directly for the 2027 World Cup. The top 8 plus the host, South Africa. We want to avoid that qualifying tournament, which West Indies failed to get through for the last World Cup.
You see the result of failing to qualify directly for a World Cup. Nice turn away from the right-handed batter. Both men and women team unable to make it through out of the qualifiers.
In the air. We've seen some action in that area today. But just a single. The breaks are well and truly on from Tikshana. He showed all his skill. So prolific in the T20 game. And all that experience is coming out here now. Gone big, Moti. That's into the wind. And gone. Ball Tikshana. Assisted win, caught Milan. Gone, Gudakesh Moti.
I love that you said assisted wind, because you see how long it took for the ball to come down. The fielder had so much time in the wall. It was high up in the air. Not a lot of height on it, not a lot of distance. And the fielder, he had enough time to judge exactly where it was going and settle under it. So Tikshana, the skipper, decided that he's the man to get the wicket, and he did so, as Gudakesh Moti has to go back for 22. West Indies 214 for 6.
Matthew Ford, the next man in. That 50 last summer against Ireland, a record-breaking 50, number of balls faced. They needed similar heroics today. No reviews left. End of the 40th and end of power play number 2, 214 for 6.
Thank you.
10 overs remain. Required rate of 9 per over. 4 wickets in hand. The equation for the West Indies, 4 wickets to get. The equation for Sri Lanka. Dushmanta Chameera pushes off just from before the boundary.
Straight on it there, Chameera. Straight on it.
Gulakash Moti thought he got a big piece of that. It went high up in the air, but Milan, his initial step was back, as you said, Carlos, expecting that to fly over the boundary. But the assistance from the wind is always the risky option, hitting it in the air on that side. The wind so strong here at the Sabina Park.
Over 5 to that.
Quick single taken. You must give credit to Kusal Mendes, his thinking in this bowling innings. Held back Tikshana and felt like the time was right. Didn't want the partnership to grow between Chase and Moti, and he needed him to strike, and that he did. So really good again from Kusal Mendes.
Collapsed. Dushmanta Chameera, 144 miles straight. And Chase is gone.
They are beaten for pace there on that occasion. Fast bowlers love that sight. Stump just being knocked back. Ruston Chase just looking. Lift that one to the onside. Unfortunately, too quick for him to handle. He goes back for a 33. West Indies sinks in for the trouble. 216 for 7.
Alzari Joseph, the new batter. Not bad with his exploits with the bat in Test cricket, but we've not seen that at the ODI level just yet.
Yes, middle stump.
Yeah, rocking back the middle stump. Chameera has been excellent for Sri Lanka with his aggressive nature today.
Did that hit something? But he's going for the juggler. Ruston Chase has walked across and he's gone full and straight. And he knows how important that wicket is. You'd have to think that was the last real threat. And if you throw the ball to your big fast bowler, you want him to have an impact. And have an impact he did. 2 for 55, it's been an excellent spell of fast bowling, knowing when to hit the length and now knowing when to go for the pulls. And again, another for Chameera. Another step closer to victory for Sri Lanka.
Knowing when to hit the poles indeed. Chameera in this phase of the game has decided to go full and straight to the batters. And it's walking a treat for him. Alzari Joseph looking to advance down the track to him. Again, too hot to handle from Chameera. He strikes again. Alzari Joseph goes without trouble in the scorers. West Indies 216 for 8.
The think tank captain on the left, coach on the right. The two men in the middle that matter, who can effect change, however unlikely at this point in time. Shamar Joseph, regularly a hero with the ball. Does he have any heroics with bat in hand? It's a precarious position for the West Indies. It's been sublime seam bowling, an exhibition by Dushmanta Chamira from the Courtney Walsh end and doing justice to the great man's name. Beautiful cover drive, won't make it all the way to the boundary. It gives the crowd a nice buzz. Nice little hum after seeing that shot from the seamer. 41 gone, 218 for 8.
Just run off.
At the end of the first over, West Indies 218 for 8.
A sorry scorecard for the West Indies. No one really going big and going deep. And as a result, with 9 overs to go, the equation looks unlikely. Mishtik Shana again for his 9th.
No!
And what you notice on that scorecard is that had about 4 starts in that lineup, with no one able to push on to get a big one. And I think that's also a difference in this match situation right now.
Now at the back. Oh, wow.
Yeah, Chamira, very exaggerated advance to a bowler bowling 140 k's per hour. And much like you would expect if you give yourself less time, beaten by pace, Alzari Joseph. How impressed are you with this option to go full and straight at the low order?
Yeah, massively impressed. I think you have pace, you use it, especially the lower order. Sometimes you get tempted into bowling slow deliveries, as you like to put it, the fancy stuff, Carlos. But Chamira, he has express pace. And with the low order batters in operation, love to see fast bowlers just looking to hit the pegs. It's wonderful from Chamira.
I didn't have the pace, so I had to try the fancy stuff. But I do agree, if you have the pace, use it. And we saw the ball starting to tail. They're showing the skill, able to use that ball that's reversing and target the pegs, the toes. And at high pace, it's a serious proposition. From his height as well, Chamira's been impressive today. Can they get 2? They're looking for it, and they'll get it quite easily.
Yeah, and just to pick up on that, add to it really, I'm not saying there's no room for variation in slow deliveries, of course, because you look at that delivery that he dismissed Shea Hope with. The pace was extremely low comparatively to what he's accustomed to bowling. Oh! It's just the time and place for it. When you're looking to deceive batters, full and straight is the cry. End of that over, 221 for 8.
Right arm over.
West Indies 221-8.
Well, a highly improbable 83 needed now by the West Indies from 47 deliveries. 221 for 8. Final rights being administered by Sri Lanka here at Sabina Park. Hasaranga into his 9th over, 1 for 33.
Easy.
You have to think, Samuel, that ever since the introduction of Shana inside that power play, the West Indian batsmen have never really come to grips with the slow bowling from Sri Lanka. They've really put a brake on any sort of impetus that the West Indies batting lineup would have attempted to build. Shana 2 for 23 from his 9 has bowled beautifully in these conditions.
Yeah, Jimmy, we did make mention of that point a little bit earlier when West Indies, when we saw the way they were batting, perhaps they were conscious of the threat that the spinners possessed, and so they were looking to capitalize against the fast bowlers. That's well connected, that's in the gap, and just one bounce for 4. Shamar Joseph, he has some talent with the bat. He has an opportunity now with quite a few overs remaining to show his worth in the slot and duly dispatched.
Doesn't need an invitation to swing to cow, does Shamar Joseph. He will entertain. 43 finished. It's 227 for 8.
Lots of action coming your way at the end of this contest. Beaten all ends up. Shana is real quality. It's just the first of 3 one-day internationals. Another one to follow in a few days' time, and then the third before we head to the 3-match T20 International Series and a couple test matches. That's a huge shot. He's celebrating before he turned to appeal. Nothing from the umpire, just signaling perhaps outside off stump. No reviews left, so they have to rely on the on-field umpire's call. Wow, wow, wow.
Straight.
Fortune favors the brave. This will challenge the boundary. Get a couple. Decided that he's had enough, looking to play and prod Shamar Joseph through the kitchen sink at that one. He always plays with a smile.
Well, to say that he was comprehensively beaten on that delivery, which produced the appeal, is a gross understatement.
Yeah. They probably one shot, I feel like. Yeah. Short run. I feel so. Oh, fuck. What are you doing? Yeah.
Yeah, the bat just slipping in his hand. Does he get there eventually? Does he? It's on the line a little bit more.
That is a tough one.
I just wonder if in the end he manages to get enough over the line. He's looking at the ball. He wants to come back for 2 at that point. He's not concerned about the line. He's hoping that he does enough. Just there. Does he get it past the line? Might want to magnify a little bit for a closer look. It's not as though every run counts in this situation, but we want to make absolutely sure. Nothing over the line there. There is a moment that it goes, but I don't think that it crossed. I don't think that he ever got anything over the line, and so the signal. Short run, but he's back on strike. Talk us through this LBW appeal.
Well, opening up to cut. And the replay showing that he was hit a half an inch outside that off stump, Samuel. Brilliant decision from the standing umpire.
It was umpire's call. Even if he had given it out, it would have remained out, so it would have been a brilliant call either way.
Well, it's been a magnificent spell from Tikshana, finishing up now his 10th and final over. A single to finish it, 2 for 26. 44 overs gone, the West Indies, 230 for 8.
Inserted earlier this morning, Sri Lanka, they got to 303 thanks to Nisanka and Captain Kushal Mendes. And this is well placed, and it will bring a boundary to Matthew Ford. Good timing as well. Has proven to be a good lower order batter, Matthew Ford.
Well, any batsman would have been proud of this shot. Short and wide, he chops it down and places it just to the right of the man at backward point, leaving no chance for the man at cover, and another boundary to the West Indies.
Wait.
He's a little bit reluctant to bowl that googly Hasaranga to Matthew Ford, because Ford is eyeing up long on to that mid-wicket region. It's a shortest straight boundary. And he will also be hitting with the wind leg side. So all of those factors combine, and he wants to take the ball as a result of that away from the right-hander, though one of his greatest wicket-taking delivery is that googly.
Well played.
Well bowled.
A
really good exhibition of wrist spin bowling from Hasaranga today. Turning the ball both ways, creating doubt in the batsman's mind.
He too with his final delivery coming up in this match. Is he tempted to float a googly up there with his final delivery? Here's the leg spinner, and his spell commendable one comes to an end as well. 45 gone, 234 for 8.
Still 8 minutes to start the final over, man. 8 minutes to start the final over. Just letting you know. I know you're doing your best. It's not easy. I'll let him know that. I'll let him know try.
70 of 30, a couple wickets remaining. The two primary spinners for Sri Lanka picking up 3 wickets for 69 runs off 20 overs. Wonderful outing for them. And coming into this contest, coming into the series, that was the discussion point. What sort of impact would their spinners have, given their mystery and variety? And as was suspected, they've played a significant role in defining this contest. 2 for 26 from 10 overs, brilliant stuff. Slow delivery to start this spell from Milan Ratnayaka. Right, how is he approaching this from here on in?
Shamar Joseph, I don't think, is leaving any doubt to the imagination on what his plans are. He'll be going hard and high and as far as possible. Milan Ratnayaka continues to do a good job. He's sat quietly in the background with his spells, always bowling dead straight to the right-handers, daring them to hit across him. And whenever he's bowled to the left-handers, it's been wide and wider. Slower balls as well, and really making sure that they always hit to the offside where you're hitting against the wind. And the fielders on the boundary. Wide signal, tempted slow ball bumper, but they haven't been afraid to use the variations of the Sri Lankan seamers. We saw the West Indian seamers doing similar in the first innings. Bangs it hard into the pitch, a little bit too high even for the 6'3" Matthew Ford.
Whoa. Yeah, wide again. Quite instinctive, isn't it, for the batter to search for the umpire in that square leg region. But because of the sun setting in the west, umpire Leslie Reefer Jr. is positioned in the offside in that point region. It's not what you're used to as a batter. You usually expect them to be leg side. But you understand why he's not there, so that he gets a better vantage point. A lot of credit must be given to Sri Lanka, Jimmy, the way they went about this contest. Inserted difficult early period, lost an early wicket. They rebuilt, consolidated, and then sort of accelerated towards the back end, keeping wickets in hand. It shows a team who understands how to construct a one-day international innings. We've spoken about them heralding a new era, a new leadership group. Smacked with a lot of authority, and a lot of viciousness in that as well from Shamar Joseph, and something for them to celebrate here at Sabina Park.
Well, Ratnayaka has put it right in the slot. He's brought it close enough for Shamar Joseph to get a flat-batted shot to cow corner, and he's hit it with tremendous power, easily clearing the boundary. 6 more to Shamar Joseph, 6 more to the West Indies. It's been a really professional display from the Sri Lankans. You talk about how they constructed that innings. There's a rhythm to all the formats, Samuel, and what really pleased me watching the Sri Lankan construct was you get the Sanka who might not have been fluent, and his captain comes in and straight away takes charge and makes sure that there is momentum going through the power play coming out of the first power play. And then at the back end, Lenage as well was really instrumental. We were thinking maybe 260, 270, but his push at the end when some in the middle might have been struggling was really important on pushing them just over the 300 mark. 46 overs gone, 245 for 8.
.59 off 24, couple wickets in hand for the West Indies. It's been all Sri Lanka today, though. Quite clinical in what they've done. Dushmanta Chamira, a 3-wicket haul so far, replaces Hasaranga. He's been brilliant with these Yorkers. Pacey and great accuracy from Dushmanta Chamira. Very experienced seamer. They've really played as though they know what they're about, what they're doing. Yeah, he doesn't know what he's about or what he's doing.
Okay. Coming around, Matthew. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, crunch away. There is protection in the deep. Cuts off the boundary. So another 2. If you're having a chat with Darren Sammy after this match, Jimmy, what would be some of your observations in the contest?
I think we're looking at some important wickets contributed by Chamira, outfoxing the captain, and then 2 very full Yorkers. Get rid of Chase and then Alzari Joseph. He's been brilliant today. Again, sticking to the plan. Wide Yorkers angled away from the right-hander Matthew Ford, not giving him any leverage, any opportunity to use his arms. I think some of it I think is fairly obvious. You know, you really have to get into your batsmen's heads about cashing in. If you've done the hard work, if you've gotten in, it's so difficult to get momentum on some of these surfaces that if you are one of those in the top 4 or 5 that has gotten in, then the responsibility really lies with you to go as deep as possible. Not only to build momentum, but to have something at the back end with which to put the opposition under pressure. I think there will be some concern about Gudakesh Moti after today. Didn't happen for him, but his 10 overs is critical, and if they're going to compete, then he has to turn up. He has to really hit those links. And it's all good and well saying that you're trying to get people out with particular fields, but at the end of the day, it can't be at 10 and over.
Yeah, agreed. I think that 300 were too many. The 250 comes up for the West Indies. So they'll look at that bowling effort firstly and try to deconstruct what they did there. And this is the available squad for the West Indies. Shimron Hetmyer is part of this squad. I don't think he's available until the final ODI. That might just bring about a change once he becomes available. They've tried a new combination at the top, and to be fair to them, they produced a wonderful opening partnership. Natural light is fading. It's 251 for 8.
There's an emergency ban red Honda 006 JA. Emergency ban red Honda 1006 red/Burgundy.
Yeah, slow over it. Penalty, only 4 fielders allowed outside of the 30-yard circle. It's been a slow day in West Indies. They had to endure that additional fielder inside the inner circle. Yeah, Wallop back past him just for a single though. Actually, he didn't take that single. He wants to strike Matthew Ford. Shamar Joseph, if you remember, smacked a 6 in the over previously. But Matthew Ford has decided that I'm going to go for a few 6s in this over. 53 from 17. Call is for 2. Does he come back? He does. Gets there comfortably in the end.
Well, Shamar Joseph was 22 from 19. Might not agree with him, but he has deferred to his senior partner, Matthew Ford, who is on 14 from 22. 51 required from 16. Not impossible, but probably unlikely.
Yeah, that slower ball again. Into his final over as well, as you so rightly mentioned. He's been quietly efficient every time he's been called upon. Not pacey, but quite smart with the way he's gone about his business, unperturbed. And very simple in what he does.
Well, he's read the conditions perfectly. The state of the wicket, the condition of the wicket. He's bowled very straight to the right-handers. Four byes signaled. Not a bad delivery. Following the right-handed Matthew Ford as he backed away and got the perfect Yorker leg that actually went through Matthew Ford's legs, but ended up too huge an angle for the wicket-keeper, Mendes, going right through the legs, and Mendes just a little bit late on it. So it's an extra 5 runs to the West Indies.
Well, 4, it's just byes, but it's a difficult one for Mendes. That goes down as 4 byes for him, or against him rather. Not much he could have done there. It's been a long time since Sri Lanka won a one-day international here in the West Indies. We see the lights from the lighting towers come on from 2 of them so far anyway, just to enhance visibility out there. Much needed. This game has gone on for quite a long time, hence the overhit penalty. End of a spell commendable spell from Ratnayaka. 258 for 8, 2 overs to go. Four consecutive 50-plus scores for Shea Hope versus Sri Lanka in the West Indies. Still not good enough to put them in a winning position. Chamira into his final over. Can he get a 4 or 5 wicket haul? Both options still possible. Right, he has a deep point, deep sweeper offside as well as a long off. Expect that wide Yorker. Clean him up, straight Yorker. A 4-wicket haul. He's been exceptional today, Dushmantha Chameera, the leader of this attack. And he's showing them how to get it done. Smiles all around.
Around the wicket, angled right into that off stump on a perfect Yorker length. Matthew Ford trying to make room, couldn't get bat on it. And Chameera gets his 4th in his last over. Matthew Ford goes for 15. The West Indies 258 for 9.
Last batter makes his way out to the middle, Jayden Seals. 2 fast bowlers out there with some 11 deliveries remaining. Best of an unbeaten 29 for Jayden Seals. But a little subplot unfolding here. Can Chameera get what would be a second 5-wicket haul in one-day internationals? Look for that searing Yorker. Keep your feet out of the way, Jayden Seals. Does look to get that ball full and fast and straight. Is there a bit of reverse as well? Matthew Ford going across quite early. But look at the accuracy. You're thinking about self-preservation as well. Off the mark straight away. Really is a rhythmic bowler, Dushmantha Chameera, when he is in full flow. It's a sight to behold. His run-up quite long, very close to the edge of the boundary here at the Courtney Walsh end. Smooth and elegant. And he generates high pace. Nice to see him on the park. He's had his fair share of injuries throughout his career, Dushmantha Chameera, but he's back at his best, it seems.
Sun is almost set here in Kingston, which has occasioned the use of the lights at Sabina Park. Lights, new lights recently installed here. Shot into the body of Jaden Seals, who has a swing and a miss, gets hit on the body.
What about the fast bowlers union? There's no such thing. Chamira into the body of Jaden Seals. Yeah, other Sri Lankan bowlers with 4 wickets plus in the West Indies, 4 wickets hauls. Sanat Jayasuriya in 1997, 5 for 58 at the Queen's Park Oval. Angelo Matthews, 4 for 29 at the Queen's Park Oval as well in 2013. And Dushmanta Chamira joins them today with his 4 for. Well watched. He doesn't want to give his wicket away.
Jeremy, check in front for that.
The umpire, Leslie Reefer Jr., the eagle-eyed, he was this one, unfortunately, comes to an end by virtue of the lights not coming on or returning. It will be decided by Duckworth Lewis. Not sure if it's called off totally or if they're just waiting some further information. We'll just update you as soon as we get confirmation. We don't want to pronounce the end of the match just yet, as it's not officially been called off. So we await further updates as to when and if the lights will return. But this is how things stand at the moment. West Indies won the toss. They inserted Sri Lanka in the first of 3 one-day internationals here at Sabina Park. 303 is what Sri Lanka got to a couple half centuries. Pathum Nissanka, top scored with 79. He was dropped off the very first delivery. Made West Indies pay. And in reply, Hope with 56, Graves with 45. West Indies currently at 261 for 9 when play was stopped due to bad light. Sri Lankans are still on the field. Might just be doing a little bit of recovery, stretching, waiting further information from the umpires. Yeah, he needs a little bit of a massage to get that shoulder ready for the next one. Pivotal player. All right, discussions happening off the field, discussions happening on the field. This is the first innings, the Sri Lankan innings. Lianagi unbeaten on 44. A little bit of a cameo at the back end of the innings to get them over that 300-run mark. It's always going to be a difficult chase, a historic one if West Indies managed it. Would have been the highest successful chase. First ball of the innings. If we take our minds back, that was an opportunity. Pathum Nissanka dropped on North. He made them pay in some classical strokes through the offside. A new opening partner opening for the first time in any format. He smacked a 6 and then he holed out to Shea Hope. Well judged catch. And they needed a partnership after that early wicket. In came the captain, Kushal Mendes, and he along with Nissanka put on 100-run plus for the second wicket. That was mistimed, but still traveled all the way for 6. Took a liking to Gudakesh Moti, spanking him for a few 6s and then showing that deft touch, and one more for good measure downtown. When they were errant in line, they were nudged away for runs. Bringing up that half-century, the Sri Lankan captain, very prolific, and a half-century of his own, Pathum Nissanka. Very productive batters for Sri Lanka post that 2023 World Cup. They found the boundaries ever so often. There was a little bit of a collision between Jayden Seales and Pathum Nissanka. There was only going to be one winner in that contest. And this was an innocuous dismissal. Low full toss. Celebrations for Matthew Ford. And then thumped away across mid-wicket. Another innocuous dismissal. The back of the bat, the ball made contact with on the way down, and Pathum Nissanka had to go.
At the back end, it was the Lianagi show. Ratnaika struggled a bit until he holed out to deep long on, caught by Jayden Seales. But there was aggression all the way through, and some fancy work from the bat from Lianaga.
Another one coming off these flicks on both sides of the wicket. But he was the linchpin that really took them towards that 300 mark. Hasaranga holding out on a hook shot caught by Sherfane Rutherford. And a good piece of cricket here from Jayden Seals to effect a run out towards the back end of the innings. But Sri Lanka can thank that man, Leonagi, for getting them over the 300 mark and what has turned out to be a winning total.
A couple of wickets for Seals and Ford, and 2 wickets for Ruston Chase as well. Gudakesh Moti was off colour today, none for 40 from 4. No wickets for the Josephs, Alzari and Shamar. It's been a great day celebrating the secondary school students. The Secondary School Sporting Association recognizing the wonderful performances across various sports. Remember, they manage several sporting disciplines across the secondary school sporting landscape. And they recognize some of the brilliant work by these young athletes. Remember that face, you'll be seeing him in the not too distant future. Trying to reinvigorate the love for cricket in particular here in Jamaica. And it's nice to see the collaboration from all of the stakeholders. Jamaica Cricket Association, ISA, Cricket West Indies. The good news, the lights are back on, but it's the 2 lighting towers that were not on previously. 2 lighting towers from the opposite end of the field are on. I want to send Jimmy Adams on a little bit of a mission to the power company to find out what's happening with the power grid. And the West Indian batting innings, Shea Hope top scored with 56. Campbell and Graves, they got starts, several of them. You look at that scorecard there, but no one really pushing on. A good enough platform laid. I refer back to that dismissal of Justin Graves just on the cusp of power play 1. Career best for Dushmantha Chameera, and the spin of Tikshan and Hasaranga really suffocated the West Indians. 3 wickets for 69 runs in 20 overs. That's really brilliant stuff. The West Indians, they got off to a good start. It was a boundary-laden initial few overs. Along the ground, some deft touches, the right-left combination working quite nicely. Hooked away, pulled away, and they were looking quite ominous until this happened. Ill-advised, quick run, and well short of his ground, John Campbell. Wonderful bit of fielding. Justin Graves continued along his merry way, and then he did that. He gave himself too much room, and a gift of a wicket, really. Shea Hope came to the middle, and we know of his preference to this opposition just over the fielder's head. But look at that catch. Diving away, full stretch to his right. Absolute brilliance. Sherfane Rutherford, his stay was quite brief. Hasaranga getting that wicket. And Ruston Chase survived this. Initially given out, reviewed it, and it had to be overturned. Too much happening with that one based on Hawkeye. Wickets missing. They continued to find the boundaries. Such a skillful player, Shea Hope, even suffering cramps, still able to get another half century. 4 in succession against Sri Lanka here in the West Indies. Didn't get as much of a support that he needed throughout the course of this innings. And that was crisp. And then the slower delivery, holding on the surface. Outfoxed by Dushmantha Chameera. And another one for Hasaranga, Gudakesh Moti, but that too was reviewed. Yeah, just indicating that there was a lot happening with it. Looked good up until that point, and then the bounce. So that decision too was overturned, and Gudakesh Moti survived. Yeah, whipped away for 4. Moti was trying to forge a nice little partnership, looking to go for a maximum. He hold out in the deep, well judged catch. And then Dushmanta Chamira dismantling the stumps of Ruston Chase, Alzari Joseph. And a little bit later on, the stumps of Matthew Ford, but not before Shamar Joseph could smack a 6. Good news, all lighting towers are now on. The players have made their way back out to the middle. And after a delay, we are just about ready to resume.
Hey,
43 from 8 balls, just about 8 deliveries remaining. We had to wait for it. Dushmanta Chamira still with the possibility of getting a 5-wicket haul. It might just take some getting used to these lights for these 2 batters, but it's just 8 deliveries. Can he keep these 2 out though, Jaden Seals? Kept that one out.
Chamira with the potential of getting another, would be his second 5-wicket haul in one-day internationals. 1 delivery in what has been a fantastic spell. This fast bowler. And it's not to be. So he finishes his 10 overs. It's been a good effort from Chamira. Finishes with 4 for 67 after 49, 1 to go. West Indies 262 for 9.
42. Yeah. You want to try something?
Yeah, post spinner. Nah, ulan nih. Dang pa tinggian. Dang maring. Spin. Hey! That's middle one right on it.
Registering his 3rd best figures in ODIs, Dushmanta Chamira 5 against Bangladesh, and a couple 4-wicket hauls now. And Lanka will bowl the final over quite wisely with 42 needed. Doesn't want to risk any injury because of that pause in play from the faster bowlers. You never can tell. And that's it in there. Wicket taken. A new era, a new coach, a new captain. And Sri Lanka have delivered a statement win in their first overseas assignment under this new leadership group, winning their first ODI here in the West Indies since 2013. A comprehensive win by 41 runs. And handshakes all around. Really clinical and commanding from the Sri Lankans, and deservedly they'll smile and they will celebrate.
They've had a good outing, Sri Lanka. They were inserted by the West Indies in conditions that the West Indies thought would favor their faster bowlers. Bit of damp on the surface. They responded well. Disciplined batting got them to just over 300. Captain playing a role. Disanka playing a role, and then at the back end, Leonage playing a role. And then coming out to bowl, they had a really good outing from the leader of the pack, Chamira, and ably supported by the 2 spinners who kept a grip on the West Indies batting lineup. And all in all, a really good outing, first time up for Sri Lanka here in Jamaica at Sabina Park.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming. A one-day international victory for Sri Lanka here in the West Indies. Some 13 years ago when they registered that last win. But a statement start for them. For the West Indies, this is another blow to their hopes of direct qualification. We mentioned that every game has severe consequences and implications. That man though, Coach Gary Kirsten, his first assignment, this one, first examination, he's passed the first test. Yeah, wicket for Lanka in the final over, the final rights. So he adds another one to his tally. Another one to the spin bowlers tally for Sri Lanka in this contest. Very well played by the captain, Kushal Mendes. He really showed his maturity and his quality during the course of this innings. The West Indians, they'll reflect on how today panned out, but they know, they must know that they must come better in game 2 and game 3 if they are to register a series win. A desperately needed series win. This is the batting card for the West Indies. You can see there the number of batters who got starts. No one really carrying on, and if you are chasing down 300 plus, you need someone to get 75 plus. You maybe even need a centurion in there. You won't be able to do that and string together enough partnerships. When you come up against a quality bowling attack like the Sri Lankans have, it's always going to be a challenge. Shamira with his career best against the West Indies. Asita picked one up, Tikshana a couple. Rathanayaka was good, even though he didn't pick up a wicket, and Hasaranga, 1 for 43. Lanka picking up the final wicket of the day. And so the first one-day international goes to Sri Lanka by 41 runs. They were inserted 9:30 a.m. start. The remaining 2 matches will be at 2 p.m. start, so might not have to contend with such difficulty early up. The team batting first. Yeah, we'll have a couple days off after this one. And then we'll head into the second ODI on the 6th of June, followed by the 3rd. A couple days later, all matches being played here at Sabina Park in Kingston. And then we'll switch focus to the T20 International Series. And finally, the Test Match Series. We'll also switch venues for that one as we head across to Antigua for those 2 Test matches. We'll take a short break, and on the other side, we'll have the chat with the captains.
Welcome back to Sabina Park, where we just witnessed the conclusion of the first one-day international. Sri Lanka being sent in. They got to 303 for 7. West Indies in reply, they got to 262. Sri Lanka winning by 41 runs and taking a 1-0 series lead. Let's head pitch side, where Carlos Brathwaite is with the captains for the post-match presentation.
Welcome to the post-match presentation of the first ODI of the CWI ODI series, West Indies versus Sri Lanka. I would like to take this time to thank the official sponsors of the series who've made it possible. BetCage Sports, Desan, Red Stripe. Beside me, I hope West Indies prefer to chase. Where was
the ball, we didn't hit those tight. Again, the batters didn't take responsibility. Close, but still so far.
No, two.
Adaptability is always or second. Cricket, assessing the conditions, and then finding the best.
And now President of the West Indies Cricket Umpires. Shall congratulate
I think very important wicket. And
give us a little bit of a word.
Dushman bowled really well. Then Asita a little bit give the little bit couple of balls to David. Then he back to the and after the power play bowled really well. And Mahesh and Vanidu bowled really well in middle period. I think that's the main thing. These two guys bowled really well. That's why we little bit hard to play in the middle period.
Congratulations, Kushal, not only on your man of match performance, but going one up in the series. Best of luck for the remaining two games.
Yeah, thank you very much.
There we have it, folks. That's the end of the post-match presentation for the first ODI, West Indies versus Sri Lanka.
Yeah, 22 for 1 when he came to the crease, Kushal Mendes, and they needed his experience, the most prolific run scorer in world cricket post the 2023 World Cup. 4 4s and 4 6s in that innings, returning as captain of the Sri Lankan team. What a performance from him, leading his team to victory. Player of the match in game 1. Just a reminder then how this one panned out. Sri Lanka 303. It's always going to be a challenge for the West Indies. Well, they got to 262 and Sri Lanka winning game 1 by 41 runs. We have lots of action coming your way. The second one-day international a couple days from now, 6 August. It's a 2 p.m. local time start. And we'll be beaming live from Sabina Park in Jamaica. I want to thank all of you for the pleasure of your company. We'll take a short break, and on the other side of that, we'll have some more insights from today's first one-day international. Do stay with us.
Check, 1 2 1 2.
A first one-day international win in 13 years for Sri Lanka on West Indian soil. Truly a special day for them. And now we get deep into the insight and analytics of the day. A lot of action to uncover. A reminder, though, of what has taken place. Sri Lanka losing the toss, being asked to bat first, got to that 303, and history still standing. No team has chased 300 plus at Sabina Park. The West Indies got close in the end, but still found themselves 41 runs away. 54 Captain Shea Hope and 4 for Dusmanta Chamira. Quite the panel alongside. I got the two Adams, you've heard from them today, and a Matthew Ford who is earthing. Matt, thanks so much for your time. Well bowled today. How do you feel now on the conclusion of the game? Hold that mic up, hold that mic for us. Yeah, we want to hear you.
So today was all about execution and adapting, and from my perspective, I thought that probably Sri Lanka adapt and assessed a bit quicker than us, and yeah, we would have wanted to win the toss and bat first to get that early morning moisture. There was a bit, but as you can see later on in the afternoon, how dry it was, and it was really gripping with the slow balls and get a bit of reverse swing as well. So we could probably have a look back and try to alter our plans just a bit. And see what way we can add to be positive.
Before we get to these two, in terms of your actual bowling today, how quickly can you assess conditions, having to start with the new ball, and then how does it translate to your other spells later on?
I always try to hit that 6 to 8 meter length early on and get as much swing as I can. Today was a bit of grip on offer. I realized that early on there was a bit of a dry patch in front of the batsman from the southern end, I think. So for me, it was just about hitting that 6 to 8 meter length and keeping it as boring as possible for the batsmen. They were really catching at the run rate. So for me, it was just about pulling it back, and going forward, I just want to replicate that as consistently as I can.
Stacey, don't only say nice things about him because he's standing here, but you watch West Indies cricket closely. How have you seen the evolution of a Matthew Ford?
Yeah, I think he did wonderfully well today. I must commend the change-ups that you used today, and I think you stuck to your strengths. And one of the key things that you mentioned is keeping it simple. And I think that's really extraordinary from you.
And I'm glad you went there, Stacey, in terms of the variations, because, Matthew, we have a nice breakdown in terms of the different deliveries. I know you've been working hard with your coaches, both here and in Barbados, on the variations. We know you've always had the back of the hand. Today, a slight leg cutter. Talk us through your variations using today.
Well, in 50 over cricket, there tend to be not much swing on offer after the power play. They don't make the kookaburras like one time. So,
like when Jimmy was playing.
So, for me, it was about coming up with something different. So if I can bowl a fast leg cutter, and get it to just explode off the wicket, then for me that's like an outswinger.
Right.
So if I can trap batsmen on the front foot, maybe caught at cover, caught on bowl. The wickets in the Caribbean offer a bit of assistance as well because they're very dry. So, it's been a wicket-taking delivery for me as well.
Jimmy, when you saw those variations and how they reacted on the surface, what did you make of the way he bowled?
Well, I think he was doing what was required. I think, no disrespect to you, Matthew, but I just think that when you're not express, it's even more incumbent that you have those variations, and just as importantly, that you're consistent with them. And I think as he continues to develop and play more internationals and get better and better, having them is great. To have all those options in your top pocket is great. And then as he gets better at hitting the postage stamp, you're going to find that the wickets keep getting more and more as he goes on. And just to wish him all the best going forward. Keep working on those variations because wickets can be quite flat sometimes, boss.
Well, he's told me, Jimmy, that he might be able to get up to 85 miles per hour very soon. So we're going to see. We're going to see. Sean, I know he's looking strong as well. In terms of some others, Matthew, that you would have watched, I know you always are learning from the opposition. Before we go to Sri Lanka, Roston Chase, who you spend a lot of time with at the crease and off the field as well. What did he do well on this pitch?
Yeah, and coming back down to the basics, I said keep it simple, and that's something with Roston. His game is just around keeping it simple. We wanted it to come in and bowl a few tight overs for us, and in 50 over cricket, well, white ball cricket in general, when you build pressure and you build dot balls, the wicket opportunity presents itself, and that's exactly what happened today for Roston, and kudos to him because he bowled very well.
Yeah, he got Ratanaika hitting into the wind, which is something you guys used throughout the day. It was the first time also we saw all 4 fast bowlers play. First time we've seen you, the Josephs, and Seals play. You like that sort of structure?
It's a very promising lineup. We've started to play a lot of cricket together, and each each one of us are different in our own way. Shamar's a bit skiddy, you know, there's a bit more bounce from Alzari. So, you know, everyone offers a bit more. So if the skipper, whatever he wants, he has that option. So yeah, it's just about giving the captain a bit more options.
Did you learn anything? I'm going to get to you guys. So sorry, guys. Forgive me. Did you learn anything from the ways the Sri Lankan pacers went in that second innings that you can maybe take into Saturday, like someone like a Chimera?
Yeah, well, obviously, you know, we saw we would have bowled a lot of cutters back into the wicket. And, you know, it was gripping more in the second innings, and the Sri Lankans still stuck to their Yorker. So, you know, for us, it's about taking and learning from that. So, you know, we can probably, you know, try to mimic that or get as close to it as possible and probably take the wicket out of the equation sometimes and try to put the batsman on a bit more pressure.
Yeah, you used that Yorker well, and obviously got you in the end, Chimera, with that Yorker. So we'll see some of that from you as well. In terms of moving forward in this series, Matthew, obviously you've got a big role. There's no Romario Shepherd. So with your all-round impact, how much do you enjoy added responsibility?
Well, you know, it's been something that I've been wanting, you know, I've been working hard for it as well. And, you know that, you know, Sheppy's been predominantly in T20 cricket. So for me, it's just about challenging myself. We have a World Cup next year, and we don't want to necessarily be going to the qualifiers. So, you know, we've got, minus this one, 13 games left. So, you know, it's about just, you know, doing the basics correct and getting the best out of the team and you know, going straight into the qualifier, going straight into the World Cup and, you know, not going to the qualifiers.
I can't let you off the hot seat because these two have been thinking about questions. Hit him, Stacey. Let's see what you have.
Just one more question. About batting, we've spoken at length about your bowling. We know that you're working on that. What sort of role do you expect to play going into that World Cup, possibly for West Indies with bat in hand?
Well, you know, I want to be that versatile player. So I want to be both, you know, I can come in and win a game if we need 50 off 20, or I come in and, you know, if we have to bat over a player that whatever the team needs to the tape. So, you know, I've been working hard. Obviously today I didn't get much, but, you know, going forward, I'd try my best and definitely look to put my team on the front foot.
All right, keep working, man.
Thank you.
Look like you tried to take control of things out there. They walk out, but keep working.
You know, it's every day is fishing day, but every day is not catching. I'll be back tomorrow. The sun will come up again, and, you know, I have a quote saying, still I rise. So, you know, for me, it's just about how I come back and coming back stronger always.
Every day is fishing day. I'm going to use that one going forward. Matthew, thank you so much for your time. We know you want to recover, rest. We'll see you on Saturday, and we'll see you bowling 85 miles per hour very soon.
Thanks, Nicky.
All right, short break. When we return, more analysis. Yeah, special day at Sabina Park for Kusa Mendes, and it's a new era in Sri Lankan cricket. Gary Kirsten and Mendes taking over, and he led from the front, the captain Jimmy Adams, 72 off 62, and it was critical the way he touched down Gudakesh Moti.
It was, but in the context of the game, with Disanka not being at his current best today, he came in and from the word go, he gave the innings impetus. He helped Disanka through a bit of a tricky period, and then in the end put together a 100+ partnership that really set the foundation for the big score that they got in the end.
Stacey, what impressed you about the way that Sri Lanka composed that innings to get over 300?
Yeah, you look at the way they started, they laid that foundation. Nisanka and Kusal Mendes can't speak highly enough about them. And then the other batters came in, they chipped in, and then Layanaga, he finished the innings exceptionally well.
Glad you went there. Janet Lianage from, of course, Sri Lanka, and he's almost developed from a touch player into this finishing role, Jimmy Adams. Something you did at the back end of your career when we saw those big sixes. Just kidding. What do you make of his power?
Well, he has a shot, right? We saw him improvise, a lot of improvised shots going straight back over the wicketkeeper's head. Those are shots that he would have practiced for hours, but now he's doing it at the international level on the big stage. But what it did really was give the momentum coming out of the innings into the bowling innings. And usually you want that impetus, you want that momentum, and they took that into the second half. And it really had a lot to do with how he finished the innings.
Right, we have to turn our attention to the West Indian perspective, Stacey, because now it's getting to that point where the West Indies need to try and win every game of this summer. What will they need to improve on if you had to pick one area specifically?
I like to be positive. I think, you know, with every failure there should be metamorphosis, and one of the areas that they need to work on is converting those starts to big scores, and I think that's very important when you're chasing a target of over 300.
Jimmy, for you, anything in terms of batting centric that you saw that you think could be a touch better, a step up?
No, it's a repetition of what Stacey said. I think we have players, a lot of them have 4-day experience, so they know how to bat 2-3 sessions, some of them. What we're asking them to do is take this game and go deep. Bat 35 to 40 overs, even 45, which is doable, right? You're not batting with 2 and 3 slips, people under your bat. It's a case of getting used to the rhythm of 50-over cricket, but it is still batting basics. Bat long, bat deep, bat 40 overs.
It's hard not to think, Stacey, going forward in this series in both the formats, that Tikshana, Hasaranga and the Sri Lankan spin will be a major threat to the West Indies. How can they go about strategically playing those two?
Yeah, you look at the way some of the batters got dismissed today, and you look back to perhaps Justin Graves' dismissal, and yes, I heard Brathwaite mention perhaps if he had gotten it through, then, you know, he would have been all praise. But just think about curtailing the attacking option to them early on. Get set to them, look to maneuver the ball against these spinners unless there's a bad ball on offer.
3 wickets between the two of them, and critically, Tikshana's 10 overs went for just 26 runs. Could have been probably the difference in the game when you look back, especially that he got that wicket of Justin Graves at a time where the West Indies were flying. Jimmy, going into Saturday, how will the West Indies regroup and strategize, and what can they do differently, given that's a day-night game?
Well, I think you have enough time for 2 things to happen. One, for people to think about it individually. So what am I going to do if I am coming up against these slow bowlers or the quicker bowlers bowling Yorkers or back of the hand into the wicket per se? So at an individual level. Then collectively, tactically, what are we going to do as a batting unit? Is it a case where for some of us we hold for a couple of overs? Who goes, who stays? Right. Who holds while somebody takes risks? It has got to be on 2 levels. It's strategic. Individually, what do I do? Collectively, what do we do as a batting unit? So these discussions are going to have to be had because there has to be a plan. You're not just going to come out and bat willy-nilly and get 250 to 300 plus against a bowling unit that is bowling well.
Stacey, it is the West Indies' first one international for the year. You think about the amount of T20 cricket being played, the World Cup, the IPL. Will there be any grace from a Darren Sammy perspective because of how much shorter format cricket they've played?
I think you look back at that Casey Carty and Hope's partnership, and that is a perfect template as how they should be going about it. So you can't really think about T20 and its impact in this format. Yes, you want players to be able to hit the ball, but you also should be able to be methodical and be watchful when it's necessary.
Folks, we could not let you leave and go into your evening without showing you this again, because that partnership that Stacey mentioned, it was broken by one of the best efforts you will see on a cricket field. Kamindu Mendes, the ambidextrous. Wow, unbelievable. Jimmy Adams, you have taken a few in your time. Where does that one rank?
Quality, it's up there. 10 out of 10, top draw.
Full stretch dive. I think they were 134 for 3 at that stage. And after that, they lost Rutherford. And then it was a bit of a collapse for the middle to low order. Right, well, we've had some day in terms of the action. We have to remind you, though, that going into the next 2 games of the series, we've got day and night fixtures. So you think about the Jew factor maybe coming in. You think about teams bowling first, bowling in the daytime. Do join us from 2 p.m. local this weekend. And we will be having, of course, a critical series deciding game. Right, we thank you for your company. We look forward to having it in a couple of days' time. For now, it's goodbye.
to put them in a winning position. Chamira into his final over. Can he get a 4 or 5 wicket haul? Both options still possible. To put them in a winning position. Chamira into his final over. Can he get a 4 or 5 wicket haul? Both options still possible. Right, he has a deep point, deep sweeper offside as well as a long off. Expect that wide Yorker. Clean him up, straight Yorker. A 4 wicket haul. He's been exceptional today, Dushmantha Chameera, the leader of this attack, and he's showing them how to get it done. Smiles all around.
Around the wicket, angled right into that off stump on a perfect Yorker length. Matthew Ford trying to make room, couldn't get bat on it. And Chameera gets his 4th in his last over. Matthew Ford goes for 15. The West Indies 258 for 9.
Last batter makes his way out to the middle, Jayden Seales. 2 fast bowlers out there with some 11 deliveries remaining. Best of an unbeaten 29 for Jayden Seales. But a little subplot unfolding here. Can Chameera get what would be a second 5 wicket haul in one-day internationals? Look for that searing Yorker. Keep your feet out of the way, Jayden Seales. Does look to get that ball full and fast and straight. Is there a bit of reverse as well? Matthew Ford going across quite early. But look at the accuracy. You're thinking about self-preservation as well. Off the mark straight away. Really is a rhythmic bowler, Dushmantha Chameera, when he is in full flow. It's a sight to behold. His run-up quite long, very close to the edge of the boundary here at the Courtney Walsh end. Smooth and elegant. And he generates high pace. Nice to see him on the park. He's had his fair share of injuries throughout his career, Dushmantha Chameera, but he's back at his best, it seems.
Sun is almost set here in Kingston, which has occasioned the use of the lights at Sabina Park. Lights, new lights recently installed here. Short into the body of Jayden Seales, who has a swing and a miss, gets hit on the body.
What about the fast bowlers union? There's no such thing. Chameera into the body of Jayden Seales. Your other Sri Lankan bowlers with 4 wickets plus in the West Indies, 4 wickets hauls. Sanat Jayasuriya in 1997, 5 for 58 at the Queen's Park Oval. Angelo Matthews, 4 for 29 at the Queen's Park Oval as well in 2013. And Dushmantha Chameera joins them today with his 4 for. Well watched. He doesn't want to give his wicket away.
Jeremy, check in front for them.
The umpire, Leslie Reefer Jr., the eagle-eyed, he was just telling Chameera to look at that front foot. The lights have gone here at Sabina Park. And so we'll have a pause in play. It's quite dark out there, as you perhaps can tell from your television screens. They're comfortably over the line. Might have been a power outage. Even the electronic scoreboard has stopped working. And the sun is well and truly in the distance. And that was one of the lighting towers that was on. It's off now. So the umpires having a little discussion. They'll have to wait until this comes back on. The light, the natural light isn't going to improve. It's only going to deteriorate further. Just 8 deliveries remaining in this contest. Also remember, Jimmy, the next 2 matches in this series are day-night matches under lights. So this isn't a good omen for what's to come. And the wickets to fall, the first, that of John Campbell, smartly run out after an enterprising opening partnership. And then that imprudence from Justin Graves and a bit of brilliance in the field from Sri Lanka. And then the spin of Wanindu Hasaranga. Sheffield Rutherford dismissed. And enter Chameera, completely outfoxed Captain Shea Hope. What a blow. Tikshana was always threatening. And Kishimoti couldn't get hold of that. Ruston Chase was cleaned up by Chameera. And then Alzari Joseph trying to advance, but too quick and too straight. And the last of the wickets to fall, that of Matthew Ford. It's been the Chameera show. Half century for the West Indies captain, another one for him. 56, the top score. Justin Graves got to 45 from 38 deliveries. And John Campbell gave them a good start. 50 was that opening partnership. But some starts there, no one really carrying on to make something of significance. Captain once again, Jimmy.
Well, he did it on one leg today, suffering from cramps. But while he was at the wicket, the West Indies dared to hope. It was always a struggle for him, but he played a few of his trademark shots through the covers, a couple of straight sixes, but in the end, not quite enough from the West Indies captain. And the bowling card, led by that man Chameera at the top, 4 for 66 up to this point. 2 wickets for Tikshana, the off-spinner, and a wicket apiece for Asita, Fernando, and Hasaranga.
Yeah, and career best for Dushmantha Chameera against this opposition. The first wicket of the prize wicket of Captain Shea Hope, and then Ruston Chase to follow. But look at these 2 deliveries. One to get rid of Alzari Joseph, and then to get rid of Matthew Ford. That is high quality, high pace, high quality from Dushmantha Chameera. Right, the lights, they don't return. And so With Lewis. Not sure if it's just update you as soon as we get confirmation. We don't want to pronounce wait. What the did Sri Lanka in the first national top score at 79. He was dropped off the very first is currently at 261 for 9. They stopped due to bad light. Might just be doing a little bit of recovery stretching. He needs a little bit of a massage at shoulder. On the field. A little bit of a Kami. Would have been the highest successful chase. Dropped on note. He made them pay some classical strokes. Snap a 6 and then he hold out. Well, bringing up that half century. The Sri Lankan captain, very prolific, and a half century of his own, Pathum Nissanka. Very productive batters for Sri Lanka post that 2023 World Cup. They found the boundaries ever so often. There was a little bit of a collision between Jaden Seals and Pathum Nissanka. There was only going to be one winner in that contest. And this was an innocuous dismissal. Low full toss, celebrations for Matthew Ford. And then thumped away across mid-wicket. Another innocuous dismissal. The back of the bat, the ball made contact with on the way down, and Pathum Nissanka had to go.
At the back end, it was the Leonagi show. Ratnaika struggled a bit until he holed out to deep long on, caught by Jaden Seals. But there was aggression all the way through, and some fancy work from the bat from Leonaga. Another one
The road to the 2027 ICC Cricket World Cup continues today, and we're beaming live from Sabina Park in Jamaica. It's the West Indies up against Sri Lanka in the first of the 3-match one-day international series. The land of wood and water, Jamaica a little bit earlier. The toss went in the favor of the West Indies, and it's their preferred modus operandi to win the toss and to bowl first. They've had a lot of success doing that for the West Indies. Well, there will be a little bit of a change potentially at the top of the order. They have such a strong middle order. Casey Carty has been absolutely brilliant. Shea Hope, we know of his prowess, as well as Sherfin Rutherford. They have some options with the ball, quite a few of them. Look out for those fast bowlers, a battery of them alongside the spinners. For Sri Lanka, Carlos Brathwaite is alongside me. What do you make of their team?
I look at the top three, Samuel, Patum Sanka, Camilo Mendes, and Kushal Mendes. We saw a graph a little bit earlier with the most runs since the 2023 World Cup. They have two of that top three in that most runs list. There will be a supporting cast in the middle. They've gone with a couple of spin bowling all-rounders, and we spoke about the West Indies battery of fast bowlers. Look at Chamira, look at Fernando, look at Lanka. Sri Lanka can match West Indies, but I think they have it all to play against them, having to bat first.
All set then for ball one of the series. Dropped. First ball should have been taken. As easy as they come for Casey Carty. Perhaps too easy. A loose shot though from Nissanka, but he gets a reprieve.
First ball of the series, it was Patum Nissanka, and it's been dropped. First ball duck.
Yeah, first runs off the bat. It will trickle away towards the boundary, gets there now.
Patum Nissanka away. It's taken him 10 balls, and judging by that delivery, it was worth the wait.
What a shot. Absolutely majestic from Kamindu Mendes. Picked up, heaved away over the Kingston Cricket Club. First 6 of the innings. Yeah, in there, Shea Hope wants it. Shea Hope calls for it. Taken this time. A wonderful skill from Jaden Seals.
High quality fast bowling. Of the highest order. He was spanked for 6 over a go. He used his short ball to good effect. Came back short and aggressive. Gave the captain a job to do. On this occasion, the fielder and the skipper obliged. It's the first wicket of the series for Jaden Seals and for West Indies. Kamindu Mendes goes for 12, 22 for 1.
The most prolific run scorer since the 2023 World Cup. And the captain of this Sri Lankan team, Kushal Mendes, makes his way out to the middle. Successful over from Jaden Seals, 22 for 1.
That one badly lined. An easy pickings for Nissanka. Yeah, he saw that coming. Picked the length brilliantly and just swatted it to the onside.
Cutting and cutting well.
Simply too easy. With mid-on in the circle, it brings up the 50 partnership. That's growing in real esteem since the power play. And it entices him to come down the pitch. And it just has enough to evade Shamar Joseph. Authoritative and very convincing from Kushal Mendes, who again uses his feet and takes on Gudakesh Moti. Goes again. 6 again. Kusal Mendes dominant. Well fielded by Matthew Ford in the end, but it'll be a couple of runs to bring up a 36th one-day international half-century. And a 4th against the West Indies to go with 100.
A drop, a run, and a milestone. Patum Nisanka breaches 50 again. Stops and starts. But 50, number 19 in his ODI career for Patum Nisanka. Full and hammered. A full toss, and a wicket, and a jig for Matthew Ford. And just when he thought it would have been another boundary, he fell foul to a full toss.
Yeah, he can't believe it, Kusal Mendes. On his knees, just trying to lap that one over Alzarri Joseph. In the end, Alzarri Joseph just running around and taking an easy catch. And Matthew Ford, he's happy about that wicket. And Kusal Mendes, he has to go back for 72. Sri Lanka 158 for 2.
And there he goes. He's decided to go aerial. He's seen enough. Nisanka. Well done, Sheho. That is stupendous. Well, it's a wry smile from Nisanka. He knows he's out. Jubilation for the West Indies, for Ruston Chase, who has bowled really well in this spell. Ball bouncing. Nisanka not able to control it, and Sheho running around from behind the stump, being very aware in the moment and taking the catch, which dismisses Patum Nisanka for 79 from 103. Sri Lanka now 177 for 3 in the 35th over.
And what a way to start the over. Fantastic strike from Ratnayaka. All the way for 6. Good placement. That is sublime from Asalanka. Just uses the pace and the angle to perfection. Not control, but gets a 4 nonetheless. Maybe a little bit fortuitous. Beats the fielder in the deep. A good start to the over for Asalanka and Sri Lanka. Yeah, in the air, fielder circles, settles, and takes the catch, hitting into the wind.
Yeah, and to think he wasn't so pleased the delivery ago by the effort of Casey Carthy. Same batter back on strike, looking to go big to the leg side. And one held up in the wind, and Jaden Seals settles under it quite nicely. Celebration there from Ruston Chase. He gets his man. Yeah, Ratnayaka threatened for a bit. He has to go back for 24. Sri Lanka 221 for 4.
And you can't follow up the Yorker with a half volley, and he did. Intended slow delivery, all the pace off of it, all the pace put back on it by Leonage. Innovative. Leonage is showing the full repertoire, straight over the bowler's head and now over the keeper's head. And Leonage again, using the pace so nicely. Pace off again, but Leonage again able to get underneath the ball and just shovel it over the field. Another opportunity, this time gone, pounced by Jaden Seals.
Low full toss, as Lanka not getting enough bat on it and offering Jaden Seals a comfortable catch at long on, and success for Matthew Ford, having not gotten the umpire's decision in his favor on the delivery before. As Sri Lanka goes for 45 from 44, Sri Lanka 285 for 5, 49th over.
Shot from Hasaranga, giving himself some room, finding the vacant offside boundary.
Seals goes short and it's hooked high. There's a man underneath it and it's a catch taken. Hasaranga hooking high but not far enough, and Sri Lanka have lost another wicket.
Yeah, aggressive from Jaden Seals. You can see how uncomfortably he played that, like a turtle sticking his neck inside. And even though it was with the wind, he knew what he wanted to do, be short, be aggressive. And he got his just reward. 7 off 4 for Windies Hasaranga, 295 for 6 Sri Lanka. And they've tried to get a single, run out.
Well, it was good cricket from the West Indies. A good delivery from Jaden Seals. Shy Hope going for any stump. And Jaden Seals cleaning up, picking it up halfway down, spinning quickly, turning, taking aim. And a direct hit means it's the end of Milan Rathnayaka for North. And Sri Lanka now 295 for 7 with 2 deliveries to go.
Leonardo goes straight, and he goes big. For the wide. And you think they tried for the second, they do. To the bowler's end, and he gets home safe, Tikshana. It ends a good innings for Sri Lanka. And a top cameo from Janet Leonardo. Clear foundation laid by Patum Nisanko, who was dropped off the very first ball of the innings, and Kushal Mendes. Asalanka and Leonardo came and tried to finish it. Leonardo was sensational, playing some scoops and some laps for his 44 not out off 29 deliveries, 303 for 7 off their 50 overs. An innings of fortitude from Sri Lanka.
Well, it was hard work for the West Indian bowlers. 2 wickets apiece for Seals and Ford at the top. 2 important 2 for Ruston Chase. Last man to bowl within this attack, 10 overs, 2 for 47. Really kept things in check in the last third of the Sri Lankan innings.
304 the target for the West Indies. And this man on screen, Shea Hope, will be vital if West Indies are to chase it down. So the men in blue, you'd have to say, are well ahead at this point in time. These 2 men, however, one local on the left, John Campbell, one Justin Graves, who's not been able to nail down a spot in the team, or a role I should say. Started as an opener here in Jamaica against Ireland. Last summer he was used as a number 6 all-rounder, out-and-out all-rounder. And he's found his way back up to the top of the order, Justin Graves alongside John Campbell, who has had a career where you remember the partnership with Shea Hope in Ireland. but you always feel as though someone with his quality, class, and caliber, he has so much more to give, and you hope. And it's now all to play for as the referee shouts play. Chamira prepares to bound off from the boundary, and he's bowling to the local boy, John Campbell. Good length to start. Chamira not a swing bowler like a Jaden Seals or Matthew Ford. He's hit the deck, gets sideways movement off the seam. Picked up for 6. We talked about wind factor. Short, rushed, but a boundary. That was quick. Hooked ferociously. Climbed into that Justin Graves. He has his first boundary, and what a way to get it. Shot from Justin Graves. Beautiful cover drive. For 6. Short again from Asita Fernando. Bang again. This time in front of square. Picked up the length. Just like that, and it's a chance, and it's a direct hit.
Yeah, you can just freeze it there. The bat is short and the belt is dislodged. I'm ready to make my decision for the screen.
John Campbell, run out for 17, 50 for 1, the West Indies. Casey Carty at number 3, a healthy average of 41. What a shot from Justin Graves, again, off the back foot, punching imperiously through the offside.
Cleaned him up, giving himself too much room.
Ball pitching just short of a good length. A little bit too close for that shot. Not only close in line, but close in length. A little bit too full. Justin Graves trying to give himself enough room, succeeding only in getting bowled. He goes for 45 from 38. The West Indies now lose their second wicket at 73.
Top class from the captain. First real breaking of the shackles we've seen in a while. A sign of intent from West Indies captain. First ball, boundary. Just over Hasaranga. Could be a critical moment looking back in this game. Carty survives. Oh my word! Is it a player or a plane? Kamindu Mendes. That is unbelievable.
So we know he can bowl with either right or left hand. But how good can you catch? Can you pluck it from the sky? Yes, he can. Full length, goalkeeper-esque. Bend it back in the process, ensuring he catches it behind him and has the authority to give with the hands and land in a supple motion. That's the end of Casey Carty. Going for 27, 125 for 3.
Now he raises the finger. So not too long after, Shafan Rutherford is challenging it this time. And Hasaranga feels he's got his man.
original decision is out, pitching in line, impact in line, and wickets hitting. Leslie, you can stay with your original decision of out. Stand by. Your on-screen signal now.
Leslie Reefer calls it right once more in this match. And Rutherford, after surviving a review by Sri Lanka, has been given the matching orders. He goes back without troubling the scorers much for 5. West Indies, 134 for 4.
It's gone high and it's gone long. It's the first boundary in 50 deliveries. Could be a sign of what's to come. We'll get there. He really is greatness in this format. It is 50 scores of 50 plus for one of the very best in the world. Another one for the West Indies skipper. 31 50s to go with 1900s. 161 for 4. Pace off. The change to get Shamira back has worked. Miracles.
Well, Sri Lanka reverted to one of their senior fast bowlers, and he's responded with the all-important wicket of the West Indian captain. Slow ball into the wicket, drawing Shea Hope into the shot, failing to control it, and offering a fairly simple catch to backward point. And is this the end of the West Indies charge towards 304? Shai Hope has to depart for 56. The West Indies now 167 for 5.
Crisp, clean from Chase.
Executed their plans quite well on that occasion, looking for that Yorker, but just a bit too wide. Fernando.
Slapped by Chase. He picked the slow ball on this occasion, but off in the circle. Gone big, Moti. That's into the wind. And gone.
The fielder had so much time in the wall. It was high up in the air. Got a lot of height on it, not a lot of distance. And the fielder, he had enough time to judge exactly where it was going and settle under it. So Tikshana, the skipper, decided that he's the man to get the wicket, and he did so, as Gudakesh Moti has to go back for 22. West Indies 214 for 6.
Poleaxed. Dushman to Chamira, 144 miles. Kilometers per hour. Middle stump, full straight. And Chase is gone.
They are beaten for pace there on that occasion. Fast bowlers love that sight. Stump just being knocked back. Ruston Chase just looking. Lift that one to the onside. Unfortunately, too quick for him to handle. He goes back for a 33. West Indies sinks in for the trouble. 216 for 7.
And again, another for Chamira. Another step closer to victory for Sri Lanka.
Malzari Joseph looking to advance down the track to him. Again, too hot to handle from Chamira. He strikes again. Zari Joseph goes without troubling the scorers. West Indies 216 for 8.
That's well connected. That's in the gap, and just one bounce for 4. Smacked with a lot of authority. And a lot of viciousness in that as well from Shamar Joseph, and something for them to celebrate here at Sabina Park. Clean him up, straight Yorker, a 4-wicket haul. He's been exceptional today, Dushmanta Chamira.
Around the wicket, Angled right into that off stump on a perfect Yorker length. Matthew Ford trying to make room, couldn't get bat on it. And Shamira gets his fourth in his last over. Matthew Ford goes for 15. The West Indies 258 for 9.
And that's it in there. Wicket taken. A new era, a new coach, a new captain. We just witnessed the conclusion of the first one-day international. Sri Lanka being sent in. They got to 303 for 7. West Indies in reply, they got to 262. Sri Lanka winning by 41 runs and taking a 1-0 series lead.